I am drawn here by the enchanting forces of love and miracles. In the embrace of the night, I discover a bouquet of platinum-hued roses. A non-human entity descends into the world of Harry Potter, entering Hogwarts in pursuit of the unknown treasures it seeks to integrate into this realm. Everything about him may be an illusion, yet ultimately, that heart which begins to beat for him is undeniably real. Chapter 1. The Descent. In the darkest recesses of a chasm, where time and space are severed, those eyes, long sealed shut, gradually open. A faint and peculiar wave stirs, awakening him from his slumber. This wave seems to transcend the shackles of time and space, emerging through the fissures of the abyss before him. Its arrival ignites a rare curiosity within him, who has long languished in the dull depths of the abyss. By merely reaching out to grasp a wisp of that wave's essence, he comprehends its origins, an enigmatic and distant magical world. As he gazes upon the memories conveyed by the undulations from that world, a subtle smile graces his lips. It is a realm woven from magic and miracles, where the tree of life flourishes amidst love and sacrifice, each leaf bearing the whispers of countless souls and the dreams of existence. One intriguing world. Perhaps weary of enduring such desolate slumber, he finds himself irresistibly drawn to that realm. He yearns to behold, to observe the inhabitants of that world, to personally experience the life of a human being. Without hesitation, immense power coalesces in an instant, forming a mass of black fragments that shimmer like a multitude of stars, departing from the chasm's fissure. He soars through the river of time and space, merging into its flow. What the heck? Is it true? How did that fellow suddenly venture into that world? He isn't contemplating the destruction of that place out of boredom, is he? A voice of astonishment resonates through the cosmos, imbued with profound concern and disbelief. It is uncertain, but generally speaking, his journey there may prove to be a fortuitous event. I have a lingering sense that he will discover what he seeks in that place. A calm and gentle voice lets out a sigh. After all, this creature, which has long resided in the abyss, is not one to frequent the outside world. As for the notion of world destruction, from what he knows, he holds no interest in such endeavors. Yet, due to his inherent charisma, each venture outside incites upheaval, which is why he eventually chose to remain hidden within the fissure. I'm not sure. Let him be. Perhaps this is an opportunity, a chance for transformation. That night, in an ancient forest of England, nestled against towering mountains, the lofty trees stand shoulder to shoulder, their trunks cloaked in thick moss and adorned with vines of varying thickness. Moonlight filters through the canopy, casting a delicate silvery hue across the woodland. The state of these trees reveals the forest's venerable age, and deep within its heart lies a sprawling estate in ruins. Deep within this tranquil forest, it resembles a slumbering grave, forsaken by the passage of time. Yet, heavy and shadowy figures converge from all directions, swiftly contorting into a human shape, appearing before this desolate manor. It seems to have sensed the terrifying power inherent within these shadows, causing all creatures in the surrounding forest to scatter in fright. It first lowered its gaze to inspect its own body, flexing its somewhat uncoordinated fingers. Then, lifting its head, it slowly surveyed the environment around it, ultimately resting its gaze upon the abandoned estate before it. Along the journey, it had absorbed considerable information regarding this world. Thus, the dark shadow rapidly transformed into the form of a diminutive human, striding purposefully into the manor. This is the place. The door, eroded by the elements and on the verge of collapse, the dilapidated structures, and the decaying flora were all enveloped by the black shadow the moment it entered. When the shadow receded once more, the manor, which should have been dead, began to rejuvenate. Here it welcomed its new master. Following this, the magical realm was suddenly abuzz with a particularly intriguing and startling announcement. A mysterious, reclusive wizarding family has re-emerged into society following the defeat of the enigmatic figure. This revelation momentarily astonished the magical community, which had just emerged from a cataclysm and celebrated victory. However, the astonishment was fleeting, for the tale of the savior, the boy who lived, triumphing over the mysterious adversary, continued to circulate fervently within the magical realm. in the solemn and serene seerest manner, today appeared somewhat lively. The emergence of this enigmatic wizarding family prompted numerous wizarding clans and nobles to test the waters regarding their significance. Furthermore, the purpose of those gathered was to ascertain whether the mysterious seerest family was worthy of alliance. Otherwise, they would not have accepted the invitation to the seerest family's banquet and convened here. However, after several exchanges, they discovered that Mr. Edmund, the head of the seerest family, and Lady Eleanor were truly remarkable. Their words and actions were impeccably polished, compelling them to believe that they had indeed been reclusive, utterly unaware of the events occurring beyond their confines. The banquet was merely a means for Mr. Edmund to engage in business and foster connections. As their vigilance and doubts dissipated, the atmosphere of the gathering naturally became much more relaxed. Downstairs, laughter and conversation flourished, with glasses clinking in merriment. Meanwhile, in a room upstairs, a young boy sat at a tidy desk, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as his fingers gently brushed the pages of a book. A gray owl suddenly descended from the open window, landing on his desk, flapping its wings lightly as it cocked its head at the boy. Observing the unique envelope clutched in its beak, the boy took the envelope, appearing somewhat puzzled as he opened it. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Seerest, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please carefully read the enclosed information regarding the start of term and the list of required supplies. The term will commence on September 1st. Kindly send your response via OWL by July 31st. Below are the details regarding the start of term and the essential supplies you will need to prepare. After reading the letter, the boy gazed at the exquisite crest adorned with the vivid images of 4 animals, a series of light chuckles escaping his throat. It has finally arrived. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 2. Diagon Alley. Mr. Edmund and Lady Eleanor were overjoyed upon learning that their son, Percival, had received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. With radiant smiles, they embraced the seemingly indifferent Percival. How splendid. I believe we can venture to Diagon Alley together to procure your school supplies, can't we? Lady Eleanor gently placed her hand on Percival's shoulder, who stood there with a serious demeanor reminiscent of a miniature adult, her face adorned with a warm, joyful smile. This is undoubtedly a momentous occasion, is it not? I shall reschedule my appointments for that day to accompany you both. Mr. Edmund, hands on his hips, appeared even more exhilarated than Percival himself. Look at you. It is your initiation into the world of academia, not mine, dear. Lady Eleanor gazed at her husband, who was more animated than their son, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. Of course I am thrilled. After all, they have been self-taught under the tutelage of the family wizard all this time, never having attended any school. Reflecting on this, Mr. Edmund felt a twinge of envy for his son. I suppose this was an inevitable milestone, one I had anticipated, so there is no need for such surprise or elation. After all, I am 11 years old, of the appropriate age to commence my studies, the young lad stated matter-of-factly, his black hair obscuring most of his eyes. Casting a somewhat brooding aura, he analyzed the situation with calm detachment, perceiving no reason for joy. No, Percival, my dear. You must understand that our family has only recently entered society. It is not just your mother and I who need to maintain connections with the outside world. You, too, require peers to forge friendships. Lady Eleanor's melodious laughter filled the air as she crouched down to stroke Percival's hair. Do not fret. This is an opportunity to acquire genuine friends. Do you remember how, as a child, you admired the protagonists in storybooks for their companions and friendships? Indeed, this is your chance, Percival. The man regarded the silent child, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he crouched to meet the boy's gaze, encouraging him to embrace the world beyond their home and cultivate friendships. Though Percival remained unmoved by his parents' excitement, he gradually softened. The boy pursed his lips, internally doubting the prospect of making friends at Hogwarts. Perhaps those kids will see me as a freak, he mused. Yet, beneath his reservations, a flicker of desire to explore stirred within him. All right, but I must bring coal. Percival fixed his gaze on his parents, pausing in silence before stating his insistence. This left Mr. Edmund in a quandary. He exchanged a glance with Lady Eleanor and sighed lightly. While Hogwarts does permit pets, one would assume they expect certain items from the list, no? Is it acceptable for us to be so unconventional? Coal poses no threat. I believe it should be fine. Percival was adamant about bringing along his beloved little black octopus, a rare spark of stubbornness illuminating his eyes. Lady Eleanor patted her husband's shoulder. I suggest we pen a letter to the headmaster of Hogwarts to inquire about this. If he consents, you may take it with you. What do you say, Percival? The boy nodded vigorously at this response. Mr. Edmund and Lady Eleanor escorted Percival to the Muggle Street at Charing Cross in London. They disembarked from the carriage and proceeded down a lengthy alley until they arrived at the sole tavern at its end. Indeed, this is the Leaky Cauldron. Let us enter. We have quite a few items to procure. Mr. Edmund pushed open the tavern door, gallantly inviting Lady Eleanor to enter first. And only after Percival followed did he close the door behind them. However, as soon as they stepped inside, Percival furrowed his brow and halted in his tracks. It was evident that he was far from eager to enter. Mr. Edmund chuckled lightly. Thankfully, they had made several prior visits to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Come along. Percival. The boy's eyes, hidden beneath his fringe, scanned the tavern's interior, perceiving it as dark and unkempt. The moment they walked in, a melange of unpleasant odors assaulted their senses. A few elderly women hunched in a corner, sipping sherry from cups that appeared unwashed, while several scruffy men sat at the bar, sharing raucous laughter, surrounded by a row of beer mugs. The tavern housed an eclectic mix of patrons. Yet they all shared an unkempt appearance that unsettled Percival. Since their arrival, the previously boisterous atmosphere had quieted considerably, with curious eyes assessing the family. The scrutiny made Percival uncomfortable, and he instinctively reached for his wand concealed within his sleeve. Percival, Mr. Edmund swiftly grasped the boy's hand, grounding him once more. Following Mr. Edmund, they moved deeper into the tavern, where he exchanged greetings with the owner, Tom. I suppose it's a bit early for you to possess a wand, isn't it? At the back of the tavern, they stood next to a dumpster against the wall, and Mr. Edmund let out a deep sigh. Understanding the situation, Lady Eleanor interjected, Cough, Percival, sometimes it's best to endure when you can. Remember, if you wish to integrate into the magical community, we cannot casually use magic here. Underage wizards are prohibited from misusing magic, and you must remember this. Despite her own distaste for the tavern's interior, she hoped that repeated visits would render it more tolerable. Very well, she thought. I can manage, provided I maintain my distance from those unsanitary wizards. Mr. Edmund nodded in agreement with his wife's sentiments before tapping 3 times on a specific brick. With a shift of perspective, they found themselves in a spacious and bustling alleyway. As fresh air filled their lungs, Percival's expression brightened considerably. Indeed, there are numerous rules in the outside world, but I will strive to adapt. Precisely, that is the spirit. Now, let us proceed to acquire the necessary items for your schooling. Lady Eleanor exhaled in relief as the family of 3 walked down the street. Various wizards bustled about. Hurrying along the thoroughfare, Percival observed other children accompanied by their parents, exploring the shops of Diagon Alley. It seemed there were quite a number of young wizards preparing for their schooling. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley 2. Upon arriving at Diagon Alley, Lady Eleanor eagerly darted off in one direction, while father and son ventured elsewhere, both filled with excitement. Watching his mother's joyful retreat, Percival felt a twinge of confusion. Cough. Your mother and I are quite familiar with this place. She has gone to a beauty shop, Mr. Edmund explained. What woman does not enjoy a bit of pampering? Upon her first visit to Diagon Alley, Eleanor discovered a magical beauty salon, and she has since frequented it on numerous occasions. She has become quite familiar with the noble ladies who often patronize the establishment for their beauty treatments. Perugia stood silently, quickly absorbing this information. While he was momentarily lost in thought, a warm body unexpectedly bumped into him from behind. This gentle collision caused the distracted Perugia to stumble forward a few steps. I'm so sorry, came a timid voice from a boy behind him, as a small arm cautiously steadied Perugia. He said nothing, merely nodded faintly before withdrawing his arm. The bespectacled boy before him, with a disheveled mop of black hair, appeared somewhat timid, yet excitement and curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Notably, he was clad in a checkered shirt from the Muggle world. Beside him stood a towering giant. Harry, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized to this much taller boy who seemed rather unapproachable. His excitement for this place had momentarily clouded his attention, leading him to bump into someone. Oh, are you Professor Hagrid? Edmund suddenly exclaimed, engaging in surprised conversation with the giant. And you are? Hagrid paused, searching his memory for the identity of this individual, then clapped his hands loudly, saying, you must be Mr. Searist. This enigmatic family, having recently re-emerged, had been quite active in the magical community, forging connections with various magical folk. It was difficult for him not to recognize Mr. Searist, especially given the peculiar timing of their appearance, which had led to suspicions regarding their connection to the recently vanquished Dark Wizard. After extensive investigation yielded no issues, they had finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perugia? I apologize, but I have matters to discuss with Professor Hagrid. You can manage to procure what you need on your own, can't you? Edmund said apologetically to Perugia. Of course, Perugia replied coldly, turning to leave without acknowledging anyone, including his father. Harry watched as this seemingly age-mate child simply walked away, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately hesitating to follow. He fervently wished to make many friends at school, and he felt that the boy's demeanor, though somewhat aloof, hinted at a certain maturity. Standing at the entrance of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Perugia noticed another boy already being measured inside. As he pushed the door open, a cheerful jingle of bells rang out, alerting the busy Madame Malkin of a new customer. Oh, welcome, my esteemed young guest. Are you here for a Hogwarts uniform as well, dear? The somewhat short and plump Madame Malkin waved enthusiastically to Perugia while continuing her work measuring the other boy. If you could wait just a moment, I'm almost finished with this young gentleman. I can whip up uniforms for both of you in no time, dear. Perugia remained silent, standing quietly to one side. Soon, the boy hopped down from the stool, and Madame Malkin beckoned Perugia to step forward. Oh, you truly are a first-year student. I imagine you've surpassed many of your peers in height, she exclaimed with a laugh, quickly finishing his measurements before darting off to the workroom to create the uniforms. In the shop's main area, only the platinum-haired boy and Perugia remained. Hey, I haven't seen you around before. What's your name? The slender, fair-skinned boy could no longer endure the silence and sidled up to Perugia, attempting to strike up a conversation. Draco had noticed this seemingly gloomy boy as soon as he entered the shop. Now standing next to him, he was struck by his height. Remembering that failing to respond would be deemed impolite, the voice of Lady Eleanor echoed in Perugia's mind, compelling him to speak coldly. Perugia Searist. Searist? Draco blinked in confusion, then immediately reacted with delight, pointing at Perugia. I know. You're from the recently emerged family, the Searists. Realization dawned upon him. So you are one of them. Perugia remained unaffected, his gaze calm and devoid of any tremor. Given that this family had recently garnered attention, even his father had mentioned them, it was clear they belonged to the pure-blood lineage. In that case, how about we become friends? I'm Draco Malfoy. You must have heard of the Malfoy name, right? The boy, with his platinum hair, stood proudly like a peacock, his head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Your uniforms are ready. In no time, Madame Malkin emerged with two distinct bags, handing them to Draco and Perugia. Draco noticed Perugia's silence, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he was about to speak again. He widened his eyes, incredulous, as the tall boy silently took his clothes and walked straight out of Madame Malkin's shop. No way. How dare he? Draco had never before been so blatantly ignored, even if it was just for a brief moment of silence after introducing himself. He angrily stamped his foot, visibly upset. Just then, a tall, slender man with platinum hair entered, seemingly glancing back at someone outside before focusing his attention on the fuming Draco. What's the matter, Draco? If your robes are ready, you should have come to find me immediately. Lucius Malfoy's gaze fell on the bags in Draco's hands, his tone serious. Father, you won't believe it. I just encountered the most impolite fellow. I tried to befriend him, and he just walked away without a word. Draco seethed. Recalling Perugia's appearance and dismissive tone, his fists clenched. Chapter 4. A First Encounter. Lucius Malfoy slowly lifted his gaze, a barely perceptible coldness in his eyes as it swept over Madame Malkin's face. He gently placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, guiding him gracefully out of the shop. Draco, I recall instructing you that as a noble, one must maintain decorum and etiquette at all times. Lucius's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority. If I am not mistaken, that tall boy who just exited Madame Malkin's shop was the one who seemed rather difficult to approach, carrying a bag containing his uniform as he walked away. However, judging by his gait and stride, it is evident that the other party is a person of considerable upbringing and refinement. Indeed, it is him. Draco abruptly halted, his gaze fixating on the tall figure emerging from Madame Malkin's shop, his brow furrowing with a hint of dissatisfaction. It is truly peculiar that he has not uttered a single word throughout, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge my presence. Draco crossed his arms, conceding that he was indeed vexed by the indignity of being snubbed for the first time. Yet, this Saracist leaves him with a decidedly unfavorable first impression. Lucius, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow and glanced down at his sulking son, his tone laced with inquiry. Did you inquire about his name? Of course. He only responded to me once throughout the entire encounter. Heaven knows how distressing it is for this young master to feel disregarded. He introduced himself as Perugia Saracist. Perugia approached Mr. Edmund, who was burdened with a heap of belongings, silently offering to take the books and other items that were precariously slipping from his grasp. As they strolled along the street, they had already exchanged pleasantries with Eleanor and decided to return home first. Thus the father and son duo prepared to depart with their considerable haul. What is the story with that owl? Wasn't it supposed to accompany Cole to school? Perugia's gaze remained fixed on the rather whimsical owl, turning to his father with a hint of puzzlement. Does father not wish to take Cole along? Ahem. Perugia, you must understand that an owl is not merely a pet. It serves as a messenger to connect you with your home and friends. I doubt Cole could traverse thousands of kilometers to deliver your messages swiftly, Edmund patiently explained to Perugia. Of course, you can still take Cole along. I have no objections. Very well. The Malfoy father and son continued along the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. But Draco's attention was captivated by a new model of the Firebolt 2000 broomstick displayed outside a shop. A flicker of desire crossed his eyes, yet he feigned indifference, lifting his gaze to inwardly resolve. Once I commence my studies, I must persuade father to procure one for me. Before the gleaming window of the broom shop, a group of children gathered in envy around the uniquely designed, pristine broomstick, the latest model of the Firebolt 2000. At that very moment, Lucius abruptly halted, causing Draco to collide into him. Rubbing his nose, he was on the verge of complaining when he noticed Lucius had extended his hand, smiling as he moved forward. As his thoughts wandered, Lucius suddenly paused once more. What a coincidence, Mr. Cerecist, it seems we meet again. Lucius's tone, though indifferent, carried a hint of surprise and warmth. Edmund Cerecist was holding a cage containing a white owl while cradling several items in his arms. Upon seeing Lucius, a smile illuminated his face. Oh, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Mr. Malfoy. Edmund's voice was hearty and warm, starkly contrasting Lucius's aloofness. They exchanged a handshake before parting. Lucius remarked, when I last encountered Mr. Cerecist at the ministry, you appeared to be preoccupied with some matters. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Edmund replied with a smile, that would be splendid. I am in need of a friend to help me navigate the current magical landscape. Lucius, satisfied with this response, found the enigmatic Cerecist family to be quite clever. Moreover, their son would be attending Hogwarts this year, making their acquaintance a fortuitous endeavor. Thus, Lucius cheerfully redirected the conversation towards their children. Look, our children are of the same age. Draco, come and greet Mr. Cerecist. Perugia confidently stepped forward. Hello, Draco. I am Perugia. Draco stood awkwardly, having anticipated that Perugia would ignore him once again, yet was taken aback when he realized the other boy remembered his name. He blinked in surprise, then feigned composure, responding, Hello, Perugia. I am Draco. Lucius, observing this interaction, felt a surge of delight. He believed Draco could greatly benefit from the steady companionship of such a composed friend. Draco can be a bit mischievous at times. I hope Mr. Cerecist will not hold it against him. Edmund chuckled. Not at all. Perugia is also a steady child. Knowing they attend the same school eases my mind. I was quite worried about Perugia making friends. While Lucius conversed with the head of the Cerecist family, his mind wandered to other matters. The enigma surrounding the Cerecist family had eluded his investigations thus far, given their unique temporal context. He found it challenging to ascertain whether they were remnants of the Dark Lord's machinations, which would pose a significant threat. Yet, hearing that even the Ministry and Dumbledore had discovered little, he felt somewhat reassured. Forming a connection with an ancient pureblood family could prove advantageous. Draco appeared somewhat embarrassed. I thought you were reluctant to speak with me, yet you remembered my name. So, I have decided to forgive you. For we are now officially friends, are we not? The boy, hands on his hips, extended his hand, as if embodying a mature adult eager to forge a handshake with Perugia. With an expressionless countenance, Perugia hesitated briefly before extending his hand, and they shook. My apologies, perhaps I simply did not notice. I hope we can enjoy each other's company going forward, Draco. Perugia said with a calm demeanor, and the two boys exchanged smiles. What a surprise. He seems quite amiable. Draco chuckled, feeling a sense of relief and gratitude for having misjudged Perugia. They would surely enjoy their time together. He could feel it. Yes, indeed. Chapter 5. Enrolling at Hogwarts. After their conversation, Mr. Cerecist and Mr. Malfoy pleasantly bid each other farewell. Perugia's eyes, partially obscured by his slightly disheveled black bangs, calmly observed Draco's departure. Shall we be on our way? Mr. Edmund immediately returned to his usual demeanor, as if the jovial man from moments ago was but a fleeting shadow. To exit Diagon Alley, they would need to pass by the pub once more. However, this time, Perugia noticeably quickened his pace, eager to leave the area behind. While he was not overly fastidious about cleanliness, he simply did not wish to linger in such a place any longer. Hey, Mr. Cerecist, would you care for a signature drink from the shop? The busy bartender, Tom, waved enthusiastically at Edmund upon spotting them. Meanwhile, Harry, dining at a nearby table with Hagrid, looked up with delight upon hearing that name. Oh, it's Mr. Cerecist. Hagrid followed Harry's gaze, spotting the man conversing with the bartender, along with the boy beside him. Is that boy my age? As he pondered these thoughts, Harry couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Had he been raised alongside his parents, perhaps he would not have been so slender and diminutive. Casting an envious glance at the boy named Purusha, Harry let out a soft sigh. But it's all right. This is a brand new opportunity. I assent it. I am certain I can make it. At that moment, Harry suddenly noticed Purusha looking his way, hesitantly and somewhat shyly. He stood and waved. Purusha regarded the familiar boy with a slight nod, acknowledging him, before departing the leaky cauldron with Mr. Edmund. He responded to me. Harry felt a surge of joy as he sat down. Indeed, wizards in the magical realm could embody both good and bad qualities. So different from that arrogant platinum-haired boy he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Though Purusha was quiet and somewhat aloof, Harry sensed that he was different. Oh, Harry, I believe it is advantageous for you to be acquainted with these aristocrats. In any case, I eagerly anticipate you're making more friends at school. Hagrid chuckled heartily, took a sip of his beer, and winked at Harry. King's Cross Station in London. This bustling train station at the heart of London was teeming with people, all moving about with a sense of urgency. Their eyes were fixed ahead as they strode briskly. Most donned well-tailored suits, briefcases in hand, entering and exiting the trains that stood at the platform. To Purusha, they resembled machines, each engaged in the monotonous rhythm of daily life, their faces reflecting a certain numbness. They disembarked from a black car and made their way toward platform 9 3/4. I must say, their suits are rather stylish. Edmund observed the attire of those around him, nodding in approval. Indeed, particularly the ladies' garments. I imagine I could add some to my wardrobe soon. Eleanor smiled brightly at this remark. The couple bore little prejudice against muggles. After all, their aesthetic sense and intellect were qualities they genuinely appreciated. However, admiration aside, it was true that most witches and wizards in the magical world held a disdain for muggles, and thus they could not express their appreciation too overtly. Purusha was clad in the new student uniform of Hogwarts, the top button of his collar meticulously fastened. His tie hung neatly around his neck, and his black robe was impeccably fitted, accentuating a unique aura that surrounded him. They navigated through the bustling crowd, arriving at a pillar near the platform. This is it. Oh, I just saw other young wizards go inside. Eleanor momentarily paused, then joyfully patted Purusha on the shoulder. Go on, Purusha, we shall await your letter. Observing the children occasionally pushing carts around, Purusha said nothing and walked directly through the wall. Harry entered just ahead of Purusha, his excitement palpable as he beheld the Hogwarts Express. After boarding with Ron, he caught a glimpse of Purusha, who seemed to have just entered. Just as he was about to greet him, Harry was jostled forward by others boarding behind him, and when he peered back, Purusha had vanished. Are you looking for someone? Ron inquired curiously, glancing around, but seeing no one approaching to greet Harry. Perhaps I was mistaken, but I'll see him at school too. Let us find a place to sit. With a sigh, Harry and Ron located a compartment and began to introduce themselves. While Ron expressed surprise at Harry's name, Purusha, on the other side, had minimized all his luggage with a shrinking charm, appearing quite unburdened. Boarding the train, he navigated through the chattering, excited first years and opted for a compartment at the rear of the train. At least it was quiet here, away from the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, the students he passed hurriedly distanced themselves, both curious and repulsed. However, this did not concern Purusha in the slightest. Sitting on a comfortable seat, he retrieved a handheld, square glass tank that had been restored to its original size. Inside, a small black octopus joyfully waved its tiny tentacles, gently tapping the edges of the tank. Hello. Is anyone else here? A girl, laughing and chatting outside, paused at the sight of Purusha and the octopus on the table, her expression momentarily blank. She promptly shut the door and left with her bemused companions. Several other students seeking compartments experienced similar reactions. Each time they encountered the gloomy Purusha and his octopus, they quickly changed their minds and left. Consequently, Purusha relished the solitude, indifferent to the others. Excuse me, have you found a place? I'll head over now. You. Door slams, sorry to intrude. Oh, how peculiar to have an octopus as a pet. Thus, the tale of the somber boy and his octopus swiftly circulated among the new students, leading to an absence of anyone willing to sit with him. Observing his own reflection in the glass, Purusha slowly revealed a faintly sinister smile. Chapter 6, A Peculiar Freshman? The soon-to-be freshman laughed and played in the aisle of the train. Yet, contrasting the lively atmosphere outside, the compartment felt somewhat cold and eerie. Those who chose to leave felt the ambience was too gloomy, especially with the presence of the sullen boy. Hey, I assume no one is here. Oh, indeed. The compartment door swung open, and a bright voice from a girl echoed from the entrance. Purusha merely tilted his head slightly to acknowledge the girl with short black hair, remaining immersed in his own world. Pansy shrugged. She had indeed heard tales of a gloomy oddball in this compartment. Observing him now confirmed the rumors. As she glanced outside, the train emitted a low hum, causing her to stumble slightly, grabbing onto the doorframe for support. Well, the train has departed. It wouldn't hurt to spend a little time with him. If you don't mind, I'll come in. The train began to run smoothly and swiftly, the wheels rhythmically clattering against the tracks. The atmosphere within the carriage gradually shifted from its initial clamor to a subtle tranquility. As the first years awaited with a mix of nervousness and curiosity, Pansy sat in the seat opposite, exhaling with relief as she flexed her wrist. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the table that separated them, where a small octopus was playfully bobbing within a glass tank. My goodness, you truly brought a pet octopus. The girl gasped in surprise, leaning in closer to observe the little creature in the water. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, devoid of any hint of revulsion. She gently prodded the octopus's tentacle, which was pressed against the glass, and felt her heart soften at the sight of the adorable creature. What a unique hobby. Though I must admit, I have a fondness for these peculiar beings as well. Ahem. I wonder if you will respond, but I shall introduce myself nonetheless. Pansy straightened her posture with the grace of a privileged young lady, speaking with a blend of cheerfulness and pride. My name is Pansy Parkinson. Naturally, if you have heard of the Parkinson family, you should be aware of me. Upon finishing her introduction, an abrupt silence enveloped the air. He really doesn't intend to engage. Pansy shrugged nonchalantly, touching her nose with her fingertip. Well then, since you choose silence, I shall devise a topic to discuss. Pansy chuckled lightly. Otherwise, this journey would be unbearably dull. Hey, I must say, when I first entered, I thought you must be quite tall standing up. Did you not bring any luggage? Although our belongings will be automatically transported to our dormitories, surely you did not only bring this little octopus with you? Does it have a name? I am quite eager to learn what this cute creature is called. The chatty girl blinked her bright, dark eyes, her joy unabashed. Perusius remained impassive, pondering how the platinum-haired boy was much like this girl, both incessantly chattering. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and a lanky boy stepped inside, pausing momentarily at the sight of the two. He acknowledged them with a curt nod before taking a seat beside Perusius, leisurely retrieving a book and directing all his attention to it. My goodness, Theodore, what brings you here? Aren't you with them? It was evident that Pansy recognized the boy. He replied to her in a nonchalant tone, I required a quiet place to read. Their side was too noisy. With that, he turned a page in his book. Pansy smirked with a hint of exasperation, rolling her eyes. You truly do carry a book wherever you go. I dare say, you two might actually become friends. Both are woefully reticent. It's rather disheartening. I shall go out and see where Draco and the others are instead. The girl opened the door and stepped out, leaving Theodore and Perusius in silence, neither uttering a word. The atmosphere was decidedly harmonious. However, during this interval, Theodore briefly glanced at Perusius, who was quietly gazing out the window. Forget it, he thought. He didn't wish to partake in meaningless socializing. Meanwhile, Pansy found her way to the room where Draco and the others were gathered, though their mood seemed notably somber. A faint tension hung in the air. Goyle and Crabbe sat hunched together, silent. Who has upset our young Malfoy? What is the matter with you two? Pansy approached, noticing Draco appeared to be trembling with anger. His meticulously styled platinum hair seemed somewhat disheveled, and his robe bore splotches of brown. If Pansy was not mistaken, they must have been splattered by a chocolate frog's sneeze. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances before Goyle spoke up. We encountered that Harry Potter and the Weasley boy. Pansy raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Draco closely. It seemed he bore more than just those marks. His clothing appeared to have been tugged at as well. My goodness. You didn't actually get into a fight with them, did you? The Weasley and Harry Potter. Is it that Harry Potter? Suddenly, realization dawned on her, and she covered her mouth in astonishment as she looked at Draco. If you have come to disturb me, you might as well leave. Parkinson, Draco said, his expression darkening, internally seething at Harry and Ron. That detestable Potter. How dare he reject Malfoy's overtures? Off to the impoverished Weasley. Very well. Let him see whether Potter will regret his choice. And that wretched Weasley. How dare he throw chocolate frogs at him? Truly, a penniless traitor from the Weasley line. They even attempted to seize him by the collar during the chaos. Draco violently stripped off his soiled cloak and tossed it aside, as if stomping on Weasley's image. Observing him, Pansy couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Well, once school begins, you shall have ample time to teach them a lesson, won't you? We are nearing the school, and I suggest you tidy your hair. She pointed at Draco's crumpled collar and disheveled locks. The boy exhaled in frustration, reordering his hair. However, he suddenly lifted his head to Pansy. By the way, have you heard about the gloomy freak on the train? Where is that fellow? Chapter 7, Master Malfoy and the Freak. Once aboard the train, Draco overheard the first-year students discussing the peculiar boy. From their descriptions, he deduced that the oddity in question was Perusius Slytherin. Although their fathers had conversed amicably, and his father had encouraged him to befriend the boy, the thought of someone who emanated an aura as unapproachable as a block of ice did give him pause. To him, Perusius resembled a sea monster that preferred the depths of dark, unfathomable waters. He had initially intended to seek out the boy to join him, but instead, he encountered Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, which tarnished his image. Humph. Are you referring to that boy whose eyes are obscured by hair, tall and brooding? Pansy looked somewhat surprised, not expecting Draco to recognize the boy. Spare me your idle chatter, Parkinson. Where is he? Draco glared at Pansy, who stood motionless, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. Oh, Merlin, you truly are. Fine, follow me. You should be grateful that I share a compartment with him. I never expected you to know him. He truly is a man of few words. Perhaps he is. Pansy hesitated before continuing mute. Draco, walking briskly beside her, paused momentarily to consider. He is merely painfully reticent. How am I to coax him into speaking more? Theodore is there too? TSK, I must admit, in some respects, they are quite similar. The platinum-haired young master bit his lip, a flicker of helplessness passing through his gray eyes. Theodore appeared somewhat fatigued from reading. He closed his book and leaned back in his chair to relax. He noticed that the boy beside him remained fixated on the view outside the window, which inexplicably irked him. Was the scenery truly that captivating? Not to mention, it was nearly dusk outside. If his memory served him correctly, the boy had maintained this posture for several hours without variation. Reflecting on his previous observations, Theodore experienced a twitch in his eyelid. Theodore not. He placed the book on the table and spoke in a flat tone to the boy next to him. The statue-like boy suddenly turned his head, seemingly perplexed by Theodore's awareness of his gaze. Theodore thought to himself. Astonishingly, his neck made no sound. That is my name. It seemed to dawn on the boy, who finally opened his mouth. Perusia Searist. Indeed, communication among humans necessitated reciprocal acknowledgement, a principle Eleanor had continually emphasized. It was also something he had gleaned from his studies, although he felt somewhat ill at ease in his execution. Searist? Theodore quickly discerned the surname, realizing it belonged to the recently emerged enigmatic family. It certainly appeared to be shrouded in mystery, likely a result of the boys' limited exposure to the outside world. The door to their private room swung open abruptly, drawing their collective attention as they assumed it was Pansy returning. Perusia, a slender boy with platinum hair, swiftly entered. His shirt and tie appeared somewhat disheveled, and he lacked a cloak, leaving them to wonder what troubles he had encountered. Draco, hello. Perusia greeted Draco in a subdued tone, pausing momentarily to wave his hand. Why do you behave like a puppet? Pray tell, have you never interacted with anyone apart from your family before? Draco rolled his eyes at his friend's demeanor. Taking a seat directly opposite Perusia, Pansy closed the door of the private room and sat beside Draco, her short black hair bouncing as she mischievously winked at Perusia. Oh, so your name is Perusia Searist. What a lovely name it is. If it weren't for Draco, I probably wouldn't have learned your name until the sorting ceremony. I suppose you are correct. However, I do not see the merit in mingling with others. Perusia nodded, acknowledging Draco's earlier comment. He had indeed spent most of his life in solitude, preferring to immerse himself in studies. TSK, look at you. No wonder Uncle Edmund asked me to look after you. Without my presence, you would likely be ostracized before the sorting ceremony. Poor thing. Draco rolled his eyes again, exuding an air of exasperation. Then his gaze fell upon the small octopus on the table. You actually brought another pet to school. I can't fathom how the headmaster approved of this. He reached out, curious yet apprehensive, wanting to touch the octopus. Why can Perusia bring an octopus? Yet I cannot have a little dragon. I submitted an application. Cole is harmless and non-aggressive, so it is permitted, Perusia explained regarding Draco's inquiry. His answer elicited a light giggle from Pansy, who, in a teasing tone, remarked, honestly, you ignored me just now. The moment the young master arrives, you suddenly respond to his questions, truly absurd. Oh, come on, Pansy, he is unfamiliar with you. Of course, he would converse more with me, Draco said with a hint of pride, lifting his chin disdainfully at Pansy. By the way, Theodore, have you two been introduced? Draco inquired, a sense of pride swelling within him. Yes, Theodore replied simply, nodding. Wow, I didn't expect you two to have introductions. Ha, Pansy teased, her tone devoid of mockery. Simply playful. Perusia fixed his gaze on Draco, observing the boy conversing animatedly with Pansy and Theodore. He suddenly produced a sleek, dark, slightly twisted wand from his sleeve. What do you need your wand for? Draco's body stiffened, mirroring the confusion of the other two as they watched Perusia silently point the wand at him. Did he intend to silence them forever due to their clamor? A little tidying up, Perusia murmured, lightly waving his wand, causing Draco's disheveled hair and rumpled clothing to appear orderly. Realizing that Perusia merely wished to assist in restoring his appearance, Draco struggled to maintain his composure but ultimately relaxed against the back of his chair. You are quite understanding. Thanks. Chapter 8, Official Enrollment in the Black Lake. It seemed they had been somewhat narrow-minded. Who would have thought that Perugia only wished to use a spell to help Draco present himself more neatly? I can only say, Perugia, your spell work appears exceptionally proficient. How impressive. Could you teach me? Pansy exclaimed excitedly, clasping her fists in hopeful anticipation. Merlin, to understand how much talent is required to learn spells, even for simple ones, there are so few who can wield them with such finesse as Perugia. She had only learned some straightforward and convenient household charms. The response to her inquiry was a profound silence. Just as Perugia was about to speak, Draco interjected, snapping his fingers in front of the two. Hey, Parkinson, shouldn't you be focusing on your studies during class? Do you think the professors at Hogwarts and the vast library exist without purpose? Perugia is under no obligation to teach you. I jest. I haven't even asked him to teach me yet. How could you presume to make that request first? Draco thought it essential to remind her that Perugia might not acquiesce to Pansy's plea, even though they had only recently become acquainted. Draco muttered to himself, you are truly something else. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. You are like a possessive peacock, Draco, Pansy remarked, crossing her arms nonchalantly, then deliberately smirking as she made a comparison. The train is about to arrive at Hogwarts. Your luggage will be delivered to the school shortly. Please prepare to disembark. And do not forget to gather your belongings. A deep voice echoed through the train's speakers, repetitively announcing these phrases. Finally, they were arriving. Gentlemen, I believe you may step out now. Pansy exited the private room to peer outside, evidently having spotted the approaching station. The train slowed progressively, eventually coming to a steady halt at a station. The little wizards jostled and pushed each other as they disembarked from the train, stepping onto a dim and cramped platform. Merely glimpsing the open train doors was enough to ascertain the coldness outside, as the biting wind swept in through the entrance. Draco instinctively shrank his neck and wrapped his arms around himself, realizing with dismay that he had forgotten he had discarded his outer robe. He had nothing to shield himself from the frigid air. Just as he resolved to endure until reaching the school, a hand gently rested upon his shoulder. As he turned, a brand new black robe was draped over him, evidently much larger than his own. Parvulia stood behind him, calmly nudging him forward, signaling him to disembark. Draco, momentarily taken aback, awkwardly tightened his grip on the robe and leaped off the train, joining the throng outside. It was only upon standing in the open air that he truly felt the chill. Fortunately, Parvulia had produced an extra robe from somewhere, offering it to him. Humph. The boy pouted, lifting his chin with a sense of pride. Pansy was just ahead of them, while Theodore had seemingly vanished. But where did you find that robe? Draco couldn't help but murmur to Parvulia as they moved forward with the crowd. He was well aware that underage wizards were prohibited from using magic outside. Hence he would keep this matter to themselves. A shrinking charm. My luggage is all self-contained, including Kerr. Parvulia stood beside Draco, her tall stature effectively shielding him from the cold wind. He thought to himself, subtly slowing his pace to linger behind her. Noticing this small gesture, Parvulia's gaze shifted, but she said nothing. Ah, now I understand. I was wondering where your octopus had gone. Draco nodded, recognizing the convenience of such a spell. It seemed he needed to find ways to learn more spells from Parvulia. He was certain she possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding charms. After all, they had not previously been subjected to the current restrictions of the magical world, so there must be much they could accomplish. Achoo! Draco sneezed, and Parvulia glanced down, noting that his face and ears appeared slightly flushed from the cold. Seemingly sensitive to the chill, Draco clutched the oversized black robe tightly around him. Pansy chuckled, drawing her attention back from the front to address the pair behind her. Did you see that half-giant leading the way? His appearance is utterly dreadful. Most importantly, the so-called savior seems to be engaging in delightful conversation with Weasley and that half-giant. Upon hearing this, Draco immediately craned his neck and stood on tiptoe to peer ahead, discovering, just as Pansy had said, that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were laughing and conversing with the half-giant known as Hagrid. Sooner or later, he would realize whom he ought to be befriending. Oh, look at him standing there with that destitute Weasley. It's truly amusing, Draco huffed, exhaling cold air through his nose, dismissing the scene before him. He would wait for Potter to come begging to be his friend. At this moment, however, he was far more eager for their impending arrival at the school. Hey, first-year students, watch your step. Just around this bend, you will catch sight of Hogwarts. Hagrid bellowed with his booming voice to the little wizards trailing behind him. As they rounded the corner, a vast, dark lake appeared before them. Towering majestically on the opposite shore stood a grand, illuminated castle. The sight was indeed steeped in mystery, prompting a satisfied nod from Parvulia. Numerous small boats were moored by the lake, each adorned with a lantern casting a soft glow. For to a boat, please board quickly, children. Hagrid waved his hand, and the eager little wizards soon grouped 4 by 4 to board the vessels. Spotting Goyle and Crabbe approaching, Draco hurriedly waved them off. You two go find your own boat. I'll join them. The two hulking boys paused, momentarily stunned, but obediently complied, opting for another boat. Here's another one. Hurry up, Pansy called from another boat, waving to Draco and Parvulia. Your movements are quite nimble, Parkinson, Draco remarked with a hint of praise as he approached Pansy, only to discover another familiar figure seated beside her. Theodore? Ha ha ha, you should consider yourself fortunate that Theodore boarded first, otherwise, I might not have secured this boat. Pansy giggled, attributing her good fortune to Theodore. Don't get me wrong. I simply prefer not to share a boat with unfamiliar faces, Theodore replied coolly. The boats carrying the new students glided toward the castle perched upon the cliff, the towering structure drawing ever closer, prompting everyone to hold their breath and gaze upward in awe. The lake's waters were undeniably deep. Draco stole a glance, feeling a shiver run through him, and quickly averted his gaze. Parvulia, however, merely lingered on the castle for a moment before becoming engrossed in the inky depths of the lake. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the other three were preoccupied, while Parvulia's hand brushed against the surface of the black lake. Unbeknownst to anyone, a tendril of darkness slipped from his fingertips into the depths below. Chapter 9. The Formal Enrollment and Sorting Ceremony. Parvulia's gesture appeared casual, as though she had merely absent-mindedly skimmed her hand across the water's surface before nonchalantly withdrawing her fingers. Neither Draco nor Pansy noticed this action, but the observant Theodore did catch sight of Parvulia's movement. If he wasn't mistaken, she had just dipped her finger into the lake. How remarkably brave of her. Did she not fear there might be creatures lurking within that could attack? Or was it simply a whimsical desire to play with the water? Theodore quickly shut his eyes, striving to quell the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind, clearing away the unnecessary distractions. After a brief interlude, the boats finally arrived at the base of the castle's cliff, landing upon a path strewn with gravel and cobblestones. The little wizards hurriedly followed Hagrid, twisting and turning through a tunnel as they formally entered the castle's subterranean depths. They practically jogged to keep pace with the main group, ascending flight after flight of stairs until they finally came to a halt. Look at Potter's foolish expression. Draco couldn't help but mutter to those beside him. Standing at the forefront of the line were Harry, Ron, and Hermione, all gazing with wide-eyed wonder at the stern lady standing before the enormous doors. This lady bore a serious expression, her posture upright as she regarded the young wizards on the staircase below. It seems you are all present. That is splendid. Professor McGonagall nodded, then produced her wand and gently tapped it against the wall behind her. The crisp sound of her tapping silenced the previously chattering students, bringing an immediate hush. Welcome to Hogwarts. She gazed at the group of excitable little ones before her, feeling a twinge of helplessness as she nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, every time she beheld these youthful faces, a sense of solace washed over her, for they would soon be the next generation of wizards in the magical realm. Before you officially take your seats in the dining hall, we shall first conduct a sorting ceremony. Once you have been assigned to the house that you desire, or the one that best suits your character, we will commence the feast. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Throughout your time here, your actions will significantly impact your respective houses, a fact that I trust your upperclassmen will elaborate upon. Professor McGonagall methodically conveyed the details of the sorting ceremony to the new students, nodding in satisfaction. With a flick of her robes, she turned and strode into the hall behind her. Follow me. Her voice resonated in their ears, prompting the eager newcomers to trail behind her with excitement. Splendid. I have no doubt I will be sorted into Slytherin, Pansy declared, weaving through several students to reach the front of the crowd. I'm off. You can take your time. Her confidence suggested a foregone conclusion, but Draco, leisurely trailing at the back of the group with his arms crossed, suddenly turned to Purusha. You should end up in Slytherin, shouldn't you? Without awaiting a response, Draco shook his head dismissively. Given your demeanor, Gryffindor seems highly unlikely. He could scarcely fathom how terrifying it would be for someone like Purusha to join Gryffindor. That gloomy fellow would undoubtedly be battered by the rowdy Gryffindors. Purusha, listening to Draco's self-indulgent analysis, felt an inexplicable sense of resignation. How rich this boy's inner world must be, she mused. Suddenly, Draco smirked and quickened his pace, seemingly with some intent. Hey, Harry Potter. Crabbe and Goyle, observing his movement, hurried to catch up. The two hulking figures collided with other students in their haste. Hey, can you slow down? How rude. Can't you form a line? Grumbled those who were jostled aside, casting disgruntled glances at the towering figures. Purusha watched as Draco bounded ahead to block Harry Potter's path, who had just helped Neville locate his toad, Trevor. The trio's imposing stance made it difficult for Harry not to perceive them as intending to confront him and Ron. You again? You really are quite the pest, Malfoy, Ron remarked, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Draco shot Ron a glare before striding up to Harry with an air of arrogance. I hope you regret turning me down on the train, because you shall soon discover that certain wizarding families are indeed superior, Potter. No one wishes to befriend a miscreant. With a pointed look at Ron, who was fuming, he smirked disdainfully. Then, amidst the onlookers, he extended his hand with a confident smile. And I am the one who can assist you. Students caught in the blockade whispered in astonishment, realizing that the famed savior of the wizarding world, Potter, was among them. Oh, Merlin S. Beard. They are in the same year as the boy who lived. Purusha sensed the joy radiating from the surrounding children as she gazed intently at Harry and Draco. A silence enveloped the scene, and Ron swallowed nervously, uncertain of Harry's response. Harry looked at Draco with clear eyes and, taking a deep breath, spoke resolutely. Thank you, but I believe I can distinguish between right and wrong on my own. Your words and actions, however, make me quite uncomfortable. I'm sorry. He did not take Draco's hand, which greatly relieved Ron. Oh, Harry, you are simply the best friend. Ron felt a surge of emotion within him. Draco, having been rejected by Harry for the second time, felt his pale face grow even whiter with indignation at Harry's words. He angrily withdrew his hand just as Professor McGonagall arrived in the hall, noticing her students scattered behind her. Raising an eyebrow in confusion, she returned to investigate. What is going on? Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, she found a throng of young wizards blocked from entry. Slightly perturbed, she approached swiftly, lightly tapping Draco on the back with her list. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry along. Professor McGonagall cast a puzzled glance at Draco, seemingly warning him. Draco puffed his cheeks, appearing quite vexed as he led Crabbe and Goyle to the back of the line. Well, Potter clearly lacks discernment. Preferring to associate with a Weasley of all people. Refusing me on the train was one thing, but to do so in front of all these people? Very well. It seems you have failed again. Purusha remarked flatly to Draco, observing that Harry, the bespectacled boy she had encountered in Diagon Alley, did not seem to approve of Draco's behavior and words. I would rather you maintain that silence of yours, she added. Enough, I don't wish to say anything more. Draco scowled, glaring daggers at Harry and Ron's backs, as if he could bore a hole through them with his gaze. Very well, Purusha chose silence. Sensing Draco's growing frustration beside her, the interrupted line resumed following Professor McGonagall into the dining hall, which was already filled with the entire faculty and student body. The opulent hall was adorned exquisitely, capturing the attention of the young wizards, who gazed around in wonder. The ceiling sparkled with a breathtaking night sky, and countless candles floated in the air, illuminating the grand hall. For long tables were filled with students from each house, who ceased their conversations to observe the newcomers as they entered. Purusha and Draco chose to remain silent, deliberately walking at the back of the line. In truth, Purusha aimed to linger behind, yet Draco insisted on standing by her side. Thus, the polished Malfoy heir stood out starkly next to the gloomy oddity. In that moment, Purusha truly felt the weight of the resignation she had read about in her books. Chapter 10. The Noteworthy Individuals at the Sorting Ceremony. As the saying goes, where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. And with the strikingly handsome visage of Draco Malfoy, unmistakably bearing the hallmark of the Malfoy lineage, he was undoubtedly the most conspicuous among the newcomers. The upperclassmen of various houses, upon catching sight of his proud demeanor and distinctive hair, immediately recognized him as a quintessential Malfoy and a Slytherin. In stark contrast stood the tall boy, whose features seemed shrouded in an indescribable gloom. His disheveled bangs barely revealed a gaze that was both profound and detached. An aura of forbidding isolation emanated from this boy, compelling others to regard him with a mix of apprehension and intrigue. Indeed, they appeared to embody a juxtaposition of light and darkness. Draco, acutely aware of the scrutiny surrounding him, glanced at Parsley, who was intently gazing ahead as if oblivious to the attention. He found it perplexing that his father desired him to forge connections with the Searist family, especially with their son, who bore a demeanor as dreary as a worn-out boot. Was it merely due to their lineage as an ancient, reclusive family? Perhaps they possessed arcane powers and clandestine secrets? Although he struggled to comprehend the rationale fully, he had gleaned some understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of social alliances from a young age. Since his father had this inclination, he resolved to make an effort to cultivate a rapport with Parsley. However, the disdainful glances directed at Parsley by those around him suggested that life at Hogwarts might prove challenging for him. Do you wish to say something, Draco? Parsley inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity in light of the palpable emotions radiating from the boy beside him. Just then, the line came to a halt as Professor McGonagall stood at the forefront, clutching a tattered, patched hat, ready to call names for sorting. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Look, at least he has begun to engage in conversation, hasn't he? Draco remarked, his lips curling in disdain as he briefly regarded Parsley before averting his gaze. Humph. Many new students had already been assigned to their respective houses, with the 4 long tables and faculty members erupting in applause and cheers to welcome them. Professor McGonagall's clear and resonant voice echoed through the hall. Draco Malfoy, you'd best pray you're not sorted into Gryffindor, Draco thought, raising his chin and striding confidently and haughtily to the front under the weight of many eyes. He took a seat, and as the sorting hat was placed upon his head, it scarcely touched his hair before it bellowed without hesitation. Slytherin. Unlike the previous indifferent responses, a resounding applause erupted from the Slytherin table, clearly welcoming the heir of the Malfoy family. The students at the Slytherin table exhibited a rare enthusiasm, making room for the young Malfoy. Upon sitting, Draco fixated his gaze on Harry until Harry, refusing to back down, shot him a challenging glare. Draco clenched his teeth, muttering, "That wretched Potter." He quickly regained his composed demeanor and cast a glance toward Parsley. "Now you see it clearly, Harry. It's not just him. You must understand that many of the unsavory characters in the wizarding world hail from Slytherin. They are a proud lot, believing themselves superior to everyone else." Ron leaned closer to Harry, whispering, "Is that so?" Harry, somewhat taken aback, admitted he was unaware of such matters. Yet he felt ill-equipped to form a judgment on the situation. He would surely learn more in due course. Harry Potter. After Ron was sorted into Gryffindor, it was Harry's turn. Professor McGonagall seemed to deliberately amplify her voice, pausing momentarily as she announced his name. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, and the once boisterous hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the teachers at the staff table, previously engaged in quiet conversation, turned their solemn attention toward him, including the kindly figure of Professor Dumbledore seated at the center, drawing confidence and comfort from Dumbledore's gaze. Harry took a deep breath and approached the front until the sorting hat was placed atop his head. Parsley, sensing the charged atmosphere, noted that others appeared even more anxious than Harry regarding which house he would be assigned to. Sitting on the stool, Harry felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation about his fate. However, upon raising his eyes, he caught sight of Parsley standing quietly in the back, seemingly detached from the world. Perhaps influenced by Parsley's calm demeanor, Harry closed his eyes, striving to steady his nerves. "Yes, this is nothing. My parents were once part of this school, and I surely will be too." Finally, as if awakening from a long slumber, the sorting hat emerged from its contemplative state and proclaimed, "Gryffindor." Yay, yay, yay. The Gryffindor table erupted into an unparalleled cacophony of celebration, even more fervent than before. "We have Potter! We have Potter!" While Gryffindor basked in immense joy, the other 3 houses maintained a more subdued demeanor, particularly Slytherin, where few were willing to applaud. Parsley, standing like a pillar at the back, finally awaited his name to be called by Professor McGonagall. Indeed, he was the last to be announced. Perhaps the list was arranged in a rather arbitrary manner. Parsley Searest. Professor McGonagall gestured, commenting on how remarkably quiet this boy was. Did he not feel fatigued standing so still? She couldn't help but admire his composure and patience. Upon hearing his name, the students turned their curious gazes toward him, with some expressing surprise at the mention of his surname. "No way, the heir of the Searest family has come to Hogwarts. Oh, I thought their family had no children." He's quite tall, but there's an eerie aura about him. As a mysterious pureblood family, he was destined to be a Slytherin. With a warm smile, Dumbledore observed Parsley as he took his seat and donned the sorting hat. Even the stern, dark-clad professor at the faculty table glanced up, albeit with a furrowed brow. Lost in thought, Parsley's icy demeanor remained unchanged as he silently awaited the sorting hat's verdict. "Oh, this is quite unusual. I see no information about you. A mysterious family, Searest, is it? Yet, I sense that you are lacking in many aspects. But fear not, for here, you shall find what you seek." The sorting hat murmured, seemingly taken aback by Parsley's enigmatic nature. "Thus, I believe this house is the most suitable for your belonging." Slytherin. Chapter 11. It seems Slytherin does not take kindly to young Mr. Searest. The sorting hat was unable to delve into the depths of the child's thoughts. However, it was solely due to his demeanor, coupled with the enigmatic allure of the prestigious pureblood family known as Slytherin, that one could ascertain he was indeed a prime candidate for that very house. "Well then," I mused, "Slytherin appears to be the most fitting abode for you." After proclaiming his house, the sorting hat continued to murmur softly to Purusha. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall approached to retrieve the hat. "Please take a seat over there, Slytherin," she said, giving Purusha a reassuring pat on the back, her previously stern expression softening considerably. As Purusha made his way toward their table amidst the sparse applause from Slytherin, he keenly sensed an undercurrent of discomfort. Students occupying the vacant seats nearby, upon realizing his intention to sit, hastily feigned nonchalance, their hands strategically placed to signal, "This spot is off limits." After encountering several such dismissive gestures, Purusha's protracted hesitation naturally drew the attention of others from different houses, particularly a poised Dumbledore ready to speak, and a brooding Snape who momentarily shifted his gaze from Harry. A strand of hair fell across Purusha's face as he coldly scrutinized the Slytherin table, his expression darkening. He tucked the errant hair behind his ear, and as Snape observed Purusha's predicament, he was unexpectedly reminded of his own first days at Hogwarts. Ah, see, I told you Slytherins are quite the wicked lot. That poor soul, assigned to such a house, Ron lamented, shaking his head in sympathy. Yet, he added, there was an undeniable aura about this individual that made one reluctant to approach. Hermione, overhearing this, rolled her eyes. How polite of you. What is the difference between you and them? Judging someone solely on their appearance, she retorted, fixing Ron with a disapproving stare. After merely 2 seconds of eye contact, Ron faltered, his conviction crumbling. All right, that wasn't my intention, he mumbled, retreating into silence. Purusha, why are they unwilling to let him sit beside them? Did everyone not just affirm that Slytherin is a pureblood family? Harry glanced anxiously at Purusha, who appeared remarkably composed despite the circumstances. I cannot simply stand idly by. I must call him over. Just as he reached out to stand and beckon Purusha, Ron yanked him back into his seat. Hey, Harry, don't do anything foolish. Ron anxiously scanned their surroundings, relieved that no one had noticed Harry's earlier intent. He exhaled a long breath. Harry remained puzzled. I know Purusha. Since we are all students of the same school, why shouldn't he be allowed to sit here? After all, they aren't letting him sit over there, are they? No. Mate, you seem to be unaware of a fundamental truth. At Hogwarts, the relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor has always been one of animosity. Your actions could alienate you from both sides. Think carefully, Ron whispered, sharing insights he often gleaned from his older brothers. But Harry furrowed his brow, looking perplexed at the faculty and students around him. Shouldn't the 4 houses be unified? What is going on? What are you all doing? Professor McGonagall rapped her crystal goblet, the sharp sound and her stern gaze prompting the Slytherin students to avert their eyes, feigning innocence. Mr. Slytherin, please find a seat at once. She subtly nodded toward Purusha, her expression shifting to one of irritation as she directed her gaze at the Slytherin table. Perhaps fearing a deduction of house points, the upperclassman decided against further entertainment. Just as someone was about to call Purusha over, a pale hand seized him, pulling him toward an unoccupied corner of the table. Stop dawdling. Sit here. Purusha was abruptly guided to a seat, while Goyle and Crabbe discreetly shifted aside. He regarded Draco with surprise. What are you staring at? Standing there is utterly embarrassing. Draco averted his gaze, casting a discontented glance at those around him. Observing the heir of the Malfoy family taking the initiative to seat Purusha beside him, several onlookers opened their mouths in astonishment, reluctantly averting their gazes. Some began to regret their earlier judgments, reconsidering their dismissive attitudes toward this brooding figure. After all, he hailed from a mysterious pure-blood lineage, the influences and powers behind which remained unknown to them. In their haste, they had instinctively distanced themselves, failing to recognize the implications of their actions. Should their elders discover such folly, it would indeed be regrettable. Thank you, Purusha contemplated for a moment. Perhaps Draco had intentionally left a spot for him. Nonetheless, there were words that needed to be spoken, recalling the appropriate context for gratitude. Purusha expressed his thanks to Draco in a subdued tone. Humph. Draco lifted his chin with an air of superiority. This fellow actually knows how to say thank you. He is certainly making progress. Wait, why do I think that? With this thought, Draco fell into a reverie. Seeing that McGonagall acknowledged Draco had finally seated himself, she exchanged a nod with Dumbledore. Welcome to Hogwarts. Here, you may consider this your second home. I am delighted to meet you all. Before the festivities commence, allow me to issue a few warnings. Dumbledore rose with a warm smile, his gentle gaze sweeping across all the students. It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. I trust your upperclassmen will remind you of this. And of course, the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. If you wish to avoid a tragically cold demise, no one will venture there willingly. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, will apprehend every student who disregards the rules or roams at night. He chuckled heartily, stroking his fluffy white beard, as if he had just mentioned a trivial matter. Snape shot a glance at the Slytherin table, and the upperclassmen felt a chill of apprehension. Clearly, the earlier incident had displeased the headmaster. Now, please enjoy your dinner. Dumbledore returned to his seat, playfully winking at Harry. The students at the table erupted in exclamations of delight as an array of sumptuous dishes magically appeared before them, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they dug in. Purusha was momentarily taken aback by the mountainous spread of food. Are you daft? Hurry and eat. Once we're assigned dormitories, you'll regret not having enough to eat. Draco nudged his arm nonchalantly. Chapter 12. The Phantoms that Scatter Like Birds and Beasts. Thus, The brief unpleasantness at the Slytherin table was swiftly brushed aside. The students swiftly redirected their attention to the lavish banquet before them, an array of sumptuous and diverse dishes that left them utterly mesmerized, particularly the Gryffindor students, who indulged in their meals with boisterous enthusiasm. Harry observed Ron, who seemed to wish for 8 arms to hastily shove food into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he swallowed. Yet, Harry had never encountered such a delectable feast and ultimately joined in the revelry, joyfully devouring honey-glazed chicken legs, his eyes bright and his expression radiating sheer contentment. Undoubtedly, the dining behavior of the Slytherins was far more refined compared to the other 3 houses. Most displayed an air of elegance, leisurely selecting morsels from their plates, delicately cutting them into smaller pieces and savoring each bite with grace. The faint clinking of cutlery, under their poised actions, sounded almost melodious. However, Policia did catch sight of a few individuals who devoured their meals ravenously, such as Goyle and Crabbe. Oh, Draco's disdainful voice broke through, as he set down his cutlery and cast a disapproving glance at Goyle and Crabbe. Look at you two. How utterly embarrassing. Have you never encountered such food before? One would think you're on the brink of starvation. The corners of his mouth twitched visibly before he redirected his attention to Policia. From his impeccably refined dining etiquette and mannerisms, it was evident that Policia was the epitome of aristocratic grace. Yet, Draco narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on Policia's throat. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Typically, when individuals consume food, there is a discernible swallowing motion in the throat. However, upon observing Policia for a moment, he noted a rather peculiar phenomenon. It appeared that when Policia ate, he exhibited no chewing or swallowing. The food seemingly melted away in his mouth. Merlin, did he lack a throat, or possess some extraordinary magic that allowed sustenance to bypass the usual process and directly enter his stomach? Draco rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. When he reopened his eyes, he was astonished to see Policia's throat moving as he swallowed his food. He scrutinized the somewhat suspicious Policia. Perplexed, was he truly imagining things? Draco found himself doubting his own perceptions, turning his attention to the potatoes on his plate in a daze. The probing gaze shifted away, and Policia's lips subtly curled upward. Fortunately, he had discerned the cause of Draco's suspicion, quickly observing the dining behaviors of those around him, realizing where the doubt lay. He raised his hand to touch his throat and promptly mimicked the actions of chewing and swallowing. In truth, he could not ascertain his own situation clearly. However, his memories from childhood reflected a similar pattern. He had always exhibited many strange traits, feeling nothing when he refrained from eating, let alone when injured. Those peculiar characteristics were unknown to Mr. Edmund and Lady Eleanor, yet they were deeply concerned about any potential impact on Policia. As nothing had posed a disadvantage thus far, they had chosen to overlook these anomalies. Sensation was one aspect, but emotions were a veritable minefield. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted in the dining hall as a ghost materialized at the Gryffindor table. After greeting the older students, the ghost floated away. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, more ghosts began to emerge from various corners of the castle. Oh, goodness, they are real ghosts, the students exclaimed, some terrified, others curious, yet all unable to suppress their excitement as they gazed at the ethereal figures flitting about. This was a time-honored tradition at every Hogwarts opening ceremony. Draco was startled by a ghost that suddenly drifted too close, involuntarily emitting a startled sound. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly covered his mouth, holding his breath and inching closer to Policia. Merlin's beard. Why does it feel even colder near Policia? Draco mused internally, unable to suppress a mental quip about the boy's lack of body warmth. Yet he dared not distance himself. The ghost, a bloodied figure known as Nearly Headless Nick, noticed Draco's reaction and respectfully distanced himself. Apologies, I did not mean to frighten you. The bloodied ghost bowed apologetically, his gaze sweeping over to the boy seated beside Draco. My Merlin, what extraordinary eyes. While others might not discern the obscured gaze, he saw it distinctly at that moment. Those jet-black eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls, resembling an abyss as they stared back at him. The inky void exuded a chilling stillness that enveloped him, and the longer he gazed, the more he perceived the myriad dark tendrils twisting beneath the surface, creating that profound abyss. No. Nearly Headless Nick jolted back to reality, even having faced death once. He felt a rare surge of fear. In that instant, it felt as though he would truly be consumed by that darkness, an experience even a ghost could not endure. He flailed his arms in panic, his expression one of terror as he hastily fled from the Slytherin table, disappearing into the wall. His bizarre behavior drew the attention of both students and other ghosts. What on earth happened to Nearly Headless Nick? The fat friar scratched his head in confusion, bewildered by the scene. It seemed as though he was about to die again, calling out in such a frightful manner. The ghosts exchanged curious glances toward the spot where Nick had just stood, but their intrigue quickly dissipated as they beheld the boy with an aura so cold and oppressive it was as if he were a black abyss freezing their very souls. The mere glimpse of his partially visible eyes sent shivers down their spectral spines, and the palpable sense of danger and death compelled them to flee in disarray. Hey, why are they all leaving? Harry wondered, perplexed as he watched the once jovial ghosts scatter like startled birds, feeling bemused. Perhaps they're simply playing tricks again this year. Ron shrugged dismissively, unconcerned by the ghost's strange behavior. He had initially intended to boldly investigate what power the boy possessed that instilled such fear in the ghosts. But before he could approach Pelucia, he suddenly felt as though his very soul were being seized, causing him pain. Something's not right. This fellow is off. The ghost let out a shriek as it hastily departed the hall. Did we just see a ghost? With the apparitions now gone, Draco raised an eyebrow, feigning calmness as he resumed his seat and adjusted his collar. Or are they simply enacting another prank? How utterly tiresome. The students plunged back into lively conversation, oblivious to the ghost's peculiar exodus. Well, perhaps. Perugia raised the grape juice from the table to her lips, taking a delicate sip as she responded to Draco's words. Chapter 13. Roommates? How fortuitous. At the staff table, the antics of the ghosts led the teachers to believe it was merely a new prank from the spectral beings. Yet Dumbledore discreetly cast a glance towards the Slytherin table, where a brooding boy was intently consuming his meal. Beside him, young Mr. Malfoy was periodically jabbing the tall boy's arm, urging him to respond. A flicker of curiosity sparked in the kindly old man's eyes, yet he suppressed it. Just an ordinary child. Perhaps those ghosts were genuinely engaged in mischief. Snape's keen gaze swept over the Slytherin long table, searching for any signs of discord. Why did those ghosts flee in panic as they approached the Trelawney family? Could it be that this Trelawney family truly had ties to that individual? He cast a sidelong glance at the jovial Dumbledore, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Had Dumbledore truly uncovered the truth? Snape remained skeptical. Just then, the timid Professor Quirrell, with his head wrapped in a thick turban, cast a scrutinizing gaze towards Perugia. What are you looking at? Snape's low, cold voice cut through the air, startling Quirrell, who suddenly transformed from a composed individual into a timid fool. And nothing, Professor Quirrell stammered, hastily lowering his head to sift through the food on his plate. Before long, the meal had transformed into an array of exquisite pastries and fruits, accompanied by various juices. Draco, eager to elicit more words from Perugia, persistently nudged his arm, requesting assistance in reaching the food just beyond his grasp. In turn, Perugia obediently utilized her advantages to help Draco procure the items he desired. I think I've truly reached my limit, Draco sighed softly, patting his stomach. Yet his gaze lingered with regret on the 2 puddings he had secured. If he indulged further, he might be compelled to vomit. He glanced at the 2 hefty boys still shoving food into their mouths, suddenly envious of their appetites. However, having obtained them, he couldn't bear to waste them. Perugia, would you care to try this pudding? Draco turned to face Perugia, who, having already finished her meal, sat upright and composed. At the mention of pudding, Perugia's eyes fell upon the 2 enticingly bouncy puddings at his side. If she guessed correctly, Draco had a fondness for this treat. But it was evident he could no longer indulge. If you can't finish it, you could take it back to the dormitory, Perugia suggested after a brief moment of contemplation. Draco wore an expression that seemed to say, I knew you wouldn't say what I wanted to hear. Come on, do you really think I could take 2 puddings away? Sneaking back to the dormitory to eat them? I am a Malfoy. That would be utterly embarrassing. Though he longed to take them, his pride held him back. Ding, ding, ding. Professor McGonagall rose from the staff table and rang a bell, capturing everyone's attention. Draco was compelled to shift his focus. Should I go get him those 2 puddings? Perugia paused, lifting her gaze to Dumbledore, who was announcing something. The dining hour swiftly concluded, and the table was cleared of the treats, replaced with pristine tablecloths. Now, I must remind everyone not to use magic recklessly or attack fellow students. Please adhere to school rules and strive for academic excellence. Additionally, the tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the 2nd week of this term. Those interested are encouraged to sign up. Dumbledore's voice was kind. Oh, and welcome to Hogwarts. I wish you all a splendid evening. The old man winked and departed. The Slytherin prefect led the first-year wizards out of the dining hall, and Draco and Perugia walked together, following the group toward the Slytherin dormitory. I absolutely intend to sign up for Quidditch at Hogwarts. At last, an opportunity has arisen. Along the way, Draco appeared quite exhilarated, raising his fists in triumph, his spirit alight. Oh, you might be disappointed. Unfortunately, first years are not permitted to participate in Quidditch matches. Pansy's voice chimed cheerfully from behind, prompting Draco to glare at her before responding with a dismissive smile. Parkinson, if you have nothing good to say, I would appreciate your silence, thank you. Draco rolled his eyes, clearly irritated by her unhelpful remarks. They followed the dark-haired prefect to an ancient wall, intricately carved with lifelike serpents, causing gasps of surprise from the younger students. The prefect rapped on a particular spot of the stone wall, revealing a long, dark passageway that extended downward. Flanking the passage were serpent-shaped candelabras, their flames flickering with their passage. Throughout the journey, Perugia noted the pervasive serpentine motifs, candelabras, wall carvings, statues, and more. I heard our dormitory is beneath the Black Lake. I imagine we might see many creatures from the lake. I hope they aren't too unsightly, as it would offend my aesthetic sensibilities, Draco murmured, just as the prefect called out the password, pure blood. With a click, the carved stone wall swung open, revealing the Slytherin common room. The interior decor relieved them, as they had feared it might be overly grim. In truth, the combination of silver and green was rather elegant and pleasing to the eye. Regarding the password, you can check the notice board weekly. As for the rest, I believe you are well aware. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me or any other upperclassman or the head of house. Your dormitory assignments have been made, and you should proceed according to the names on your door plates. The prefect glanced at the drowsy first years and shook her head before departing. The boys' and girls' dormitories were in different directions, and Perugia followed the boys, quickly locating his dormitory. However, upon entering the common room, he noticed some hesitant glances directed his way. Never mind, he thought, choosing to disregard any unnecessary matters. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he caught sight of another name on the doorplate, causing him to pause. Draco Malfoy, Perugia Trelawney. What a serendipitous coincidence that he pushed the door open, stepping into the spacious and tidy two-person dormitory, which he found quite satisfactory. After selecting a bed and retrieving his belongings, Draco lazily opened the door and strolled in, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Perugia. A roommate? Oh, what a remarkable coincidence. A flicker of delight crossed Draco's face, as it seemed those individuals had intentionally arranged for them to be placed together. After all, it was during their time at the restaurant that Draco had truly demonstrated his closeness to Perugia. Chapter 14. I surmise you are now in a state of contentment, no longer harboring anger. The dormitory they shared was a privilege perhaps only afforded to Slytherins. The room appeared exceptionally spacious, with soft carpets laid beside both beds. Their beds were single ones adorned with four-poster canopies and green drapes, although the ties of the drapes and the linens were interwoven with delicate silver threads. The predominant hues of green and silver bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics and aesthetic of Slytherin, which was undoubtedly a source of satisfaction for Draco. Perugia's gaze fell upon the transparent window within the room, and as Draco had described, outside lay a lake, shimmering with a greenish hue. He could even see the fish swimming beyond the glass and various aquatic creatures. The window was magically protected, so there was no need to worry about any water seeping into the dormitory. It was indeed a sanctuary of safety. Upon entering, Draco promptly began to organize his belongings with such efficiency that he soon found himself perspiring profusely, his meticulously styled hair becoming somewhat disheveled. When had he ever been this industrious? Perhaps he ought to take his time and finish tomorrow. He felt utterly exhausted. He tossed aside his outer robe onto the floor and kicked off his shoes, collapsing onto the soft bed in a starfish position. Oh, if only I could have another spoonful of pudding before sleep, I would surely drift into a most delightful slumber. Draco stared at the canopy above, yawning. Clearly, after such a long day, he was quite fatigued. Perugia placed the glass tank containing coral by the window, hoping he could observe the scenery beneath the lake from there. A small black octopus floated in the water, its curious black eyes gazing inquisitively out the window. Its two tentacles gently rested on the glass tank before it cautiously poked at the window. Perugia turned to see Draco sprawled on the bed in a rather unrefined manner, his legs dangling off the edge, not fully resting on the mattress. His shirt was rumpled, and his tie had long since slipped to one side. This was the first time Perugia had witnessed the usually polished Draco in such a state of disarray. This boy truly exhibited the essence of youthful innocence. It seemed he did not care to maintain his aristocratic demeanor at such moments. After a moment's consideration, Perugia spoke candidly to Draco. The latter, lying motionless on the bed, fell silent for a moment before opening his eyes and giving Perugia a look of bewilderment, as if he were staring at a fool. Are you daft? My Merlin. That is merely an image to uphold outside. Why must I feign pretense in my own living quarters? Why shouldn't I relax comfortably like this? Unless I have a penchant for masochism, TSK. Draco waved his hand in exasperation, clearly irritated. Who would concern themselves with maintaining decorum in their own home? I am not an imbecile. He almost forgot about the fool who had been standing by the window like a statue since entering. He curled his lip and shifted on the bed, finally settling in. All right then. Perugia's voice fell silent, and Draco smacked his lips, hoping this fellow would quiet down. He was now so tired he longed to fall asleep immediately. However, Perugia's cool and somewhat somber voice broke the silence. Unless you wish for your clothes to become a wrinkled mess, or if you do not mind the dust from your attire settling on the bed, then good night. Perugia's words effectively shattered Draco's sleepiness. He bolted upright, glaring indignantly at Perugia, who appeared oblivious to the situation, his teeth clenched as if he were about to devour him. Yes, he had to admit that Perugia had indeed struck a nerve. Had he not been so fatigued moments earlier, he would have undoubtedly been bothered by such comments. I truly do not know if sharing a dormitory with you is a blessing or a curse. Why do you insist on acting like my father at such a time? He leapt from the bed, his feet landing on the soft carpet as he angrily grabbed his nightclothes and toiletries, storming into the bathroom. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Coral glanced curiously, and Perugia pondered the reason behind Draco's anger, exchanging a glance with Coral. Do not worry. I believe he shall calm down shortly. After a few moments of fuming in the bathroom, Draco emerged, having washed up and changed into clean, crisp white pajamas. A towel draped over his head. I now believe that what you most need to learn at Hogwarts is not magic, but rather how to read others' expressions and discern their thoughts. He had intended to reprimand Perugia, standing at the bathroom door with a stern countenance, fixated on Perugia. At least this individual had moved to sit on his own bed. He cast a glance at Perugia's wardrobe, the doors still ajar, revealing a meticulously arranged collection of clothing. A glance revealed, all predominantly black. What a dark creature. Why not just reside in the Black Lake? Draco sighed, letting his shoulders droop as he silently criticized. However, his keen eyes soon caught sight of the two golden puddings resting on his bedside table. Pudding? Did you bring this? How on earth did I overlook where you stashed it? His grievances vanished in an instant as he dashed forward, his eyes sparkling as he picked up the pudding, eagerly scooping a bite with a spoon he found nearby. Good heavens! He had even brought a spoon. He truly had not seen how Perugia had managed to bring the pudding. Rather, it was astonishing that he had indeed returned with it because of his own words. Draco decided to overlook Perugia's earlier baffling behavior. Perugia neatly folded his outer robe, carefully untied his tie, and placed it aside. Ah, a simple spatial charm. It allows you to store the items you need. He nodded, and then fixed his gaze directly upon Draco. Draco raised an eyebrow in confusion. What was he staring at? But thank you. I never expected you to possess such magical prowess. Rest assured, I shall not disclose your use of magic to others. However, I hope you might teach me some of your spells. His gray eyes sparkled mischievously, and he smiled slyly, revealing his thoughts. Perugia gazed upon the exquisite smile gracing Draco's face. So, you are now happy, no longer upset from earlier. Humph, you certainly observe with great acuity. Draco, arms crossed, devoured the pudding, contentedly narrowing his eyes. Yet, the next moment, Perugia's figure materialized before him. He raised his wand, pointing it directly at himself without uttering a word. Huh, what are you doing? Realizing he meant no harm, Draco blinked in bewilderment, his gray eyes wide with confusion. Chapter 15. I hope we can coexist harmoniously. Perugia remained silent, merely giving his wand a gentle flick, and Draco felt his previously damp hair dry instantly and turn remarkably smooth. A simple drying spell. The book indicated that if one were to sleep without drying their hair, they would awaken with a headache the following day. I presume you wouldn't wish to fall ill on the very first day of classes. He retracted his wand, turned, and retrieved his pajamas before stepping into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water, Draco felt his excited expression slightly warm. Goodness, he had merely mentioned his desire for pudding, and yet Perugia, in his awkwardness, had brought it back for him. Moreover, he had just magically dried his hair. Well, he had to concede that Perugia was making remarkable progress. At the very least, he was slowly beginning to change, to attempt to engage with and observe others, wasn't he? Draco felt a swell of pride in having contributed significantly to such transformation. Chuckling, he burrowed into his blankets, cocooning himself tightly, with only his nose peeking out. Meanwhile, the corners of his mouth, hidden beneath the covers, involuntarily lifted in a smile. When Perugia emerged, he appeared thoroughly dry and comfortable, clearly someone accustomed to using drying spells. As he passed by Draco's bedside, the faint scent of irises wafted through the air, catching Draco's keen sense of smell. He watched intently as Perugia extinguished the dormitory lights and then gently laid down on his bed. Upon seeing Draco nestled under the covers, silent and still, Perugia initially assumed the boy had succumbed to sleep. Thus, he turned off the lights and quietly settled into bed. However, once he laid down and turned on his side, he discovered a pair of bright, sparkling eyes observing him in the dim light of the room. Fortunately, the ceiling adorned with magically conjured stars provided a faint illumination, allowing Perugia to discern Draco's features clearly. Are you not asleep yet? Only from this angle could Draco appreciate Perugia's sharply defined, handsome profile and his prominent nose. One of Perugia's eyes, partially obscured, was now fully visible to Draco. The sight momentarily took Draco aback, as he had not anticipated the depth and slenderness of Perugia's eyes. The irises dark as night. He felt an inexplicable sense of drowsiness wash over him the longer he gazed into that black eye. Perugia, Draco called softly, rubbing his eyes. The reticent boy responded succinctly. The two of them continued to gaze at one another, enveloped in a moment of tranquil silence. I believe I understand why others tend to shun you in the dining hall, Draco remarked, referring to the incident post-sorting when no one wished to sit beside Perugia. Your appearance and the aura you emanate truly make you quite unappealing. It's akin to the way most of the wizarding world detests that type of sullen dark wizard. Don't you see? Perugia blinked, his expression remaining largely unchanged. I can probably comprehend that. Even his tone of voice seemed to harbor but a single inflection. Don't you feel angry or disappointed? For instance, they are far too judgmental based on appearances, aren't they? Draco paused, his mouth agape as he spoke. Angry? I doubt such matters would provoke my ire. I feel indifferent about these things. They hold no significance for me. Perugia's words conveyed a genuine detachment that astonished Draco. Even if he were to be isolated, even if he were to endure bullying and humiliation from everyone, Merlin's beard, was he truly human? How could one be so unfazed by such matters? Had I not been here, you would have merely stood there awkwardly. Draco pouted, voicing his dissatisfaction. However, curiosity gnawed at him. Then what would make you angry? What if one day I inadvertently provoked your ire? Would you draw your wand against me? He mimicked a throat-cutting gesture cautiously. Perugia, for once, felt a smile threatening to break through, realizing that Draco had a remarkably rich inner world. I cannot say what might provoke my anger. Perhaps there is nothing in this world that warrants my ire. Rest assured, at the very least. I would not attack those I know indiscriminately. He regarded Draco reassuringly, his eyes never wavering. Oh, is there truly nothing that could incite your anger? Have you lived in seclusion long enough to become a saint? Those ancient fellows turned into portraits would scarcely possess your level of magnanimity. Draco was genuinely astonished by Perugia, conceding that a lack of anger could indeed be a virtue. He smacked his lips and released a quiet sigh of relief. Then will you teach me magic? He could not resist asking next. If you wish to learn, then may I play with your little octopus, Cole? Of course. If only I could have a special pet as well. That will come. Perugia responded patiently to Draco's inquiries. He observed Draco's face. The platinum-haired boy had a slightly pale complexion, yet his eyes shone brightly like eternal stars. Perhaps befriending such a lively and richly imaginative boy was a delightful choice. At least for now. Perugia found Draco's ability to maintain two distinct states at any given moment quite captivating. Draco continued to gaze at him, and Perugia's tone took on a hint of exasperation. Draco, you are already tired. We have classes tomorrow. You should get some sleep. With that, Perugia turned onto his back and closed his eyes. Draco murmured in agreement, also lying back and shutting his eyes, seemingly preparing to sleep. Perugia. Suddenly, Draco's clear voice broke the silence of the room. I hope we can enjoy each other's company. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out. We are friends, are we not? Draco appeared somewhat hesitant as he uttered the word friends. Perugia responded with a nonchalant Though somewhat disheartened by the boy's repetitive responses, Draco nevertheless felt a flicker of joy as he closed his eyes. The conversation ceased entirely, and before long, the sound of even breathing filled the air. Perugia opened his dark eyes and glanced at the boy, who was smiling in slumber. He then turned to look at the little octopus on the windowsill, which was also gazing back at him. Friends, he mused. That is not so bad. Narration. With this thought, Perugia displayed a personified smile. Chuckle. Chapter 16, Professor McGonagall and the Cat. Perugia awoke early and, having just finished his morning routine, found Draco enthusiastically leaping out of bed to wash up. Hey, I've been eagerly anticipating our first class today. Let us go. If you are prepared, shall we embark on our journey? Draco had styled his hair in a manner that appeared quite spirited, reminiscent of yesterday's look, albeit with an excessive application of gel that rendered his hair excessively glossy. Perugia silently donned her outer robe and followed Draco out of the dormitory. However, Draco made his way to the dormitory of Goyle and Crabbe, rapping sharply on the door to rouse the drowsy pair. Both boys emerged with disheveled hair and attire that appeared hastily thrown together, sporting a few wrinkles. Most notably, Perugia observed their astonishment upon seeing her alongside Draco. The atmosphere in the dining hall was decidedly lively, for the students were eagerly anticipating their first class at this esteemed institution. At the long table designated for Slytherin, the first-year newcomers sat in eager anticipation, engaging in hushed conversations. The head boy quickly distributed their timetables, which clearly outlined each subject along with its time, location, and the respective houses attending. Perugia's gaze lingered on the first class, noting the co-attending house, Gryffindor. Given Draco's previous altercations with Harry, she surmised that the ensuing lessons would likely be anything but serene. Her intuition proved correct. Draco animatedly recounted to Goyle and Crabbe his plans for dealing with that Potter. "Oh, just wait and see. I shall make him aware that his choices are flawed. Without a formidable family as a partner and support, one cannot establish a foothold," Draco asserted confidently, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he joined the first years in proceeding to the classroom. Upon entering, they were greeted by a collection of nervous young wizards already seated. Draco glanced at the podium, where a silver-gray tabby cat stood. "Oh, it seems Professor McGonagall has yet to arrive. Is that her pet?" He swaggered to the back of the classroom with Goyle and Crabbe, selecting a seat. Noticing that Purusha remained stationary at the door, Draco waved her over. "Purusha, why are you lingering there?" At his words, all eyes in the classroom turned toward her. The Slytherin's gazes were markedly less hostile than during the sorting ceremony, though a certain disdain lingered. The Gryffindors, however, were less forgiving, perceiving Purusha as a pure-blood dark wizard. Purusha, having recognized the tabby cat as Professor McGonagall, offered a slight bow and nodded at the feline before quietly making her way past the front row to sit beside Draco. The cat's eyes glimmered with a hint of approval as it nodded in satisfaction, observing Purusha settle into her seat. Professor McGonagall smiled subtly, clearly pleased to see that there were indeed gifted young witches and wizards among them. "Now that most are present, I wonder when Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley shall arrive," she mused, as the students murmured among themselves, speculating about her tardiness. "Is Professor McGonagall late? When shall we commence our lesson? I'm so eager. That cat is simply adorable." After conversing with Goyle and Crabbe, Draco turned back to poke Purusha gently. "I almost forgot. Did you just bow to that cat? I mean, it seems there is something amiss here." He gestured to his head, implying something was not quite right with her. Purusha, momentarily stunned by his conjecture, replied softly, "Because that cat is Professor McGonagall. I recognized her." "My Merlin, you discern that?" Draco exclaimed, eyes wide as he glanced at the feline now exhibiting a rather serious demeanor, even checking a pocket watch. "No, I just passed by her with pride. Even calling the cat her pet." The platinum-haired boy pressed his hand to his head, seemingly engulfed in a wave of regret. "Have you cultivated the legendary ability of seeing through deception? Most importantly, why didn't you forewarn me?" Draco kicked Purusha's shoe in frustration, clearly vexed. "I doubt Professor McGonagall will take issue with your actions, as you both were unaware. Ignorance is no sin. It is understandable since others have done the same." As he spoke, he pointed toward the door, which swung open with a loud bang as Harry and Ron hurriedly entered. "Huh, are they late? Huh." Draco couldn't suppress a laugh, casting a teasing glance at the tardy duo. Nevertheless, he remained curious about how Purusha had identified the cat as Professor McGonagall. "Hey, tell me how you knew that was McGonagall. It must be quite a feat to discern." He leaned closer to Purusha, his voice tinged with a playful tone, aware that were anyone to overhear, it would be quite embarrassing. "Well, that is a sophisticated form of transformation known as animagus. I suspect we will encounter it in due course. Had it not been for Edmund and Eleanor's staunch disapproval, I might have attempted animagus transformation much earlier." Purusha replied with a nonchalant expression. The collective gaze of the students shifted back to Harry and Ron. "Oh, Harry, it seems McGonagall has arrived even later than us. I think we can relax." Ron wiped the sweat from his brow, scanning the classroom before exhaling in relief. Although Harry was somewhat out of breath, he too felt eased by McGonagall's absence. "Quickly, Harry, we must find a place to sit." Ron beckoned, waving Harry to follow. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gasps of the young witches and wizards, the beautiful tabby cat transformed back into Professor McGonagall. "Oh my goodness, that was indeed Professor McGonagall." The young wizards exclaimed in shock. Ron and Harry, meeting McGonagall's stern gaze, instinctively recoiled. "Thank goodness you informed me beforehand. Otherwise, I too would have been as astounded as this naive crowd," Draco remarked, sitting calmly with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. His composed demeanor only served to enhance the admiration and envy of several Slytherin students. "Professor McGonagall." Harry lowered his head apologetically, realizing he had underestimated her arrival. "Well, I think I should transform Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley into pocket watches, so you can all learn the value of punctuality, don't you think?" Professor McGonagall stated, hands on her hips, peering at the two with a serious expression. Chapter 17. Transfiguration Class. As the other students in the classroom emerged from their astonishment, Ron, with mouth agape, finally managed to stammer, "Wow, that is incredible. She transformed from a cat back into a human?" "Oh no." Simultaneously, he contorted his face in anguish, clutching his head as he recalled how he had carelessly addressed Professor McGonagall by her first name. It seemed he was destined to get into trouble right at the beginning of the term. Lowering his gaze, he appeared to be attempting to bore a hole into the floor with his shoes. "I apologize, Professor. We seem to have lost our way and cannot locate the classroom," Harry said, his expression earnest and flustered as he looked at Professor McGonagall. He truly hadn't intended to be late. Excitement had kept him awake the previous night, causing him to forget about his obligations at school. He had slept soundly in such a comfortable bed that he had lost track of time, compounded by the castle's labyrinthine corridors. No, surely I won't be expelled like this, Harry thought dismally, his eyes drooping like a forlorn puppy. He should have risen earlier to familiarize himself with the castle's layout. Draco, arms crossed, gleefully observed Harry and his friends, evidently relishing their predicament. Should I turn you into a map? I assume you two can find your seats without one. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her tone softening somewhat. This is your first warning, let it not happen again. Now, with everyone present, we shall commence our first lesson. With a brisk turn, she strode purposefully to the podium. Harry and Ron hurriedly found seats, while their classmate Hermione, seated across the aisle, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Professor McGonagall began by explaining the fundamental principles and characteristics of transfiguration, as well as the techniques and precautions involved. She elegantly inscribed complex concepts on the blackboard in beautiful cursive, including intricate details of magical energy and the key aspects of casting transformation spells. Parvulus quietly opened his notebook and dipped his quill in ink, writing a large, bold transfiguration spell at the top of the first page. His neat and exquisite handwriting caught Draco's attention, prompting him to glance at Parvulus in astonishment. It dawned on him that the adage about not judging a book by its cover was particularly apt in Parvulus's case. Once the critical theoretical knowledge was imparted, it was time for practical application. Professor McGonagall handed each student a matchstick. Now, please attempt to transform the matchstick into a needle before class ends. The students around them eagerly began their attempts, each one intently brandishing their wands at the matchsticks on their desks, yet most yielded no results whatsoever. Draco toyed with his matchstick, smirking. How difficult can this be? I want to be like those fools who can't even transform a simple matchstick. With that, he drew his wand and began to cast the transformation spell. Parvulus, wielding his uniquely dark wand, was also learning this transformation spell for the first time today. Recalling Professor McGonagall's demonstration and her intonations, he quietly recited the spell, and soon the matchstick before him began to change. The wooden part gradually became slender and smooth, its color shifting to silver. One end revealed a threading hole, while the other became sharply pointed. Indeed, a perfect and ordinary needle. Excellent work. A flawless transformation. You have successfully turned the matchstick into a needle. Unbeknownst to him, Professor McGonagall had appeared beside him, her eyes shining with appreciation beneath her glasses. She nodded in satisfaction, examining the standard-looking needle. Have you had prior experience with such magic? Such a skillful transformation on the first attempt. What a gifted child you are. No, Professor. I only learned the transformation spell today, Parvulus replied, shaking his head and deliberately lowering his voice and tone in a rather ominous manner. Professor McGonagall said nothing further but placed the needle back down, addressing the entire class in a voice loud enough for all to hear. Congratulations to Mr. Sarist for being the first to complete a perfect transformation spell. Slytherin gains 2 points. A collective gasp of awe echoed through the classroom as the young wizards cast admiring glances at the brooding Sarist, prompting them to redouble their efforts with their matchsticks. Well done. Points for Slytherin in our very first class. You truly are a clever sea monster, Draco exclaimed, his pride swelling as he clapped Parvulus on the shoulder, as if he were the one who had earned the points for their house. However, he quickly realized he had inadvertently uttered an inappropriate term. Sea monster? Indeed. Parvulus turned to Draco with a hint of hesitation. Ahem. What sea monster? You must have misheard me. Parvulus, please show me how to succeed. I've already failed several times. Draco deftly shifted the topic, thrusting the matchstick in front of Parvulus. Perhaps you should demonstrate how you performed the transformation. Parvulus paused for a few seconds before opting to assist Draco. He observed Draco's tone and movements as he recited the spell, and it became clear where the issue lay. It was not merely about reciting the incantation for transformation. You need to visualize in your mind the form of the object you wish to transform, he instructed, his voice steady. Focus your energy and genuinely intend to turn it into the desired item. After offering Draco some constructive feedback, he encouraged him to try again. Although Draco faced a few setbacks, after several attempts, he finally succeeded in transforming the matchstick into a needle. Fantastic. I did it. Draco exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy, earning praise from Professor McGonagall. Soon, several others from Gryffindor were also being commended, despite their results not being as polished. Still, they had managed to achieve some degree of transformation with their matchsticks. Once you grasp the foundational techniques and practice diligently, I believe you will all find this task much easier, Professor McGonagall said, nodding at the enthusiastic young wizards eagerly watching their matchsticks change. She then raised her wand, lightly pointing it, and the apple on the table transformed into a rabbit. Next, the rabbit morphed into a table, which in turn changed into a small pig. Gasps of astonishment filled the classroom as the young wizards gazed in envy at Professor McGonagall's magic. Goodness, that was a silent spell. Draco marveled at Professor McGonagall's display until the apple returned to the table, at which point she announced the end of the class. The young wizards filed out of the classroom in a jubilant throng, with Draco excitedly chattering to Parvulus. To wield a silent spell with such ease and speed, Professor McGonagall truly is remarkable. Just wait. I will become just as formidable. He clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 18, Daily Learning. 1. Goyle and Crabbe trailed behind Draco silently, assuming the role of dutiful bodyguards. Pansy approached with another girl, laughing and chatting, and upon hearing Draco's words, she solemnly patted him on the shoulder. Oh, if you wish to become a master like the professor, my dear, you may need to work hard for another 7 years. Perhaps you could have Parvulus teach you regularly? The girl blinked her eyes, exchanged a furtive glance with the girl beside her, and walked away with a secretive smile. Parkinson, your words are laden with a distinct bitterness, Draco remarked, pinching his nose and waving his hand as if to disperse the unpleasant aura that Pansy exuded. Pansy, already ahead, turned back and made a face at Draco before scampering away with a laugh. Just wait and see. It's only 7 years, after all. Why can't I become someone as exceptional and powerful? I certainly can. The platinum-haired boy raised his spirited gaze towards the lofty ceiling of the hall, tightly clenching his fists. In the next moment, he hesitated and turned toward Perugia again. Of course, during this time, we can support each other, can't we? His pale, slender hand emanated an aura of anticipation for the future as he regarded him. Perugia paused, contemplating. If you don't mind being perceived as associating with an oddity during this time. He replied, grasping the boy's somewhat cold hand. However, the instant their hands met, Draco recoiled in shock. The boy seemed momentarily taken aback, mentally exclaiming in disbelief. I thought getting close to him would feel chilly, but I didn't expect his hand to be this cold. Draco scrutinized him with a complex expression, pondering whether his somber demeanor was linked to his physical condition. If it weren't for health issues, why did he possess such a lack of warmth? Merlin above, if I didn't know better, I would think I just held the hand of a corpse. His lips twitched before swiftly returning to an expression of indifference. Then let us look out for each other. Mr. Searist. Draco cleared his throat, feigning haughtiness as he lifted his chin and strode ahead. Perugia glanced back at the eyes scrutinizing him, causing the younger wizards to hurriedly pretend to engage in earnest conversation. If this exceptionally talented oddity set his sights on them, they might find themselves in dire straits. They all remembered Professor McGonagall's praise of his work in Transfiguration. Yet, what incited their envy and jealousy even more was the fact that such an insufferable oddity could maintain such a close relationship with the heir of the Malfoy family. Children from families eager to befriend the Malfoys whispered vitriol against Perugia, branding him a nuisance. The next lesson was history of magic. Upon seeing the transparent ghost benevolently seated at the front of the classroom awaiting the students, the Slytherin snakes and Gryffindor lions gasped in unison before dutifully settling into their seats. I never expected the professor of history of magic to be a ghost. Draco cast a peculiar glance at Professor Binns, but recalled the strange behavior of the ghosts towards Perugia during the sorting ceremony. He glanced back and forth between the seemingly slumbering Professor Binns and the upright Perugia. Perhaps that was merely the ghost's prank. After pondering for a moment, Draco arrived at this conclusion, remarking, those ghosts are truly wicked. Their actions could ruin a person's life. A kind and unassuming soul. Hence, he is able to continue teaching in ghostly form. Perugia appeared to be gazing at Professor Binns, though Draco couldn't discern, as the boy's bangs obscured his eyes. Oh no. It's so distracting. Such beautiful eyes, why must they be hidden? Draco mused, vowing to find an opportunity to give him a new hairstyle. What a ghastly dark wizard's hairstyle. They had indeed heard tales about Professor Binns, who supposedly taught at Hogwarts until the day he became so old that he forgot to bring his body to class. If he hadn't been sufficiently dedicated and outstanding in life, how could he possibly continue as Hogwarts ghost professor after death? Draco nodded. He certainly had more decorum than those other ghosts. Professor Binns' transparent figure floated in front of the blackboard, thick volume of history of magic in hand. Draco marveled at its thickness, which exceeded their current textbook by far. It could easily crush someone. This was a thought shared by Harry, equally astonished. Draco cast a glance at Harry, who seemed to be diligently taking notes. It would certainly be enough to squash a Weasley or a Potter. Professor Binns droned on, writing key points on the board while reading them aloud in his monotonous, drab voice. The students scrambled to jot down the notes hastily. However, it wasn't long before they could no longer endure. Professor Binns' unvaried tone was akin to a sleeping spell, causing the entire classroom to succumb to drowsiness. Harry observed around him. Many students were unable to resist, their heads drooping or simply lying on their desks in slumber. Looking to his side, he found Ron already fast asleep, a mysterious liquid dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Ugh, Harry's eyelids twitched as he shook his head, attempting to rouse himself. Cautiously, he glanced toward the back where Perusia sat. Draco was also leaning against the wall, eyes closed, pencil gripped in hand. Meanwhile, Perusia appeared unaffected, swiftly jotting down notes. Oh, how diligent he is. In truth, it was Hermione, seated not far from Harry, who displayed astonishing willpower. Despite feeling drowsy, she persisted in taking notes, pinching herself when fatigue overwhelmed her. Inspired by the determination of both Perusia and Hermione, Harry shook his head to stay alert. Yet, the very next moment, just as he reached for his quill, he collapsed onto his notes, fast asleep. Perusia finally set down his quill and lifted his gaze toward Harry, sensing the boy's attention. There was no malice, only enthusiasm, reminiscent of their initial meeting. However, glancing around, he noted that nearly all the students had succumbed to fatigue. Professor Binns had finished his lecture and returned to his chair, casting a casual glance at the state of the students. With a faint smile at Perusia, he too closed his eyes in slumber at his desk. Suddenly, Perusia found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 19, Daily Lessons 2, Draco blinked and stretched his arms like a cat waking from a nap, letting out a great yawn. He lowered his arms and shook off the numbness from his two hands that had been pressed down. Oh, thank Merlin. Though I had heard whispers, I never anticipated Professor Binns' class would truly be so hypnotic. As the lengthy and tedious history of magic lesson concluded, the young wizards rose unsteadily, yawning profusely as they exited the classroom. However, it was evident that they had enjoyed a sound slumber, as evidenced by Draco's now vibrant demeanor. They even beheld Professor Binns, quietly dozing in his chair, marveling at his remarkable ability to hypnotize even himself. Hey, Perusia, it seems I've caught you diligently taking notes. Haven T.I., might I borrow your notes for a brief moment? I assure you, I shall return them post-haste. Pansy Parkinson and her companion approached from behind, chattering merrily. With hands clasped earnestly, she beseeched, Oh, do not tell me you were actually taking notes while everyone else was nodding off. You even managed to outlast Professor Binns. Upon hearing this, Draco promptly lifted his gaze toward Perusia, a twitch of irritation flickering at the corner of his eye. Merlin's socks, how quintessentially Perusia Sealist. Always striving to be utterly unique, one truly stands out. Well, I am not tired, Perusia responded with admirable honesty to Draco's mildly accusatory tone, nodding affirmatively. They meandered toward the dining hall alongside the throngs of departing students, their pace leisurely. However, Draco suddenly reached out, snatching the notes clasped under Perusia's arm, coming to a halt to peruse them. A look of astonishment flitted across his face for but a second before he expertly masked it. Ahem, quite splendid. He raised the notes triumphantly, loftily tilting his chin, turning to offer Pansy a disdainful smirk. Oh, I do apologize, Miss Parkinson. Alas, you shall have to seek out another's notes, for the privilege of using Perusia's notes rests firmly in my possession. Draco flashed a smile that Perusia noted bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his father, Lucius. His heart swelled with pride, all because of the notes. Perusia mused. Was it merely about the notes? Yet, he evidently paid no heed to Draco's declaration of priority access to them. Otherwise, he would have directly inquired why Draco felt entitled to such a claim, and in that case, Draco would surely have been both vexed and irate, calling him a blockhead. Whether he intentionally ignored that remark or had already anticipated such an outcome remained unknown. Pansy, observing his smug demeanor, merely rolled her eyes, clearly having anticipated this turn of events. Daphne, look, I told you, this little lord is utterly attached to Sealist. Daphne, the girl with soft golden hair, shrugged in exasperation. There's nothing to be done. Let us find someone else. Draco proudly clutched Perusia's notes, standing tall with a victorious grin. That insufferable Pansy Parkinson. I was the one who befriended Perusia first. Why does she always cling to him? If she truly wished to learn, why not borrow from Theodore? However, they were all familiar friends, and Draco keenly noticed Theodore attempting to discreetly pass by. Clearly, being caught in conversation with them was an inconvenience for him. Yet he stood silently observing from the sidelines. You're right. I nearly forgot about Theodore, Pansy exclaimed, immediately leading Daphne toward him. Perusia perceived a flicker of resignation on Theodore's otherwise impassive face. Seizing this opportunity, Draco tossed the notes back to Perusia and swiftly made his way to the dining hall with his two companions. As another insomniac in the annals of history of magic, Theodore unfortunately found himself ensnared by the two girls. You won't believe what I witnessed. That Weasley with the large nose nearly drowned his poor history of magic in saliva, Draco animatedly recounted to his two bodyguards, the trio erupting into laughter as they unabashedly cast glances toward the Gryffindor table. Meanwhile, Perusia sat quietly to the side, resembling a mere backdrop, elegantly savoring her lunch. The charcoal-grilled honey-glazed lamb chops ranked among her favorite dishes. Food was humanity's most magnificent invention, a belief Perugia had cherished since her earliest memories. At the Gryffindor table, Ron glared furiously at Draco and his entourage, as if he could incinerate them with the fire in his eyes. His cheeks flushed with anger, his breathing grew slightly labored. Fearing he might charge over and deliver a few punches, Harry quickly restrained Ron, gently patting his back in a bid to calm him. Don't act impulsively, Ron. Just pretend you didn't see or hear them. Ignore them. As long as they cannot derive amusement from us, perhaps they will cease their teasing. In reality, Harry was overly optimistic. Ron took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself, and stabbed his fork savagely into the steak on his plate. He then forcefully sliced off a piece with his knife, gulping it down as if devouring a foe, chewing with a ferocity that was nearly primal. Oh, Harry noted. Seeing Ron's demeanor, he's truly fuming. Harry, you'll come to understand. The Slytherins will engage in many inhumane and outrageous acts. It's nothing uncommon. But they can truly infuriate you. You'd wish to poke holes in them with your wand. Ron mumbled through mouthfuls of steak. His words muffled, yet filled with frustrated urgency. In any case, at Hogwarts, trust no one but your own. Never trust those serpents of Slytherin. They will drain you dry. He warned, fire igniting in his eyes, before licking his lips. Oh, this steak is delectable. Yet, in an instant, the furious redhead was distracted by the allure of his meal. The storm of anger and disdain that had clouded his face dissipated as if he had never been the one to gnash his teeth in fury at the Slytherin trio. Harry shook his head in exasperation and continued to consume his own meal. Perhaps the lines of right and wrong would be revealed through personal experiences in the days to come. Chapter 20, A Day of Learning, 3. After chatting sufficiently with his two companions, Draco turned back with a smile in his eyes and straightened himself. His gaze fell upon Perugia's plate, which was devoid of anything but a solitary sprig of rosemary, remnants of the once luscious honey-glazed lamb chops. Oh, how delicious must that have been for you to consume it all, leaving only that mere leaf, Draco observed, astonished, his eyes darting between the clean plate and the nonchalantly wiping her mouth Perugia. Yet, he was far more curious about the dish that seemed to soften the eerie aura that surrounded Perugia. In truth, Draco had begun to sense the ebb and flow of the ominous energy radiating from her. Draco, is this normal? Let me see what delights this holds. He extended his arm, pinching off a piece, cutting it down, and slowly savoring it. In no time, the perplexity on Draco's face transformed into delight. It was evident as he promptly rose to present the platter of charcoal-grilled, honey-glazed lamb chops before him, indulging in the dish with evident relish. Both Crabbe and Goyle, sharing his love for food, were quick to follow suit, seizing their own plates upon witnessing the typically fastidious Draco's joyful expression. The trio unanimously savored the dish, collectively agreeing that it would undoubtedly become one of their favorite culinary delights. After the midday respite, they were to attend another potions class. As it was the final class of the afternoon, the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor displayed an exuberant liveliness, bustling noisily towards the classroom. The interior of the classroom was dimly lit, with high windows obscured by heavy curtains, allowing only a few floating magical lamps to emit a soft glow. Shelves against the walls brimmed with an array of glass bottles and test tubes containing various liquids, alongside herbs steeped in concoctions and preserved specimens of animals. Long wooden tables were arranged in the center, laden with an assortment of vessels. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie. Ron leaned in to examine a glass vial on the shelf, only to discover what appeared to be an unidentifiable creature's eyeball. Oh, Merlin. He recoiled sharply, evidently startled. Are you all right, Ron? We should find our seats quickly. It would be unfortunate if we accidentally broke anything, Harry said, steadying the shaken Ron as he glanced around the classroom for available seats. With the absence of adjacent spots, Ron reluctantly settled into a seat near the aisle. Meanwhile, Harry, filled with a mix of anticipation and caution, approached Parvulus. Hello, Parvulus. May I sit beside you? Parvulus, taken aback by the sudden address, turned to see Harry, whose ears were tinged with a faint blush, seemingly embarrassed. After a glance at the empty seat beside him near the aisle, he realized the implication of Harry's request. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Draco, eager to excel in this class, abruptly turned around from the front row. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way to the back, intending to sit together. But with Draco's ambition to shine in the front and Parvulus's desire to remain inconspicuous at the rear, Draco was taken aback to find Harry conversing with Parvulus and, without a second thought, plopped down in the empty seat beside Parvulus. Ahem. My apologies for the delay, Potter, but this seat is intended for me, Draco declared with a facade of contrition, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. Harry could discern that Draco's intentions were far from innocent. You see, Parvulus did not indicate that this spot was taken, Harry thought. Beginning to comprehend the meaning behind Ron's earlier words, realizing that this might merely be the beginning. After all, he was only a first-year student, destined to share 7 years with this Slytherin. No, can you not see? Parvulus is utterly inept at engaging with others, and no one wishes to sit near him. Only I am permitted to occupy this space, Draco smirked, a triumphant and taunting grin adorning his face. Indeed, even in the last row, several seats remained vacant on either side of Parvulus, as no one dared approach him. Parvulus silently regarded Draco, aware that class was about to commence and that they could not remain in this standoff. He noticed Harry, who appeared somewhat incredulous and flustered by Draco's audacious antics. Standing awkwardly, as he contemplated shifting to create space, Draco seized his arm, pressing him back into his seat. Very well, he observed the annoyance in Draco's glare. Parvulus ceased his movements, murmuring an apology. Harry, over here. Ron called from the front, beckoning Harry. Are you daft, Harry? Why would you choose to sit next to that eerie weirdo? And look, that Slytherin snake has come to humiliate you. Ron whispered urgently, gesturing towards a girl with voluminous brown curls seated beside him, someone they had encountered on the train. Actually, I know Parvulus, Harry sighed quietly, pondering why he felt the Gryffindors and Slytherins were at such odds. Resigned, Harry took a seat beside the girl. Hi, Hermione. Having met on the train and introduced themselves, Harry was aware of her name. You're making a foolish choice by sitting here. The students from our house clearly do not welcome Gryffindors. Don't be so naive next time. Hermione remarked, shaking her head, her expression conveying exasperation before she returned to her book. Harry suddenly felt a pang of disappointment, sprawling his notes across the desk. Humph. You wish to challenge me, Draco boasted, arms crossed, then turned to Parvulus, exasperated. I cannot fathom how Potter would initiate a conversation with you. However, just ignore him. Before Draco could finish his thought, the classroom door swung open with a resounding bang, a shadowy figure swishing through the aisles in a billowing black cloak, exuding an aura of icy detachment as he strode to the front of the classroom. Upon seeing the man, who bore a striking resemblance to Parvulus in his predominant black attire, Draco instinctively straightened in his seat, falling silent. The man's gaze was cold and penetrating, sweeping over the students like a piercing frost. As the classroom fell silent, he spoke in a deep, authoritative tone, laced with undeniable gravitas. Excellent. I trust you are already acquainted with the nature of my course. This subject requires neither your mindless wand waving nor your ignorant incantations. Remember, potions is a discipline steeped in the most profound science and meticulous craftsmanship. What is paramount in this class is your intellect and your dexterity, understood? Chapter 21, A Day of Learning, 4. Professor Snape, perched at the lectern like a cantankerous black bat, surveyed each student with a scrutinizing glare. Adjusting his voluminous black robes, he emitted a derisive snort. Once the atmosphere had settled into a near silence, Snape resumed speaking in his chilling, measured voice, slow and serious. Perhaps among you, there are those gifted individuals who possess an innate talent for this subject and are passionate about its study. Just look at these dim-witted fools with their eyes glimmering with sheer ignorance. Snape paced slowly behind the lectern, his critical gaze sweeping over each student, until he settled on the platinum-haired boy seated in the last row, his tone softening slightly. Yet, he still furrowed his brow, questioning why Draco had chosen to sit so far back. Ah, I see. Severus Snape regarded the student seated beside Draco, a figure seemingly enveloped in an aura of darkness, while a palpable distance formed around him as others instinctively sought to avoid his vicinity. Humph. Yet another unfortunate soul on the brink of isolation by Slytherin. However, one could argue, it is certainly an improvement compared to his own past experiences. He averted his gaze, directing it elsewhere. He ought to be grateful for his pure-blood lineage and for the presence of the affable Malfoy beside him. Parvulus sensed the professor's gaze linger briefly upon him before shifting away, simultaneously noting the impeccably seated Draco, whose posture was unusually upright, exuding an unprecedented air of obedience and reverence. If memory served correctly, he had just been indulging in some playful mockery of Potter. Perhaps Parvulus's scrutiny was too overt. For no matter how focused and straight-backed Draco attempted to remain, he could not resist casting a sidelong glance in his direction. Hey, why are you staring at me? He inquired, arching an eyebrow and speaking softly to Parvulus. Nothing, Parvulus replied, retracting his gaze and feigning indifference as he turned to face Professor Snape, who was articulating each word with precision. He recalled that Professor Snape was also the head of their Slytherin house. Among you, perhaps some possess extraordinary abilities even before arriving at Hogwarts and ample confidence. Yet, you dare not pay attention in my class while I am speaking. In an instant, the professor's demeanor turned icy, his gaze locking onto an unfortunate boy named Harry, who had been diligently scribbling notes with his head bowed, oblivious to the scrutiny. Harry continued to record the professor's earlier remarks. It was only when Hermione nudged his arm, prompting him to look up at the professor. That Harry paused, his expression a mixture of confusion as he gazed at the professor, whose countenance was as frigid as ice. Harry, bewildered, glanced around at his classmates and then blinked at Professor Snape. For reasons unbeknownst to him, during the sorting ceremony, he had sensed a distinct animosity in the professor's gaze, which made the scar on his forehead throb with discomfort. Pondering this, Harry instinctively rubbed the scar. Oddly, after their recent eye contact, the familiar sting had vanished. I can't wait to see the show, Draco whispered with a chuckle, arms crossed as he watched Harry with a sense of schadenfreude. It was evident to him that the professor intended to reprimand Potter. Huzzah! Parvulus and the other students could all sense the professor's displeasure directed towards Harry, their gazes drawn to the unfolding drama with keen interest. Reprimand? Parvulus mused that perhaps it was more than mere chastisement. Within those cold, obsidian eyes seemed to reflect an emotion steeped in deeper significance. Through Harry, he perceived another individual entirely. This was an observation Parvulus chose not to voice, perhaps believing it would lead him to comprehend the origins of certain magics chronicled in ancient texts. Potter, our generation's so-called savior, a figure of renown. Indeed, quite remarkable. Is it not? Professor Snape appeared to savor the sound of Potter's surname, yet there was an unmistakable edge to his tone. A wretched surname, humph, Potter. Yet he withdrew his gaze from those emerald eyes reminiscent of lilies, smirking coldly. Enough, Celebrity Potter. Tell me, what happens if I combine powdered daffodil root with wormwood? The professor pressed on with his questioning, his dark eyes scrutinizing. Harry seemed momentarily dumbfounded, glancing helplessly between his notes and his peers. I don't know, Professor, he stammered, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Hermione, eager to respond, had raised her hand the moment the question was posed. Don't know? Very well, then answer me. Snape disregarded Hermione's raised arm, his gaze fixed unyieldingly on Harry. After receiving 3 unfortunate I don't knows, he let out a discontented click of his tongue, though his mood appeared to lift somewhat. It seemed that fame did not equate to knowledge, did it? And do put your hand down, you silly girl. Do you intend to puncture the classroom ceiling with your outstretched arm? As Professor Snape strode down from the podium towards Harry and the others, he addressed the ever-eager Hermione. Ha ha ha. Draco stifled a laugh, resting his head on the desk in an attempt to contain his mirth. However, it was evident that Hermione was well versed in the answers. Professor. Harry felt a sense of grievance, questioning why the professor seemed so fixated on him. Mr. Potter, please understand that you are my target for questioning. If you are unaware of the answers, listen attentively. Snape's black eyes bore into Harry's green ones as he continued, his tone unwavering. Powdered daffodil root and wormwood can concoct the potion of life and death. Bezoar possesses strong antidotal properties. He furrowed his brow, stepping away from Harry to return to the podium, casting a cold glance over the class. If you are unaware of these facts, why not immediately record everything I have just said in your notes, instead of staring at me with those foolish expressions? With this proclamation, the students in the classroom seemed to awaken from a stupor, hastily scribbling down the knowledge Professor Snape had just imparted. Snape scoffed quietly, glancing back to meet the gaze of a rather gloomy-looking student. He was certain that beneath the curtain of hair, those dark eyes were also fixed upon him. This morose little wizard. Mr. Slytherin, is there a reason you have not put quill to parchment? I trust you do not require my guidance. Draco turned his head, noticing that while everyone else was fervently taking notes, Parvulus had not even picked up his quill. However, upon peering closer, he asked, Have you finished writing? Professor Snape's strides were swift, bringing a gust of wind as he approached the back, seizing Parvulus's notes. He returned the notebook to its place, a rare smirk gracing his lips as he offered what could be construed as praise. Well done, at least you know when to take notes and what to record. Your writing is concise and clear. I dare say it's far superior to the immature mind that contemplates alienating classmates all day, without betraying a hint of emotion. Snape returned to the podium, subtly warning several students with his words. He took up a quill and began to write in the book before him. By the way, Gryffindor students, due to your peer Mr. Potter's disrespect towards his teacher, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Chapter 22, The Routine of Learning, 5. Professor Snape's declaration immediately drew the attention of the students in the classroom. Some glared at Snape indignantly, believing his decision to be unjust. Others reveled in the misfortune of Gryffindor losing points. Naturally, a number of the younger Gryffindors glared resentfully at Harry, the sense of betrayal weighing heavily on him. He bit his lip, lowering his head as he gripped his quill tightly, the ink beginning to bleed into a dark blot on the paper. What did I do wrong? Where did I show such disrespect? Harry furrowed his brow in deep concern, feeling disheartened by the fact that, upon his arrival at school, he had not only failed to earn any points, but had instead been penalized with a deduction of 5. The sheer severity of Professor Snape's harsh treatment during this lesson led him to the grim realization that his days ahead might be fraught with challenges, and that many would likely harbor a dislike for him. Hermione, perceptive as always, noticed Harry's predicament and gently placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Harry looked up in confusion, and Hermione silently urged him to cheer up, nodding brightly before returning her gaze to her textbook. Their interaction did not escape the keen eyes of Professor Snape at the front of the classroom. With a disdainful huff, he exhaled a cold breath and chose to ignore them for the moment. After imparting a wealth of textual and theoretical knowledge to the young wizards, he instructed them to take note of the key points before transitioning to the practical segment of the lesson. Now, let us commence the preparation of a potion to treat scabies, he declared. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive, especially when his gaze locked onto Harry Potter. Filling the air with an almost palpable tension, he prowled the room, his dark eyes piercing each student who dared to slacken their focus. In an effort to avoid his scrutiny and the venomous remarks that might follow, both Slytherins and Gryffindors worked diligently at their stations. Harry was paired with Neville, and they cautiously followed the steps outlined in their notes. Suddenly, Snape's icy gaze snapped toward Harry, causing his heart to race and his hands to tremble. Mr. Potter. Snape's voice dripped with unmistakable sarcasm. I trust you have mastered the basics of cauldron operation, yes? Do ensure that your grip remains steady. Harry felt the weight of his classmates' attention falling upon him once more. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Yes, Professor. I will be careful. A cold smile crept across Snape's lips as he turned away from Harry and strolled over to Draco. His hawk-like gaze scrutinized the cauldron before Draco and Pansy. Excellent. I believe you ought to observe how young Malfoy handles the slug. Quite impeccable, he declared, raising his voice for all to hear, lavishing praise upon Draco, whose smile grew ever more radiant. Yet, Snape's eyes twitched as he observed Pansy meticulously assisting Draco, her movements mechanical and precise. Mr. Selwyn, while your execution is flawless, might I suggest a more organic approach? The words lingered unspoken, as a sudden commotion erupted in the room. A noxious green smoke filled the air, accompanied by the faint sound of an explosion. The disturbance was slight, yet sufficient to incite panic. On the Gryffindor side, Harry and Neville's experiment had gone awry. Their cauldron shattered. A viscous, dark green concoction oozed from the broken vessel, swiftly spreading across the floor. The scalding potion erupted upon contact, leaving Neville, the nearest boy, with his skin flushed and riddled with painful red welts. What on earth are you doing? Professor Snape roared as he stormed toward the epicenter of the calamity, glaring at the two culprits. The potion's spread sent the young wizards into a frenzy, scrambling onto their chairs in alarm. Draco contemplated following suit, reasoning that the professor would surely handle the situation. However, in the chaos, a careless movement caused the potion to splatter onto his hand. Are you all imbeciles? Do you think the professor will allow you to perish in his presence? Draco seethed, directing a glare at those responsible for his predicament, utterly exasperated. As the potion pooled at his feet, he realized there was no time to stand atop his chair. Pansy, quick thinking, retrieved her wand from her sleeve and pointed it at the potion. A flash of white light erupted, and the liquid froze instantly beneath their feet. A commendable method, Slytherin. 3 points awarded, Snape remarked, casting a satisfied glance back, clearly noting Draco's misfortune and Pansy's timely intervention. Such a young witch capable of such spell work, and silently. No less. Snape furrowed his brow, dismissing further contemplation as he redirected his focus to Harry Potter. The unfortunate boy was taken to the hospital wing in tears, while Snape swiftly used magic to clean the potion from the floor. Potter, why did you not warn him against adding the porcupine quills at that moment? Do you believe that by allowing him to err, it somehow enhances your own intelligence? Gryffindor loses 3 points. Faced with the ominous, scowling visage of Professor Snape, Harry remained silent, merely retreating his hands behind his back. He indeed had not acted in time to prevent Neville's unfortunate injury. In the subsequent potions class, the remnants of the earlier mishap instilled a newfound caution in all students, rendering the atmosphere significantly quieter as they diligently focused on their concoctions. Despite the effort, Snape deemed their potions to be subpar. The day concluded with their final class under the withering scrutiny of Professor Snape's disdain. With no further lessons scheduled, the young wizards departed the classroom, chattering amiably. Draco sighed, voicing his grievances to Crabbe and Goyle. I can't believe my misfortune in being caught up with those fools. He raised his right hand, now marred with red welts from the potion, brimming with indignation. Yet, recalling Pansy's spell, Draco felt a flicker of interest as he tugged at her sleeve. In truth, he knew that Pansy had not cast a silent spell, she had merely whispered the incantation. To his understanding, it was likely a simplified version of the actual spell. Pansy, where did you learn that freezing charm? It's incredible. I want to learn it too. Chapter 23, A Day of Learning, 6. Even with the potion's repercussions marked upon his hand, Draco's attention remained fixed on Pansy, drawn by the allure of her enchanting spell. As they followed the throng of students out of the classroom, Pansy caught sight of Harry, who was being led away by Ron, his mood evidently dampened. Those Gryffindors are utter fools. They allowed a potion for scabies to explode. In my opinion, Slytherin has already gained several points since the beginning of the term, while Gryffindor's so-called savior, Potter, has lost quite a few. Haha, it cracks me up. Draco remarked loudly to Crabbe and Goyle, deliberately raising his voice as he watched Harry's retreating figure. The trio erupted in laughter, and it was evident that Harry paused momentarily at the door before hastening his steps away. Humph, Draco ceased laughing, disdainfully curling his lip. That insufferable Potter. Just wait and see. I will make you aware of the consequences of rejecting Malfoy. Shouldn't you attend to your hand? Parvati inquired, glancing at the reddened rash on Draco's hand. Let us discuss it back in the dormitory. Fortunately, they had just successfully concocted a decent potion for the rash, which was the only potion that had not faced Professor Snape's ire, but rather received praise. Mention of this soured Draco's mood. He blamed Potter and those other fools for his predicament. Let us go explore elsewhere, Goyle and Crabbe said in unison, seemingly intent on investigating other parts of the castle. Draco turned and headed towards the dormitory, taking a few steps before glancing back. Aren't you coming back? Dinner is still 2 or 3 hours away. He noticed Parvati had not followed, raising an eyebrow at the boy standing in the shadows. Parvati pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow Draco back to the dormitory. Upon closing the dormitory door, Draco plopped down at his desk and applied the potion they had brewed to his hand. The visible redness of the rash faded away, leaving behind only faint pink marks. That should do the trick. In 2 or 3 days, it will be entirely gone. He recalled those troublesome individuals. He removed his jacket and collapsed onto his bed. I'm utterly exhausted, but at least I'm not in as dire a situation as that Potter fellow. Draco buried his face in his pillow and couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Parvati fed some food to the glassy-eyed creature, Colin, and suddenly remembered she had a question to pose. Professor Snape seems to be quite familiar with you. The platinum-haired boy lifted his head and shifted to lie on his side. Oh, I forgot to mention. Professor Snape is actually my godfather. I've learned potions from him since childhood. He is incredibly skilled. Draco's eyes sparkled as he spoke, for he held great admiration for Snape. In front of the transparent glass, Parvati gazed at her own reflection, her eyes drifting to the dark lake beyond. There were many magical creatures within, which she longed to see, but she recalled Headmaster Dumbledore's stern warning. The Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake were off limits. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Parvati's eyes as she adjusted her cloak and half closed her eyes, turning toward the door. Hey, are you really going out without even a word? Draco exclaimed, surprised as he sat up to watch Parvati slip out. See you at dinner, Parvati replied coolly, shutting the door behind her. Oh, what am I to make of this? Draco thumped the bed in frustration before lying back down, resigned. I suppose I should just take care of myself and get some rest. That potion really stung. He pouted, glancing at the scalded area on his hand with a sigh. Stepping out of the common room, Parvati wandered through the castle corridors alone. During her walk, many eyes subtly fell upon her, but she paid no mind. She wished to quietly approach the Black Lake. It wasn't until she reached a deserted corridor that she realized she had lost her way. No students were in sight, and the dimly lit passage was only illuminated by the flickering candles on either side. Although the sun had yet to set, an eerie gloom enveloped the atmosphere. A translucent figure peeked out from the wall. Peeves glared furiously at the retreating figure of the Slytherin student, clutching 2 boxes of chalk he had somehow procured. That wretched little brat, daring to scare me alongside that blood traitor, Barrow. Last time, I must have been imagining things. How could such a small child possess such terrifying power? Just watch. He aimed the chalk at the boy's back, gleefully throwing it with all his might. Hee. Take that, you little pest. How dare you embarrass me, Peeves? I'll remember you. Peeves' shrill laughter mingled with his mischievous giggles, echoing above. Parvati, who had planned to wait a few days before venturing out under the cover of night, was about to turn back when a piece of chalk suddenly struck her on the head. One chalk piece was followed by a cascade of chalk raining down upon her. She looked up expressionlessly at the cackling Peeves above her. Well, now my black attire is entirely speckled with white chalk dust. Hee. Seeing the boy staring at him, Peeves made silly faces in the air, sticking out his tongue. The comical expression failed to evoke any strong emotions in Parvati, yet she found his targeted harassment somewhat distasteful. After all, he was a ghost. No one could truly harm him. Peeves, hands on hips, held his head high. It's only been a day or 2 since school started, and those old ghosts are already hiding away from everyone. How amusing. Peeves 1T hide away. He has more pranks to pull. Hogwarts cannot be without mischief. I don't believe I have provoked you, Parvati stated darkly, meeting Peeves' gaze, which revealed he was enjoying his antics far too much. Oh, you Haven tea provoked me. Hee, because I can do whatever I like. Peeves chuckled, though a hint of unease and lack of satisfaction crept into his demeanor. The boy displayed no reaction at all. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, and Peeves found himself momentarily at a loss for words, inexplicably feeling a familiar sensation of soul-deep terror. Though the boy had done nothing, there was an aura about him that instilled fear. Suddenly, it felt as though something had gripped Peeves by the throat. He flailed desperately in the air. What is this? Something is choking me. Peeves felt as if he were being torn apart, and after struggling for a moment, fear overtook him. Let Peeves go. I want he come back again. Parvati turned to leave, and only then did Peeves feel the grip loosen. After years of haunting, he was experiencing a rare moment of being able to breathe. Trembling, he glanced around the empty corridor before hurriedly slipping into the wall to escape. Chapter 24, Daily Lessons, 7. Soon, it was time for dinner. Draco emerged from the dormitory after a brief slumber, and upon entering the dining hall, his eyes were immediately drawn to the peculiar figure of Pelucia, who seemed to be surrounded by an unusual vacuum of space. Approaching with a mix of surprise and curiosity, Draco gazed at Pelucia, his expression a portrait of astonishment. My heavens, did you just return from a brawl? Oh, what are those white substances? Furrowing his brow, Draco reached out to tousle the boy's hair, his gaze descending to the black robe draped over Pelucia's shoulders, which was dusted with white powder, adorned with erratic, short white lines. Chalk. Have you been munching on chalk? He had already drawn his conclusions, his eyebrows arching in bemusement as he settled beside Pelucia. It's the poltergeist. Pelucia replied nonchalantly, reaching for 2 pieces of tart. As they made their way to the dining hall, the passing students had cast astonished and varied expressions in Pelucia's direction. Draco surmised that they likely believed he had been assaulted. How should I address your nonchalant demeanor while dining here? Draco sighed like a miniature adult, finally grasping the sensation his parents must have felt when he was a dirty child. However, encountering that troublesome poltergeist was unavoidable. That creature was indeed the most vexatious entity at Hogwarts. Yet, you possess a plethora of spells, do you not? Why not cleanse yourself? At the Gryffindor table, Ron continued to voraciously stuff his face with food, while Hermione sat at a distance, holding her plate with disdain. Since returning from Hagrid's, Harry and his friends were in significantly better spirits. Naturally, upon entering the dining hall, they noticed Pelucia, covered in chalk dust and lines, striding in alone. At that moment, Ron had gleefully remarked about him. Look at that, he was never meant to thrive here. The moment he leaves Malfoy, he gets bullied. I can only say that choosing Slytherin was a mistake. Listening to Ron's words and observing Pelucia's silent demeanor, Harry felt a weight in his heart. Yet, he could not fathom that a seemingly capable wizard like Pelucia would allow himself to be bullied. He touched the bandaged hand. Recalling that Hagrid had applied ointment for his scabies, the angry red patches now significantly diminished. Remembering the sight of Pelucia wielding that freezing spell during class, Harry felt a pang of envy and a desire to learn such magic. Oh well, considering the strained relations between our houses, perhaps it is better to seek an opportunity to converse later. When the arrogant young Malfoy took a seat beside Pelucia, Harry keenly observed the subtle shifts in the expressions of the surrounding Slytherin students. They appeared to be intimidated by the Malfoy family, emboldened only in his absence to confront Pelucia. Cleanse? Perhaps Pelucia's focus was entirely devoted to the delectable food before him, rendering him indifferent to the chalk dust clinging to him. Yet, even Pelucia could not withstand Draco's incessant prodding and nagging. Hurry up, Pelucia. How can I possibly eat with you like this? Reluctantly, he raised his hand and discreetly cast a cleaning charm beneath the table. In an instant, it was as if he had been thoroughly washed. The chalk dust vanished completely. Only then did Draco relent, turning to consume his own meal. After taking a sip of milk, he seemed to recall something. But what were you doing out there? You're not being targeted by that poltergeist, are you? His pranks can be quite bothersome. He uttered this due to the memory of the ghostly antics during the sorting ceremony. If Pelucia were to possess any extraordinary qualities that caught the attention of the ghosts, it would indeed be unfortunate. I merely wish to familiarize myself with the castle. Pelucia replied. You should inform me when you venture out. My uncle entrusted me with your safety. I cannot allow those inconsiderate individuals to bully you. Draco found it incomprehensible that they would even consider bullying him, given how blatantly he was accompanying Pelucia. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to teach those arrogant fools a lesson. With this thought in mind, Draco abruptly turned, locking eyes with 3 individuals who were surreptitiously observing them from a distance. TCH fools. It was those 3 who caused me to be burned by potion. He raised his fist threateningly towards them. The trio's faces paled, and they hastily averted their gazes, pretending to engage in busy conversation. Do you wish to teach them a lesson? Pelucia inquired, setting down his empty juice cup and turning to Draco with an even demeanor. Teach them a lesson? I fear it would tarnish my hands, my lord. As long as they don't cross any lines I catch them at, I can hardly be bothered. Draco shrugged nonchalantly, embodying the demeanor of a noble family who would not stoop to quarreling with such imbeciles. Ahem, though I do hold similar sentiments towards Potter's behavior. But how could that possibly compare? Indeed, quite right. The platinum-haired boy smirked, a little imp in his heart crossing its arms in triumph. Understood. However, I too shall venture out for some matters, and you may rest assured I will not inform you. Pelucia nodded, then suddenly tossed a remark at Draco. Suit yourself. Draco's gray eyes scrutinized Pelucia, his indifference evident as he spread his hands wide. Who could fathom what his solo excursions entailed? Could it be? The young lord straightened his posture abruptly. Pelucia couldn't he possibly find it bothersome to attend classes together with him and engage in all activities side by side? Could he? Upon this realization, Draco turned in disbelief, surveying Pelucia from head to toe. How dare he find me bothersome? Crabbe and Goyle, having wandered off somewhere, returned to the dining hall in high spirits. Irritated for reasons he could not quite articulate, Draco gestured for them to come over. Oh, Pelucia, I have matters to discuss with them. Goyle, Crabbe, sit here. Draco inclined his chin slightly, indicating for the bewildered duo to take Pelucia's seat. He then signaled Pelucia with his eyes to shift slightly, creating space for them. Crabbe hesitated, unsure of what was happening. Without a word, Pelucia swiftly distanced himself, seating himself far away. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances, confused about why Draco had suddenly turned hostile towards them. They glanced at Pelucia, who remained silently consumed by his food, realizing that this fellow likely had no understanding of why he had angered the young Malfoy. Chapter 25. The Routine of Learning. 8. In truth, as Crabbe and Goyle had surmised, Pelucia was entirely unaware that he had upset Draco. He sat nearby, observing Draco animatedly converse with Goyle and Crabbe, silently nodding. It seemed that Draco held no significant objections to his earlier comment about wishing to act independently. Their lively discussion, no doubt revolving around familiar topics, suggested camaraderie between them. After all, aside from himself, it seemed that the only acquaintances of Draco were those few classmates he had known since childhood. Perucia's hand paused under the table, contemplating his longtime friend. Perhaps only Cole remained. Ever since he could remember, Cole had always been by his side. They were companions from a tender age. After the meal concluded, the little wizards, who had been so lively throughout the day, gradually returned to the common room, feeling fatigued. Only the older students seemed to have other engagements, gathering in small clusters to converse before departing together. He rose and glanced in Draco's direction, only to find that the three of them had already disappeared. Had they returned to their dormitory? Perucia tilted his head. Perhaps it was for the best, as following him around might have been more of a nuisance. He was acutely aware of the myriad emotions reflected in the gazes of those around him. Just as he reached the entrance of the dining hall, two figures hurriedly approached him, their slightly labored breaths indicating the urgency of their arrival. Perucia, do you remember me? I didn't get a chance to introduce myself properly during our last potions class. Perhaps you might have forgotten me, Harry said, flashing a friendly smile, his green eyes sparkling with sincerity and warmth. Ron stood beside him, looking somewhat exasperated as he endured the attention of those around them. Oh no. Why did my brother have to come over and greet you? I'm just here to accompany him, he thought, bemused, gazing down at the two boys. Each displaying different expressions, Perucia hesitated momentarily before giving a faint nod in acknowledgement. Instantly, Harry's face brightened. Yay, does that mean you haven't forgotten me? You remember me. How wonderful. I've really wanted to say hello, but there never seemed to be a chance. You know how it is, he chuckled, scratching his head and shrugging nonchalantly. But this is good enough. It's getting late, so good night. He waved goodbye, quickly pulling Ron away. Hey, Harry, what did you say to him? You barely spoke before you left, Ron exclaimed, bewildered as Harry whisked him away, lamenting Harry's hasty demeanor. Perucia stood rooted to the spot, watching the two hastily depart. Harry Potter, a sensational figure during the re-emergence of their family, was reputed to have vanquished the dark wizard Voldemort, who had cast a pall over the magical world. Although Perucia did not fully grasp why Draco harbored animosity towards him, he could undeniably sense an air of strength emanating from Harry. A gentle, resolute, sincere, and kind spirit, imbued with fearless courage. He turned towards the Slytherin dormitory, pondering the various words swirling in his mind. Indeed, there seemed to be a mysterious aura surrounding Harry, yet he could not discern its source, only feeling a gentle warmth from it. Not long after Perucia entered the Slytherin common room, a figure silently emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Sharp, discerning eyes fixated on Perucia's silhouette as it vanished from sight, deep in thought before hastily departing. By the time he returned to the dormitory, darkness enveloped the space. Draco had evidently finished his evening routine and gone to bed early. Purusha's gaze fell upon the quilted mound on Draco's bed, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of his breathing. Well, it seemed he was sleeping soundly. He approached the bed, offering some food to Cole, and then stared out at the lake for a while. Eventually, he lay down on his own bed, covered himself with the quilt, and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the platinum-haired boy, feigning sleep, cracked open his eyes, peering enviously towards Purusha. Blast it, he turned off the lights. The dorm isn't pitch black, but how is he able to move around without making a sound? Draco mused, bewildered. Did he possess night vision? Ugh. Yet. Draco's expression twisted as he surreptitiously scrutinized Purusha's face. Was this fellow deliberately treading quietly to avoid waking him? How irritating. Why was he overthinking this? Draco, in a fit of frustration, kicked the blankets for a while before returning to reality. Sleep. One day, he would transform this wooden block into someone more human. I am a Malfoy. Such trivial matters cannot defeat me. Just wait and see. Filled with determination, Draco clenched his fists, took a few deep breaths, and finally succumbed to slumber. In the days that followed, they embarked on their formal studies at Hogwarts, encountering an array of fascinating subjects, including astronomy. Slytherin attended classes with other houses at times, and at others, they had lessons alone. Ultimately, when they focused on their studies, they discovered they were indeed learning a great deal. The young wizards, each with their own sentiments, shared their experiences and amusing anecdotes from school with their families through letters. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was Friday evening, the time for dinner. Purusha maintained his usual calm demeanor, dining alone at the table. As ever, few were inclined to sit near him, yet some of the older students appreciated this younger peer, despite his seemingly unapproachable and brooding nature. Since the beginning of his first year, he had already garnered considerable esteem for Slytherin. This was particularly significant for the honor-driven upperclassmen. Thus, while they found the antics of the younger students somewhat juvenile and uninteresting, they often intervened to prevent unnecessary trouble and disputes. The older students likely preferred an intelligent and magically gifted pure blood like him, showing little concern for his aura or the negative rumors that surrounded him. Hey, Purusha, I heard you've been excelling in class and receiving plenty of praise from the professors. That is fantastic. Keep it up. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. A few older Slytherins jovially remarked as they passed by Purusha, engaging him in casual conversation. They patted his shoulder in a friendly manner before departing. Over time, they had come to understand this younger student's character and unanimously concluded that he might possess some form of communicative barrier. Therefore, regardless of whether he responded or engaged with them, they would leave without concern. The younger students, witnessing his interaction with the older students, exhibited expressions of displeasure. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted through the air, and Purusha turned slightly to observe the platinum-haired boy who had naturally seated himself beside him. Noticing the dampness in his hair, it was clear he had just emerged from a shower. What are you looking at? Go ahead and eat. Draco quirked an eyebrow, casually reaching for the juice on the table. Oh, this juice is a bit tart today. The boy's handsome visage suddenly contorted in distaste as he disdainfully set his cup aside. Do you have nothing to do today? Previously, Purusha had assumed that Draco's reluctance to sit with him stemmed from some obligation with Goyle and the others. Moreover, he had previously indicated his intention to act independently, so it was only natural for Draco to pursue his own affairs without him. Upon hearing this, Draco was taken aback, hastily swallowing the potato in his mouth, and then lowered his head in resignation, muttering something under his breath. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to Purusha and spoke. You can't possibly believe I didn't sit with you because I had something else to do, can you? I mean, don't you realize why I haven't been sitting next to you these past few days? Ultimately, he found himself grappling with disbelief. Could he really be so oblivious to matters of the heart? Purusha's expression appeared somewhat bewildered, and he shook his head in response to Draco's penetrating gaze. Enough. I can't believe I was contemplating getting angry with you, expecting you to understand. It was my mistake. Draco sighed heavily, feeling utterly drained. Yet his resolve strengthened within him. He knew full well that Purusha was a person of indifference to nearly everything, and here he was sulking. Oh, what a fool I am. The miniature figure with platinum hair perched atop Draco's head angrily tapped his own forehead. Is it because you're upset? After analyzing his reaction, Purusha gradually began to speak. And yet, you sat beside me, so you're not angry anymore? If I've upset you in any way, I apologize. Regardless, it was prudent to offer an apology first. Purusha glanced at the array of beverages and food laid out on the table, then reached for a glass of orange juice. Placing it before Draco, with a flick of his wand, he gently tapped the cup's rim, and a cascade of shimmering lights danced around it, rendering the orange juice extraordinarily enticing. What is this? Oh, what magic have you employed? Draco blinked in surprise, then, with sparkling eyes, seized the cup and drank without hesitation. In that instant, The sensation of bursting bubbles and the refreshing flavor flooded his senses with delight. He raised the juice in awe, seemingly trying to discern its secrets. Most importantly, inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy after that first sip. The trivial worries that had plagued his mind seemed to dissipate into thin air. I've decided to forgive you. Of course, if... Draco lifted his exquisitely crafted face, clearly eager to utter some words of praise, yet they lingered unspoken, morphing into something else. Upholding the decorum and haughty demeanor befitting a Malfoy. This was who Draco Malfoy truly was. Humph. Hands on hips. Goyle and Crabbe, seated beside Draco, gaped in astonishment, unconsciously swallowing hard. They too found the drink imbued with an enchanting allure. It was simply irresistible. A sharp gaze pierced through the air the moment Perugia cast his spell on the juice. Cold and incisive, laden with stern scrutiny, it belonged to Professor Snape, the silent head of Slytherin, sitting at the teacher's table. When Perugia followed the gaze, he was met with a piercing glare from Professor Snape. However, seated at the head table, the kindly Dumbledore raised his cup in a friendly gesture toward him, winking. If you enjoy it, it's merely a spell that enhances the flavor of food, with the added effect of uplifting one's spirits. He turned his head, somewhat hesitating, then explained to Draco the magic he had just performed. Although it was practical magic, he still worried about Draco's potential disapproval. Yet, this concern proved unnecessary. For Draco appeared genuinely intrigued and pleased. Isn't this just splendid? Moreover, under the envious gazes of Goyle and Crabbe, Draco downed the juice in one go and was about to speak again when a loud explosion erupted from the Gryffindor table. Everyone in the dining hall turned to witness a Gryffindor boy who had inadvertently conjured a small explosion with a spell. The boy and his fellow Gryffindors were clearly taken aback, caught off guard by the sudden blast. Oh no, I've failed. The boy, covered in soot and with his hair wildly smoking, hung his head in disappointment, a wisp of smoke escaping his mouth as he spoke. Why did it explode? Harry froze, instinctively shifting away alongside Ron. Fool. Magic isn't so easily wielded, you know? One misstep, and the spell can backfire, Hermione remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. The commotion had startled the teachers at the head table, who, upon realizing there was no real harm done, collectively exhaled in relief. Draco's amused gaze returned to the scene, and he pointed at the Gryffindor boy with singed hair. Ha! There's nothing to be concerned about. At least you're not as foolish as that lion who blew himself up. Perhaps it's merely a matter of talent? He deliberately raised his voice, laughing heartily, the sound reaching the Gryffindor boy's ears, causing him to blush in embarrassment and lower his head. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin side. Oh, look at those guys. They truly excel at mocking others. Ron twitched at the corner of his eye, disdainfully retracting his gaze, unwilling to engage with Slytherin. Had Perugia just used a spell similar to the one Seamus employed? It seemed a success. For some reason, Harry felt a twinge of bitterness as he observed Draco's proud expression. At least he still had a chance of becoming friends with Perugia. Their previous encounters suggested that Perugia did not seem to harbor any aversion towards him. As the students were finishing their meals, a melodious hoot from an owl echoed through the hall. From the skylight above, a variety of owls began to swoop down, each carrying letters, flapping their wings as they sought out their respective owners. Oh, a letter has arrived, Draco exclaimed with delight, watching the chaotic flurry of owls in the dining hall with eager anticipation. Chapter 27, Daily Studies, 10. The disorderly flapping of owls combined with the students' cheers filled the dining hall with an extraordinary liveliness. Dumbledore, smiling warmly, nodded and stroked his beard. Some of the owls, having delivered their messages, departed immediately, while others perched before their owners, awaiting a treat. Draco looked up joyfully as his own owl approached, a large, sleek feathered creature. It glided into the hall with a noble and composed demeanor, landing gracefully before Draco amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Snick! Draco called out to the owl, stroking its feathers and offering it a piece of meat. He eagerly untied the letter and parcel attached to his owl, unable to contain his excitement as he began to unwrap them. As he continued reading, his peripheral vision caught sight of the amiable owl, meticulously preening its feathers. Stationed before Parousia, the owl, akin in size to others of its kind, boasted a coat of fluffy white feathers complemented by a small patch of black atop its head. Along with its whimsically intelligent gaze, it evoked an impression of both charm and cunning. Parousia, have you given your owl a name? It is truly distinctive, particularly the tuft of black feathers upon its head. Draco leaned in, reaching out to stroke the owl, exclaiming how remarkably well-behaved it was. Parousia, momentarily taken aback while holding the envelope he was about to open, glanced at his owl, which mirrored his own curious attention. Alas, he had not yet bestowed a name upon it. No. Oh my, how could you? I knew you would only name that octopus of yours, right? Let me do it. Draco exclaimed, shaking his head in mock disbelief. eagerly volunteering to name Parusia's owl. He offered it a piece of meat and pondered, "What shall I call it? My owl is named Snake. Yours shall be called Tuan Tuan." In truth, he was motivated by a personal desire, for he found Parusia's owl to be delightfully agile and charming. It seemed to truly comprehend their conversation, especially with those sparkling eyes that appeared almost conversational. Tuan Tuan. Parusia paused, surprised by Draco's choice of name. However, after glancing at his owl, he shrugged and nodded in agreement. Edmund and Eleanor's letters contained succinct content, primarily detailing their recent schedules and expressing their concerns. Meanwhile, Draco read his letter with a beaming smile, swiftly tearing open his package. As for Snake and Tuan Tuan, they departed the dining hall post-feeding, just like any other owl. "Draco, did your parents send you a gift?" Pansy inquired, darting over from across the table to occupy an empty seat on his left. She had noticed the exquisite brooches nestled within Draco's package and gasped in admiration. "What beautiful brooches! Your aunt's taste remains impeccable." Hearing this, Draco's pride swelled, and he smirked, feigning nonchalance. "Naturally. However, Parusia, my mother mentioned that one of the brooches is for you." He paused upon reading that line in the letter, but quickly deduced the likely reasoning. His father had also referenced the recent activities of the Cirrus family within the magical community, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a good rapport with Parusia. Should Parusia encounter difficulties at school, his father encouraged him to extend his assistance. Being his father's directive, he would certainly comply, and in truth, he had always been inclined to help Parusia. Draco shrugged and handed one of the identical brooches to Parusia. "Oh, in fact, they are each housed in separate velvet boxes." Parusia accepted the box from Draco, his mouth slightly agape. "Thank you." He mused that perhaps he should also prepare some gifts for Draco and his parents. A letter to inform his father would suffice, considering he could not procure anything extravagant at school. Pansy, with a half-squinting smile, chose not to speak further and rose to depart the dining table in search of her friends. "Then it's settled," Draco exclaimed, jubilantly shaking his cup before Parusia and departing. The weekend passed swiftly. They learned of their impending joint classes with Gryffindor from a notice posted in the Slytherin common room. Draco, buoyant and unable to conceal his delight, dashed into their dormitory, shutting the door behind him. He shed his pretense, embracing the exuberance of a child as he flung himself onto his bed, cheering, "Yay, Merlin! I have awaited this moment for so long." Parusia sat at his desk, the flickering candlelight illuminating his face. Sensing Draco's palpable excitement upon entering, he lifted his gaze from the pages of his book to Draco. "What's the matter?" "Oh, look, I forgot to tell you." Draco sat up, tapping his head in realization, his eyes sparkling with childlike enthusiasm. "I just saw the notice on the bulletin board about tomorrow's classes. It's flying class. Although it's somewhat annoying that we must share it with Gryffindor, I've been waiting for this moment for ages. Soaring through the skies, riding on broomsticks, and Quidditch. Oh my, you will absolutely love it. Trust me." The platinum-haired boy rambled on, recounting how his family estate housed several large rooms dedicated to broomstick storage, and even had multiple fields for practice, where he had enjoyed riding broomsticks since childhood. The mere thought of engaging in flying class and joining the Quidditch matches filled Draco with uncontainable excitement. Parusia listened quietly, allowing Draco's exuberance to settle. Quidditch? The atmosphere in the room, once vibrant with enthusiasm, fell abruptly silent. Draco's eyelids fluttered hesitantly. "You haven't even touched a broomstick before, have you?" Upon witnessing Parusia shake his head, Draco slapped his forehead in disbelief. "Oh well, don't worry. If you're interested, and you will be, just relax. I'll teach you. Maybe you can take a break and come home with me for Christmas. We can have fun, train together." Chapter 28, A Little Turmoil in Flying Class. Draco had long anticipated Parusia's lack of exposure to broomsticks and Quidditch. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, believing that once Parusia experienced flying class, he would undoubtedly fall in love with the sensation of flight. Hence, he eagerly extended an invitation for Parusia to join him at his estate during Christmas, where they would have ample training grounds to hone their skills. Most importantly, he wished to showcase his broomstick collection and the family's Quidditch field to Parusia. Ahem. After a night filled with anticipation and excitement, Draco and Parusia chattered on until fatigue finally overcame them. The next day, as they dined in the hall, Draco radiated enthusiasm, quickly finishing his breakfast in eager anticipation of their classes. Regarding the methods of travel utilized by wizards in the magical realm, Parusia was aware of several options. Broomsticks were among the safer choices and could also serve as a competitive sport. However, for adult wizards, they preferred portkeys, the Flu Network, or disapparition. Yet, due to the inherent risks associated with disapparition, it often led to a wizard's body materializing in various locations. Consequently, it is rather rare for wizards to employ apparition unless they possess sufficient confidence and expertise. Upon reflection, Purusha realized that he had indeed mastered the art of apparition, albeit only utilized it when venturing around the manor. After all, Edmund had cautioned him, as an underage wizard, that especially upon arriving at Hogwarts, it was imperative to conceal his ability to apparate. Thus, he contemplated using it discreetly. However, upon reaching Hogwarts, he discovered that the school had erected an anti-apparition barrier, implemented for the safety of the students. While he was lost in thought, a figure with golden hair unexpectedly entered his line of sight. Casting a sidelong glance, he noted with satisfaction that Draco was no longer seated. He had made his way towards Gryffindor. Predictably, trouble was afoot, for Draco always seemed to stir mischief whenever he ventured that way. Harry and his companions were still animatedly discussing broomsticks and Quidditch with Ron and Neville. A hand reached down to retrieve a spherical object from the ground beside them. Oh, a memory ball? Longbottom, have you truly become so dim-witted that you require a memory ball to remind you of your tasks? Draco scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. Arching an eyebrow and curling his lips into a smirk, he had observed the chattering group engrossed in their discussions about flying lessons and Quidditch upon entering the dining hall. How noisy they were. He felt compelled to teach them a lesson. Their haughty and disrespectful demeanor irked Harry and Ron immensely. He had never harbored such disdain for anyone, not even for his loathsome cousin Dudley. If there were an exception, it would be Draco Malfoy, who incessantly sought to provoke him. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, standing resolutely beside Neville, glaring at Draco. At that moment, he genuinely wished to confront Malfoy. His loathing was palpable. However, Professor McGonagall, stationed at the faculty table, keenly sensed the disturbance and appeared behind them in the blink of an eye. Her sharp gaze swept over the young wizards through her spectacles. "What is the matter?" she inquired, casting a stern glance at Draco. "Professor, Malfoy has taken my memory ball," Neville interjected, indignantly pointing at the now somewhat frozen Draco. How vexing it was that Professor McGonagall had arrived. Draco's expression darkened, and he tossed the memory ball onto the table, turning back to glare at the trio. "Just wait and see," he retorted before hastily departing, accompanied by his two hulking cronies, Goyle and Crabbe. Observing Draco's disgruntled demeanor brought a smile to Ron's face as he made a face at Draco's retreating back. His mood noticeably lifted. Purusha, alongside Draco and the others, quickly followed the throng of students to the open area before the castle, ready for their inaugural flying lesson. The weather was splendid, with a gentle breeze caressing their faces, offering a rare moment of relaxation for the somewhat anxious students. They stood on a flat stretch of grass, the blades swaying rhythmically in the wind. Purusha and the Slytherin students formed an orderly line, his gaze drifting towards the distant forest. That was the Forbidden Forest. The dark, twisted trees appeared to sway like shadowy beings. In front of the grass lay the Black Lake, which they had traversed upon their arrival. A flicker of curiosity glimmered in Purusha's eyes. This place held many secrets he yearned to uncover. Before them lay numerous broomsticks neatly arranged on the ground. Upon his arrival, Purusha had already heard Draco's complaints. He found the school's broomsticks exceedingly antiquated, some barely retaining a few bristles. "I wouldn't be surprised if my grandfather had used these brooms," he lamented. Of course, that was impossible. His grandfather surely used the finest brooms available at the time. In sharing this, Draco proudly recounted his family's illustrious history in Quidditch. Both his grandfather and father had participated in the school's Quidditch teams, achieving great glory. Now, he too was poised to inherit his family's legacy by joining the school's Quidditch team. "Oh, come now, Draco. You must remember that first years cannot compete on the team. Regrettably, you will have to wait until your second year," a dark-haired girl chimed in, playfully dousing Draco's enthusiasm with reality. Draco shot her an exasperated glance, folding his arms in a huff and lapsing into silence. The Gryffindor students arrived tardily, eyeing each other with barely concealed disdain. Their mutual animosity was interrupted only when Madame Hooch, their flying instructor, briskly approached, prompting them to retract their hostile gazes. Chapter 29. A minor incident in flying class. Madame Hooch sported a sharp, gray bob and exuded vitality. Her eyes, a striking shade of yellow, surveyed the gathered students with the keen gaze of a hawk. "What a splendid day it is it not?" she exclaimed with a cheerful smile, clapping her hands together. "Now, let us commence our lesson. Everyone, please stand beside a broomstick. Be swift." She noted some students still standing in confusion and adopted a notably stern tone. The young wizards promptly moved forward, positioning themselves beside the broomsticks. Purusha glanced down at the weathered broomstick beneath him, understanding Draco's earlier disdain. "Oh, its bristles are nearly gone," a small Slytherin murmured, revealing that the sentiment was shared among many. While the Gryffindors also expressed their grievances, they were evidently more eager for the upcoming activities. "So old and tattered," the young wizards muttered as they observed the unevenly protruding bristles of the battered broomsticks. "I can guarantee these brooms are relics of Hogwarts." Perhaps they've been here since the school's inception, one speculated. Purusha turned his gaze to Draco, who wore an expression of distaste. Yet, it seemed that his love for flying ultimately triumphed over his dissatisfaction. After all, having something was better than nothing. Draco soon adopted a more composed demeanor. Noticing Purusha's gaze, he flashed a confident smile and winked at him. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick's handle, Madame Hooch called out from the center. Now rise. The crowd exchanged glances, then lowered their eyes to their right hands and the brooms, each person brimming with eager anticipation. Up, they all shouted in unison. Every time I hear characters in movies shout up, I cannot help but chuckle. Up. After a brief pause, Purusha spoke in a monotone, and almost instantaneously, the broom obediently soared into his grasp. A rather novel sensation coursed through him, raising his eyebrows in intrigue. Turning to observe the others, he noticed them murmuring the word up in varying rhythms, with the exception of Harry, Draco, and himself. The moment those three uttered the command, their brooms flew straight into their hands. Madame Hooch nodded appreciatively at them, while the other young witches and wizards, after feeling a pang of envy, redoubled their efforts to shout up, eventually coaxing their brooms into their possession. Albeit with considerable difficulty, some brooms remained obstinately immobile. Ron's broom even retaliated with a sharp jab. Perhaps it was akin to taming a wild steed. Purusha mused as he reached out to caress the weathered broom, bearing the marks of time. In contrast, Draco held his head high, brimming with pride. Subsequently, Madame Hooch introduced them to the nuances of stable flight and the proper grip technique. She roamed among the group, sternly admonishing Draco for his incorrect grip. Harry and Ron, overhearing her critique of Malfoy's persistent errors, felt a surge of secret delight. Purusha observed Draco's sulky expression. He stubbornly insisted on his grip style. I've always held it this way. I've been playing with brooms since I was a child. I can't possibly fall. Noticing Draco's obstinacy, Madame Hooch abandoned her attempts to correct him. However, Purusha did not believe the grip would significantly affect one's performance, as everyone has their own preferred position. Not to mention, he had been flying broomsticks since childhood. Well, since you are all prepared, when I whistle, follow the methods and steps I previously outlined. An attempt to fly at a low altitude before landing. Madame Hooch shook her head and redirected her focus to the other students. 3-2. As the young witches and wizards mounted their brooms, ready to take off, a sudden commotion erupted from Gryffindor. In an instant, a plump black figure shot up from the ground with startling speed, creating a gust that whipped the robes of those nearby. What is happening? Why won't it obey me? Neville screamed, soaring high and fast, propelled by the broom to the castle's apex, darting about. Stop, child. Calm yourself and regain control of your broom. Madame Hooch shouted in a panic, desperately trying to help Neville manage the broom. Oh, he's flying quite high, haha, Draco remarked, one hand shielding his brow, mocking the situation. What a calamity-prone Longbottom. Even his memory ball cannot assist him. The Slytherin snakes looked up with varying expressions of concern and derision, relishing the spectacle. Even Purusha was taken aback. This boy, Neville Longbottom, seemed to have been perpetually unlucky since the term began. Such heights could prove perilous should he fall. The broom eventually hurled Neville from its grasp, sending him plummeting vertically, eliciting gasps from the other young witches and wizards, who instinctively covered their eyes. Fortunately, he became ensnared on a sharp protrusion at the tower's peak, only to fall again due to the failure of his robe. Oh no, Hermione cried, her face etched with worry as she watched Neville's impending injury. Unable to resist shielding her eyes with a hand, although Madame Hooch appeared visibly anxious. Purusha found it perplexing that she merely stood there without taking any action to rescue a student. It was indeed baffling. Thus, while the others remained oblivious, Purusha discreetly retrieved his wand from within his robe. With a subtle flick, an invisible breeze coalesced into a vortex, catching Neville just as he was about to meet the ground. Once assured there would be no severe repercussions, he swiftly dispelled the charm, allowing Neville to land with a soft thud, curled up on the ground. Had it not been for the wind that mitigated the impact, the poor boy would have sustained far more grievous injuries. Neville, are you all right? Harry, Ron, and the Gryffindor lions rushed over, their gazes fixed on Neville, who lay pallid upon the ground. Everyone stand back. Thankfully, it's nothing serious, just a wrist fracture. Madame Hooch looked up with a hint of confusion as she noted the height from which Neville had fallen, but she promptly assisted the limping boy away. Do not attempt to use your broomsticks again until I return, unless you wish to be expelled before even encountering Quidditch. Chapter 30. A minor incident in Flight Class 3. While Harry and his friends anxiously watched Neville depart, Slytherin erupted in raucous laughter. Did you see Longbottom's pitiful state just now? Utterly foolish. Draco guffawed, with the other Slytherin snakes joining in his mockery. Shut up. How can you utter such cruel words? He is injured, and you still behave this way? A Gryffindor girl stepped forward from the crowd, indignantly confronting Draco. Parvati Patil, a strikingly beautiful girl of Indian descent, gazed at Neville with concern, her bright eyes reflecting her discontent towards Draco and his companions. What? Are you defending Longbottom? Oh, I never would have guessed, Patil. You must be heartbroken that the clumsy, portly little crybaby shed tears just now. Uffed. Indeed, he's just a jinxed fool. A dark-haired girl, Pansy Parkinson, sauntered in from the back of Slytherin, hands on her hips, unapologetically retorting to Parvati. You. Parvati scowled, glaring at Pansy. This could very well spark another conflict, Purusha thought to himself, as the Gryffindor students began to collectively despise Slytherin due to their taunting behavior. The atmosphere grew tense, and it seemed an altercation was imminent. Suddenly, Draco approached the spot where Neville had fallen, picking up a transparent ball. Oh, look at poor Longbottom's memory ball. Hand it over. Harry, like a gust of wind, rushed forward to seize it, but Draco was quick to react. Oh dear. He stumbled a step or two, but regained his balance, then perched himself upon the broom. Grinning mockingly, Potter, you want to snatch it? Come and try. Purusha watched as Draco soared high on his broom, gleefully searching for a place to dispose of Neville's memory ball. You've gone too far. Harry glared at Purusha, who stood calmly nearby. His teeth clenched in frustration as he mounted his broom. With a powerful kick, the broom soared suddenly into the air, racing towards Draco's position. The chase between the two left the young wizards below in stunned awe, erupting in a chorus of gasps and cheers. Goodness, Draco was one thing. But how could Potter possibly master the flying broom so adeptly? Pansy, standing beside Purusha, inhaled sharply, her heart pounding as she observed Harry Potter's audacious charge to seize the memory ball. It seemed likely that Draco would find himself at a disadvantage. She furrowed her brow in worry. At her words, Purusha narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand already gripping his wand within his robes. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as Draco flung the memory ball away, only to be knocked off his broom by Harry. This caused Draco to lose his grip on the broom, and he appeared to be on the verge of falling to the ground like Neville. Draco's face paled. It was over. He had lost control and would end up crashing in front of so many, just like Neville. He watched the ground rushing up to meet him and tightly shut his eyes in fear. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Purusha glided like a shadow, unexpectedly appearing beside Draco and extending his arm to catch him securely in his embrace. When had he arrived there? Thank goodness, or that scene would have been truly terrifying. Some students exhaled in relief, grateful that the anticipated pain had not materialized. Upon feeling the firm arms encircling him, Draco cautiously opened his eyes, his gray irises reflecting a hint of fear as he glanced around in confusion. Purusha? Thank you. Purusha looked down at him, feeling Draco's grip tighten on his sleeve. It's all right. He gently set Draco down, relieved that his height and build allowed him to support Draco's weight. As Draco stood on the ground, Goyle, Crabbe, and Pansy rushed over. Ugh, that insufferable Potter. He adjusted his disheveled clothing and lifted his gaze to see Harry Potter landing gracefully amidst the crowd's enthusiastic cheers. Holding the memory ball triumphantly, Harry beamed innocently as he basked in the adoration, then shot a bemused glance at the flustered Malfoy. Oh, why did that brooding fellow rush over to save him? He could have simply broken his neck. Ron grimaced, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It would have been more satisfying to see Malfoy, that arrogant brat, accompany Neville to the hospital. Not witnessing his fall was simply unsatisfactory. But how could that Slytherin manage to catch Malfoy, falling from such a height? Goodness, was that fellow even human? How could someone of their age catch another without fear of injury? Ron muttered incredulously. Enough already, just based on what you said earlier. Such cruel intentions and actions are hardly different from Malfoy and his ilk. Hermione frowned, finding Ron's remarks inappropriate, even excessive. For heaven's sake, that was dangerous. It involved a life. Yet, she could only remark that both Malfoy and Ron shared similar overreactions. Ugh, she truly loved to meddle. But Harry, you're incredibly talented. And you still claim you can't ride a broom? Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape, grinning as he leaned toward Harry teasingly. Well, it truly was my first time. Just as they engaged in conversation, a slender figure appeared, the Professor McGonagall, hurrying toward them. What are you all doing? I have never witnessed such reckless behavior at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless, though the glint of anger in her glasses was unmistakable. Aren't you afraid of breaking your neck, or worse? No. Professor, it was Malfoy who started it. Ron protested, unwilling to back down. Enough, Mr. Weasley. Now, you, Potter, come with me. Professor McGonagall briskly led the dejected Harry away from the lawn. Serves you right. Draco wore a smug expression. Getting expelled would be splendid. If it weren't for Purusha, he would have been knocked down and broken his arm. The thought sent a shiver of dread through him. He approached Purusha and poked him in the side. Thanks for that. Yes, but I think, had you not done that, perhaps you wouldn't have faced such a calamity. If I hadn't caught you, you would likely be on your way to the hospital now, Perugia replied coolly, surprisingly offering more words than usual. Chapter 31. Are you worried about me? Although still shaken by the earlier harrowing moment, his heart racing, Draco felt truly touched when Perugia had rushed over to catch him so steadily. He realized that, even without his father's guidance, he desired to forge a genuine friendship with Perugia. Despite being peers, Perugia possessed a remarkable reliability and strength. Draco's ears tinged with a hint of pink, but after Perugia had spoken 3 longer sentences, he widened his eyes in astonishment. To be honest, I'm not angry about it, but I am genuinely surprised. Perhaps what you just said is the most you've ever spoken since I've known you. Perugia, really? At Draco's words, Perugia paused slightly, then resumed his previous aloof stance. Yet his silence intrigued Draco, as if he had uncovered a fascinating secret. The platinum-haired boy wore a knowing smile, half closing his eyes as he tugged at Perugia's sleeve. Hey, don't ignore me. You could certainly engage in conversation. Why maintain this brooding persona? Or are you practicing? If so, your progress is remarkable. Aren't you even a bit curious about the emotions that may have flickered in your heart for just a moment? Draco murmured, confident that Perugia, this emotionally stoic figure, would find it intriguing. Clearly, he struck a chord, successfully capturing Perugia's attention. Madame Hooch hurried back, and the young wizards refrained from recounting the earlier events. She released a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing disastrous had occurred in her absence. Well, let us conclude today's lesson here. Class dismissed. The young wizards dispersed with various emotions, forming small groups as they departed. Before Perugia was called away by Draco, he turned back to glance at the Black Lake and the forbidden forest on the other side. Do you have something else to say? You're not looking at that broom that flew off like Longbottom, are you? Draco followed Perugia's gaze, assuming he wanted to retrieve the broom that had ventured into the forbidden forest. One couldn't help but wonder how Perugia had grown up so much. He appeared to be quite unlike them, displaying no strong aversion towards those of Gryffindor or those of mixed heritage. Is this a characteristic inherent to those from secluded families? An impartiality towards all things. As he made his way to the next classroom, Draco conversed animatedly with Goyle and Crabbe ahead of him, which left Pelucia, who awaited his response to the previous question, somewhat skeptical that he had forgotten. Therefore, as the surrounding Slytherins entered the classroom, Pelucia called out to Draco. Who was in front? Draco. Huh. The boy momentarily looked puzzled, glancing at the dark-haired boy standing still at the doorway, and after a few seconds, he recalled what he had forgotten. He motioned for Goyle and Crabbe to enter the classroom first. You're indeed curious, aren't you? Then I must ask, why did you come to my rescue back then? Pelucia posed the question, eagerly anticipating Draco's response. The corridor outside the classroom occasionally echoed with snippets of student conversations and laughter, only to fall abruptly into silence. Yet, Pelucia rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Just as the bell rang to signal the start of class, Pelucia finally spoke. Was it because you didn't want to see me hurt? After all, he had also prevented Neville Longbottom from sustaining more serious injuries. However, witnessing the panic that flickered across the face of the typically confident and proud boy left him feeling oddly unsettled. It was precisely why he had rushed over to embrace him. Although magic could have sufficed, perhaps he preferred not to have his actions revealed to others. Huh. The boy with platinum hair suddenly had his gray eyes glimmer with a brilliance akin to a galaxy. A visible joy spread across his face. I knew it. In that case, let me tell you what that peculiar feeling you mentioned truly is. To avoid tardiness, the two hastily entered the classroom and took their seats. While listening to the professor's lecture, Draco discreetly passed Pelucia a note. On the pristine white paper, elegant English script declared, that feeling is called worry. Worry? Pelucia glanced sideways at Draco, who was attentively focused on the lecture, a smile he could not hide gracing his face. His hand moved slightly within his robe, and his mind was consumed by the words written on Draco's note. Worry, worry. The once monotonous thoughts in his mind suddenly sprang to life, as if they had been activated by a newly discovered key. In his heart, he felt a genuine pulse of emotion. He sensed he had acquired something precious. All right. He understood now. It was precisely because he didn't want to see Draco harmed that he had rushed to save him. But why? Pelucia's thoughts suddenly halted. Because we could consider ourselves friends? He mused, nodding thoughtfully. That must be it. An intriguing soul, a lively and captivating boy with platinum hair, his unique temperament, and the somewhat contradictory aura he exuded had drawn him in from the very beginning. He enjoyed observing him. Pelucia's dark eyes rested on the platinum-haired boy, who was listening intently. During dinner, Draco appeared to be in high spirits, elegantly savoring his meal. Of course, if one overlooked his gaze, which seemed to relish in the spectacle of Gryffindor's table. Pelucia felt that the primary emotion he had experienced during his time with Draco was one of exasperation. He was still contemplating how to tease Harry Potter. Nevertheless, the Gryffindor table was lively, with Harry engaging in his usual banter with his companions. They seemed particularly animated, which caused Draco's smile to fade slightly. What was going on? How could he still be smiling? TSK, it was unbearable to watch. He beckoned Goyle and Crabbe, intending to throw out a few jabs and gather intelligence. But just as he stood, he seemed to have a thought. Pelucia, why don't you join us? Draco looked at Pelucia with an expectant gaze. With no alternative, Pelucia followed along. After all, he had little interest in their squabbles. However, if he could seize the opportunity to observe them, he was more than willing to indulge in the drama. Hey, Potter, what's this? A feast fit for royalty? Is this your last supper? Have you packed your bags yet? Draco approached Harry from behind, a hint of smugness lifting his chin. Chapter 32. Why do you always have to bring Pelucia with you? Pelucia stood quietly behind the trio, unwilling to engage in their verbal skirmish. Initially displeased to see Draco and his gang approaching, Harry spotted Pelucia standing behind them. From an angle where Draco could not see, he discreetly waved. Pelucia clearly noticed and nodded slightly, but Harry, ever observant, caught his response. Consequently, Harry's annoyance lessened somewhat. Even though Malfoy was hurling insults, he managed to calm himself. You have no say in this, Malfoy. Can't a person eat in peace without you stirring up trouble? Ron, that good friend, retorted on Harry's behalf, flaring his nostrils in disdain directed at Malfoy. I truly cannot comprehend why this guy feels the need to meddle during mealtime. Poor Weasley, you should just keep quiet. The food on your plate is something you've never tasted, isn't it? Draco chuckled, glancing at Ron's heaping plate. Perhaps the professor has kindly allowed you to stay for the night, to feast before departing Hogwarts? Oh, the professor truly is a charitable soul. He laughed heartily, with Goyle and Crabbe behind him joining in with malicious grins. Potter, look at you opposing me, and now you're about to leave Hogwarts. How pitiful. Harry took a deep breath, first glancing at Pelucia, who was seemingly uninterested in their exchange. This helped him regain his composure, as he lowered his voice and stood firmly before Malfoy. You should be grateful Pelucia protected you back then. I seem to remember you being scared out of your wits. Your face was paler than it is now. I almost thought you were going to faint. That would have been quite delightful. His green eyes glared defiantly at Malfoy's obviously flustered face, knowing he had struck a nerve. And he couldn't bear the insinuation. Truly, a self-important young lord with little resilience. You, if you were wise enough, you wouldn't provoke me in front of so many witnesses. And, Harry chuckled lightly, seemingly casually glancing at the three hulking figures behind Malfoy. With them backing you, your bravado has certainly increased, hasn't it? Their conversation was of little consequence. Wherever you went, you brought along Parousia. Was it perhaps out of fear of being struck that you required Parousia's protection? If that were the case. Beside them, Ron gaped in astonishment at his good friend Harry's unexpected outburst. Since when did you become so articulate, Harry? This mockery is even sharper than Malfoy's. He chuckled, observing Malfoy's flushed face. He must be furious. Ha ha ha. Ron proudly lifted his chin, laughing heartily. Parousia, meanwhile, listened to their banter while gazing up at the restaurant's dome, surprised by the acuteness of Harry's jibes at Draco. Noticing Draco's trembling frame, she understood he was thoroughly incensed. Ahem. The sound of a cold, heavy cough pierced the air. Parousia turned to see Professor Snape's dark, brooding gaze locking onto hers. The professor had taken note of their antics, his brow furrowed in disapproval. She glanced at him, subtly indicating Draco with a tilt of her head, and grasped his meaning. It was time to leave. With a soft sigh, Parousia strode forward, seizing Draco's wrist without a word, intent on leading him away. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to protest, but Parousia swiftly silenced him with a low whisper. The professors are still watching. Keep your cool. He then noticed the stern gaze of his godfather from the staff table. So it was his godfather who had instructed Parousia to intervene. Very well. That insufferable Potter. Who could have imagined he would utter such venomous words? What did he mean by saying Draco was terrified? What did it mean that he could not do without Parousia? The platinum-haired boy felt his wrist gripped by the taller boy, his gaze drawn irresistibly to that hand. Slightly larger than his own, still as cold as ever. As they made their way back to the dormitory, Parousia felt a sudden firm grip returning his hold, and she turned in surprise to look at the platinum-haired boy. Why is your hand so cold? Allow me to warm it for you. What are you staring at? Draco reverted to his haughty demeanor, as if he hadn't just been the one to initiate this interaction, treating it as if it were a grand concession. If you feel cold, I can let go. After a brief silence, Parousia stood at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, speaking blandly to Draco. The warmth in her heart, once kindled, was instantly doused by Draco's perception of Parousia's emotional ignorance. His shoulders slumped, one hand resting against the doorframe. Huh, what am I doing? You truly are a dense block of wood when it comes to emotions. But then again, I have resolved to help you change. However, before he could truly succeed, he feared he would have to endure many more such moments of heartache. Draco closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. He entered the bathroom to freshen up, and Parousia glanced at the tentacled creature swaying by the window. After a moment's contemplation, she opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. She casually ignored the greetings of several upperclassmen as she traversed the dimly lit corridor. However, as she walked, she noticed a few footsteps stealthily trailing her at a distance. Nearly time for bed. Planning a midnight stroll, are we? Peeve's familiar voice echoed from behind. Parousia turned with a weary expression, fixing her gaze on him. You need to be wary of that filthy, foul-smelling cat and that bothersome caretaker. I'm leaving. Initially intent on pranking her, Peeve stammered a few words upon seeing Parousia and fled as if his life depended on it. What was he trying to do? That has nothing to do with me. Parousia mused, casting a disinterested glance at a shadowy corner before continuing on her way. Chapter 33. Stalkers, Lessons, and Confrontations. Nightfall was imminent, and students were strictly prohibited from wandering the grounds after hours. Yet, Parousia was confident in her ability to remain undetected, which was why she had seized the opportunity to venture out. The mischief-making Peeves, upon recognizing her, had scurried away like a frightened mouse. The long corridor was eerily silent, with Parousia's footsteps nearly inaudible. Of course, apart from the three self-proclaimed perfect followers trailing behind her. Parousia paid no heed to her clandestine pursuers. If they chose to follow, so be it. Exiting the castle, she took the same route as during the day's flying lesson, arriving at the expansive lawn before the castle. At night, the dewy atmosphere intensified, yet she found the scent of the damp grass rather pleasant. Parousia paused to consider her next destination before crossing the lawn towards the edge of the Black Lake. From the lawn, she could behold the lake's entirety, as the castle's elevation offered a commanding view. Yet, as she approached the water's edge, the profound stillness enveloped her. Surrounding the Black Lake was a small forest. Though not as towering as the Forbidden Forest, the trees huddled together under the cloak of night. A gust of wind rustled through them, accompanied by the calls of nocturnal creatures. Anyone timid enough to venture here would surely feel a chill run down their spine and flee in haste. Parousia seemed to sense the hesitant footsteps of the three behind her, chuckling softly as she made her way through the trees towards the sloping shore of the Black Lake. The water appeared an impenetrable black, as if it could swallow anything whole. Even under the moonlight, the surface only rippled with silvery waves, unable to pierce the lake's profound darkness. A biting cold wind swept past, tousling Parousia's hair and revealing her deep, piercing eyes. The ground beneath her was soft and damp, yet she crouched down, plunging her hand into the inky waters. For an ordinary person, the mere thought of dipping their hand into such frigid depths would be daunting. But to the three watching from behind the trees, Parousia displayed no hesitation. Is he playing in the water? That's the Black Lake. One whispered. I told you he was a freak. No doubt some dark creature masquerading as a human, regardless of the dangers. The three concealed behind the trees cast disdainful glances at Parousia, who appeared to be enjoying the water. Upon his initial entrance to the academy, he had once dipped his hand into the lake's waters, attempting to awaken the extraordinary abilities that lay dormant within him since birth. Now, standing here, he could sense that power had successfully taken root within him. As it acknowledged his presence, it drew ever closer. Perhaps he could allow Cole to reside here. However, he was acutely aware of the formidable entity that lay dormant in the depths of the Black Lake. In such circumstances, Cole would undoubtedly find this place distasteful. Searist. A voice from behind called his name, laced with displeasure. Parousia turned slowly, maintaining an air of calm as he regarded the three figures before him. They were three Slytherins, the very same fools who had caused Draco's injury in potions class. He recalled how furious Draco had been when he had referred to them. The trio gaped at Parousia, who had turned to face them, and their gazes met his, which seemed to peer into unfathomable darkness. It was no exaggeration, aside from Draco. It was unlikely that anyone at Hogwarts had ever witnessed Parousia's unmasked gaze. His eyes were narrow yet profound, the inky pupils seemingly intermingled with something otherworldly. A mere glance evoked an inexplicable dread. The trio perceived the lifelessness in Parousia's eyes, which appeared devoid of vitality, as if they belonged to no human being. This individual was certainly not of this world. His gaze instilled a chilling sensation within them. Parousia spoke first. Slytherin prides itself on honor. Your presence here may tarnish our esteemed reputation. Moreover, why have you three been following me? Bah, it is you who brings shame to Slytherin. One of them spat. What so-called noble lineage do you claim? It must be a fabrication. The trio brandished their wands, aiming them squarely at Parousia. You certainly are a master of disguise. Rarely do you speak, one remarked. Just moments ago, you seemed quite amiable. It seems the heir of the Malfoy family has been deceived by your appearance, and you have exploited his compassion. Compassion? Parousia's brow furrowed suddenly, and the temperature around him plummeted. causing the three to shiver uncontrollably. Disguise? Rather. I have merely adapted to this environment, he said, lowering his head, his handsome features shrouded in shadow, a smirk curving his lips, a smile rarely seen. I have acclimatized to my surroundings. Heh. He chuckled softly, the sound deep and melodious, sending an eerie chill down the spines of the trio. He was indeed no ordinary individual. Without hesitation, they unleashed their wands, casting every offensive spell they knew towards Purusha. Yet, their efforts were fruitless. Before they could even approach him, their spells dissipated into thin air. Hearing the sound of water behind him, a hint of amusement flickered across Purusha's otherwise stoic face. I did not expect you to attack a fellow student so brazenly. Very well, perhaps it is time to impart a lesson. You should not have allowed him to be harmed prior to this. Without so much as shifting his stance, a wet, slapping sound echoed behind him. As if something emerged from the shore. The entity writhed in the shadows, rapidly approaching him. What is that? One of the trio keenly sensed the dark, shadowy figure behind Purusha, roughly the size of an adult human. It appeared to have crawled from the depths of the black lake, its body glistening with briny moisture. And as they beheld it in terror, it suddenly extended numerous black tendrils, surging towards them over Purusha. Run! It's a monster! Don't come near us! The trio scattered in a panic, fleeing desperately towards the castle. Observing their terrified retreat, Purusha narrowed his eyes and murmured to the dark creature beside him. It seems things remain unchanged. The parasitism has succeeded. Let us teach them a lesson before they return to the castle. Chapter 34. The young master's unquenchable curiosity and Purusha's resignation. After spending some time by the Black Lake, Purusha returned to the dormitory in high spirits. He utilized magic to navigate back to the Slytherin basement, unnoticed by anyone. However, as he gently closed the door, preparing to return to his bed, a voice filled with inquiry broke the silence of the dormitory. Where have you been, Purusha? Draco, having just emerged from a bath, noticed Purusha's absence. Initially, he assumed Purusha had stepped out for some errand, but as night deepened without his return, concern crept in. He lay awake, pondering whether Purusha had been ambushed outside. When Purusha finally returned nonchalantly, Draco exhaled in relief. You're still awake, Draco, Purusha remarked, pausing momentarily before casually returning to his bedside to remove his outer garments. Goodness. The academy strictly prohibits students from wandering at night. If you were caught, Slytherin would lose points. Seeing Purusha change into his pajamas without a care in the world made Draco's face feel inexplicably warm. Oh, he thought, noting that despite being the same age, Purusha appeared far more robust than himself. Draco silently glanced down at his own soft, pale belly. Why must one compare oneself to others? Purusha tied the sash of his nightgown around his waist and settled into bed. It's fine, I wasn't caught. However, he added without a moment's hesitation, I can easily regain any lost points. This guy, Draco sighed, puzzled by the peculiar nature of their conversation that night. What was so strange about it? Suddenly, he turned to look at Purusha's exposed eyes and the subtle expressions on his face. It dawned on him that Purusha had changed. His demeanor was less rigid than before, imbued with a hint of warmth. As Purusha closed his eyes, preparing to sleep, he suddenly felt Draco rush over to his side. Draco plopped down next to him, gazing at him with excitement, yet remained silent. What's wrong? What's come over you today? Purusha queried, perplexed. Hey, tell me what you did while you were out. I feel like you've changed a lot lately, especially in how you just acted. Draco exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. You've been more expressive. Your demeanor has shifted. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing Purusha's face, which indeed bore a subtle range of emotions. Draco reached out and playfully pinched Purusha's cheek, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Draco. Purusha extended her hand, her voice resonating like a melancholic violin as she called the boy's name in vain, gently pushing his face aside. If there are to be changes, then I must thank you. You have classes tomorrow, so hurry off to bed. Draco, feeling a tinge of boredom, pursed his lips and returned to his own bed. He blinked and turned to glance at Purusha. Just moments ago, during their close conversation, he had unmistakably detected a damp scent emanating from her. How curious. Had this fellow gone swimming in the middle of the night? Where on earth have you been? Just took a stroll by the lake. Now go to sleep, Purusha whispered softly before turning away, falling silent. He gazed at the figure of Cole by the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems your new friend prefers to linger in that dark lake. Perhaps he will take you to meet it someday. The following day, merely sitting in the classroom, Draco had already begun to voice his grievances. The reason was simple. Not only were Slytherin and Gryffindor sharing a class in charms, but that insufferable Mr. Potter, whom Draco both loathed and fixated upon, was also in attendance. The seats in the classroom were arranged face to face, with a central aisle reserved for the teacher's movements. Their charms Professor Flitwick, was presently climbing atop a towering stack of books with his small, agile frame. The Slytherin students occupied one side, while the Gryffindors sat opposite. What on earth is going on? Why is Potter still here in class? Draco murmured in discontent. Meanwhile, Harry sat across the aisle, exchanging laughter and banter with Ron, utterly unconcerned, as if he were not a poor wretch on the brink of expulsion. Uffed. Ron made a face at Draco, successfully inciting the young lord's ire. Perhaps Harry would indeed not be expelled, considering it was merely a thrilling flight on a broom that the professor had witnessed. Purusha sat quietly at her desk, fixating on the feather Professor Flitwick had distributed, as if counting the number of barbs it possessed. All right, children, you should all have received the feathers I distributed, Professor Flitwick said kindly, surveying the young wizards from atop the books, wand in hand. He emphasized the essential points regarding the levitation charm they were to learn. Remember, a wave first, then a flick, and clearly articulate the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. He waved his hand encouragingly towards the eager young wizards seated before him. Very well, that's it. Take your time practicing. The young wizards listened intently as the professor concluded his instructions, each one eagerly brandishing their wands, ready to recite the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The classroom was immediately filled with a cacophony of incantations, each varying in tone and rhythm. Beside Purusha, Goyle listlessly waved his wand, droning out the spell with little enthusiasm. In the midst of two bodyguards, Draco raised an eyebrow and began to experiment with this new charm. However, after a few unsuccessful attempts, he noticed Goyle's gaze directed at him. What are you looking at? I won't let your feather lift off, Draco said, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he teased Purusha. On the other side, a chorus of envious gasps erupted from the others as Hermione Granger from Gryffindor pronounced the incantation flawlessly, successfully commanding her wand to make the white feather soar. Excellent. Miss Granger has succeeded, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, showering her with praise. Now, do give it another try, children. You will succeed. Humph. Draco scoffed, redirecting his focus entirely onto the feather, attempting to refine both his movements and pronunciation. Chapter 35. A gentleman never causes a lady distress. Weasley is quite unreasonable. With the persistence of the young wizards, someone finally began to succeed. They managed to make the feather float for a fleeting moment, or wobble precariously away from their desks. Or, in a few cases, send the feather shooting like an arrow into the wall. Regardless of the process, they had achieved success, much to the delight of their guiding professor. Oh, what is this? Quivering like an old hag, Draco remarked disdainfully as he observed his feather trembling slightly as it lifted off. Although he had succeeded, it did little to alleviate his displeasure. If that Gryffindor Granger could succeed, why should he appear any less competent? Goyle and Crabbe also managed to make their feathers briefly soar before they came crashing down again. But they seemed quite content with their efforts. Listening to Draco's continual attempts to refine his spellcasting and noticing his expression of dissatisfaction, Purusha finally broke her silence. The key lies in clarity. Your enunciation must be precise, with strong pauses. The heart of Leviosa lies in the O, and your wrist needs only a wave and a flick. The platinum-haired boy with gray eyes turned to her, his expression brightening as he eagerly began to follow her guidance. Sure enough, after mentally rehearsing the spell and executing it, he successfully made the feather dance to his command. Yes, why didn't you tell me sooner, Purusha? You truly are remarkable. Draco's gaze filled with gratitude, tinged with a hint of playful reproach, before he redirected his focus entirely on controlling the feather. Just a single piece of advice had led to Draco's success, inspiring the surrounding young wizards who had overheard Purusha's instructions. They all endeavored to replicate her method, each one cheering as their feathers soared gracefully into the air. Ha! Splendid. My dear, your guidance was exceedingly helpful. Professor Flitwick, fully aware of Purusha's influence, flashed her a thumbs up, just as the young wizards reveled in their triumph. A sudden explosion erupted within the classroom. Professor Flitwick's expression morphed into one of shock as he beheld the disheveled hair and soot-covered face of Seamus Finnegan, nearly toppling from his perch atop the books. Apologies, Seamus coughed, expelling a cloud of black smoke, offering nothing but an apology to the professor. Harry was taken aback by this display. The previous explosion in the dining hall had been one thing, but how could a levitation charm explode? He couldn't help but be astounded by Seamus's unique prowess. Swallowing hard, Harry watched as his and Seamus's feathers disintegrated into ash, slowly raising his hand. Professor, I think we need 2 more feathers. Lowering his hand, he brushed the soot from his cheek where it had settled after being adjacent to Seamus. After class, the young wizards exited the classroom in clusters, traversing the open courtyard of the castle. The warm sunlight bathed each hurried student, filling their hearts with a comforting warmth. At least, that is how Purusha felt as she followed Draco and the others, listening to Draco's musings on why Harry had not been expelled. as well as the explosive antics of Seamus Finnegan in class. Haha, Seymour is quite the comedian, isn't he? Just look at that foolish expression on his face. Not only is it ashen, but his hair appears singed as well. It is utterly hilarious. One cannot help but acknowledge the comedic talents of those surrounding Potter, first Weasley, then Longbottom, and Finnegan. Haha. Malfoy's laughter seems to have spread to the nearby Slytherins, who cannot contain their amusement, and all of them are overheard by the few individuals walking ahead. Someone remarked that Potter is surrounded by a bunch of fools, and Pelucia immediately surmised that it must have been Draco who spread that rumor. Yet, one must admit that even the clumsy Seamus Finnegan possesses a modicum of talent. Harry and Ron had just finished mocking the arrogant Hermione when they found themselves on the receiving end of Malfoy's ridicule. A sudden flush crept across their faces, and their fists clenched tightly. Pelucia's focus, however, was not on them, but rather on the girl who quietly followed Harry, who, upon hearing the mockery, collided with them in her haste to flee. The aura of her sadness was palpable. To be publicly dismissed in such a manner would wound anyone's heart. Pelucia did not believe that Ron Weasley's actions were justifiable in this instance. "How audacious you all are," Draco commented, leading his entourage to a halt as they observed Harry and his friends, who stood frozen before them, watching Hermione run away in tears. "Potter, really? Weasley? It is one thing to be impoverished and lacking in manners, but how can you be so devoid of gentlemanly decorum? To mock a girl for having no friends? Oh, I see. Is it because she surpasses you in every regard that you are consumed by jealousy?" He reproached Ron with disdain, for despite his disdain for Gryffindor, he had not forgotten the principles of chivalry. No gentleman would treat a lady in such a manner. To insinuate that someone has no friends is indeed a cruel jest. Ron, even if he wished to retort, found himself at a loss for words. The sight of Hermione's sorrowful departure made him acutely aware of his misstep, leaving him breathless and speechless. He resolved to seek an opportunity to apologize to Hermione. He truly did not intend any harm. "Go take a look," Pelucia suggested from behind Harry. Harry turned to meet Pelucia's gaze and nodded in agreement, promptly leading Ron and the others to follow. On their way back, their conversation swiftly shifted to the impending Halloween festivities. The boys eagerly discussed the delectable treats that would be available at the Halloween feast, but Draco, with his keen ears, caught wind of a significant piece of information from the passing Gryffindors. "What did you say? Potter not only escaped expulsion, but has been granted a special exception to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "This cannot be true." Draco's expression darkened immediately. Without uttering a word, he broke away from the group, leaving no indication of his destination. "Why is he reacting so dramatically?" A fellow Slytherin marveled at Malfoy's response. "Fool, this young master would relish Potter's expulsion. Besides, he enjoys Quidditch as much as anyone. Yet, it is only Potter who receives such an exception despite being a first year. You lot cannot possibly be pleased by this news," Pansy Parkinson remarked as she and her companion Daphne approached, casting a disdainful glance at the boy who had spoken. Her words struck like a wake-up call, prompting the young Slytherins to recognize the injustice. Indeed, why is it that only Gryffindor's Potter is allowed to join the Quidditch team on special terms? This is utterly unfair. Chapter 36. He is but a monster. That is merely his facade. The news of Potter's exceptional enrollment and permission to participate in Quidditch swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts. Students from the other three houses began to voice their grievances. This was decidedly an unjust situation. Not only was Potter granted special admission to compete, but there were also attempts to keep it under wraps. Such actions incited a profound sense of injustice among the students, particularly those from the other three houses. "I have already informed my father about this matter. Initially, I intended to wait a year before competing, but if Potter can participate, why should I not?" Draco proclaimed as he strode ahead, speaking animatedly to Goyle and the others. He refused to endure such indignation. If Potter could participate, then so could he. Who does not revel in Quidditch? With hope at hand, he resolved to fight for his place. After their classes concluded, the day had already given way to dusk. The sky donned a fiery crimson hue, the clouds reflecting like flames. Students gathered on the ornate balcony, momentarily captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Among them stood Pelucia, but in the next instant, he felt a sudden, forceful shove from behind. "Die, you monster!" A boy screamed at the top of his lungs, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged towards Pelucia, who was caught off guard. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd as Pelucia was thrust against the railing, teetering dangerously over the edge, yet he managed to grasp the railing just in time to avoid plummeting to the ground. He gazed down, assessing the perilous distance below. Indeed, it was quite high. Falling would surely take his breath away, and whether he would survive was another matter entirely. Upperclassmen swiftly intervened to restrain the would-be assailant, while others rushed to assist Pelucia, eager to rescue him rather than remain indifferent onlookers. "Grab my hand," A calm yet urgent voice called out, a hand extending toward Pelucia. He looked up to find a handsome, chiseled Hufflepuff upperclassman. You cannot bear my weight. You would tumble down with me. I'm afraid I cannot take your hand. Pelucia replied, shaking his head. Were it not for the throng of onlookers, he would have climbed back up himself, perhaps even delivering a grand display of indifference to those surrounding him. But the crowd was simply too large. It seemed the lesson from their previous encounter had not been sufficiently learned. This individual was still intent on teaching him a lesson. Out of the corner of his eye, Pelucia noticed two others trembling at the back of the crowd, observing the chaos. If they were present, he would seize this opportunity to eliminate this trio of nuisances. Cedric leaned anxiously over the railing, extending his hand. He had not anticipated Pelucia's refusal. Why are you hesitating at such a moment? Quickly, take my hand. What are you all doing? Professor Snape arrived, summoned by the panicking students. He glided over with the swiftness of a bat, his expression a foreboding storm as he surveyed the scene. Pelucia, perilously close to falling, and Cedric, desperately trying to reach him. How could such calamity arise in the brief absence of Draco? Had the hearts of this generation of young wizards grown so cruel? Snape swiftly brandished his wand, giving it a flick, and Pelucia felt his body become weightless, soaring back to safety beside Cedric. Are you all right? How could I have been so anxious as to overlook the use of such a spell? Cedric, seemingly vexed, lightly tapped his forehead while gently supporting the feeble Pelucia. Fortunately, Professor Snape intervened. Otherwise, the crowd would have been in a frenzy, utterly useless. In moments of desperation, one truly can forget their course of action. Alas, I shall never allow this to occur again. Thank you. The boy's voice resonated softly, evoking a twinge of sympathy in Cedric for the unfortunate younger student. They all knew him. Despite his innocence, he faced disdain and ostracism from certain individuals. Now, he was even in peril of his life. Even Cedric felt a surge of indignation at this injustice. With a fierce glare, Professor Snape surveyed the scene before striding toward the boy held down by upperclassmen. Have you lost your mind, Mr. Wazzy? Attempting to harm your fellow student? I believe it is time for your parents to discuss your future at this institution. To the rest, he barked, return to your quarters. His authoritative voice scattered the other students. Professor, that's not how he is. He didn't mean it. Two of Wazzy's companions hurriedly stepped forward, pleading on his behalf. Meanwhile, Wazzy himself appeared red-eyed and speechless. Snape scrutinized their expressions, particularly Wazzy's. All three bore dark circles under their eyes, as though they had been terrified by something. It was evident that these troublemakers had gone several nights without sleep. Oh. Snape's tone rose slightly, his demeanor exuding a brooding severity. Not intentional. I dare say you have lost all sense of decency, treating Mr. Sirius in such a manner. Cedric, brimming with righteous indignation, supported the frail Pelucia and exclaimed, when one grows accustomed to bullying, they no longer perceive it as intentional? Truly outrageous. Do not speak yet, Mr. Diggory. If Mr. Sirius is unharmed, he shall return with you, while any issues should be addressed in the infirmary. Snape maintained his stoic expression, advising the two. Very well. Cedric trusted that Professor Snape would handle the matter appropriately and proceeded to escort Pelucia away. Now, you three gentlemen. Snape dismissed the other upperclassmen restraining Wazzy, leaving the trio standing before him. The sun's fading rays gradually surrendered to the encroaching night. Wazzy clenched his teeth, trembling. Professor, you must believe us. We did not act out of malice. That Sirius is a monster in human guise. We sought to protect everyone from further harm. Snape frowned. Monster, sinister fellow. An aberration. Your epithets for Mr. Sirius are indeed numerous. So, you decided to push him down before all these students, intent on causing his demise? What a bunch of imbeciles. To him, they were merely bullies hiding behind a flimsy excuse. But was it truly so? Observing their expressions, Snape noted that they did not seem to be lying. However, the gravity of the situation demanded careful handling. No choice. That fellow torments us daily with the creatures he harbors from the Black Lake. Indeed, Wazzy has reached his breaking point. Wazzy's companions, equally distraught, recounted the events leading up to this incident. Chapter 37. He is a monster. That is all a facade. Snape felt his patience waning, incredulous that he stood there listening to the three fools ramble. Mr. Sirius harbors a monster in the Black Lake, and it attacks you? Pray tell, is this not a rather ludicrous tale? Do you not find your own words laughable? Snape adjusted his ample robes, lowering his brows to glare at the trio. It is true. A few days ago, we followed him. We saw him approach the Black Lake alone and summon that creature. The boy, recounting their surveillance of their classmate, appeared increasingly uneasy as he spoke of their nocturnal escapades. Good heavens, the professor is absolutely furious. Yet, if we do not speak up, no one will believe us. They were convinced that Sirius' ability to masquerade as innocent stemmed from a lack of belief in their claims. Oh, so you followed a classmate, roamed the night, and even contemplated murder? You are utterly devoid of humanity. Snape's eyelids flickered. If that were the case, then Mr. Searist must have participated in their midnight escapade. If true, his evasion of capture merely attests to his cunning, does it not? Professor, you must trust us. That fellow's current demeanor is all an act. His appearance by the Black Lake was nothing short of malevolent. What if it's Malfoy? They share a dormitory. He must know whether Searist left that night. Their only hope now rested on Malfoy's willingness to assist them. Absurd and lacking credibility, this was Snape's silent assessment. Yet, when one is confronted with danger and fear, their words bear a semblance of truth. What a predicament. But Mr. Searist is merely an ordinary student, is he not? Even Dumbledore investigated, and their family posed no issues. I advise you to refrain from committing further foolishness until your parents arrive. Remain in your dormitories. You are grounded. After a moment's contemplation, Snape fixed his gaze on the three, whose anxiety and urgency were palpable. He spoke sternly before turning to depart. Pelucia, supported by Cedric, made his way toward the Slytherin dungeon, and in a moment, unnoticed by others, a faint smile crept across his lips. Yet, the next second, he seemingly innocently turned his gaze toward a certain direction. A shadow in a robe flickered past. Someone was watching him. Did that person just witness his earlier expression? He touched his now calm lips. Isn't it necessary to visit the infirmary for a checkup? Is your hand all right? Cedric observed this first-year boy, who was nearly as tall as himself, though still a head shorter. Despite his own precarious state, Pelucia refused to let Cedric support him, fearing he would be a burden. It must be acknowledged that this Slytherin, often looked down upon, was indeed a kind-hearted individual. He grasped Pelucia's hand, noting the slightly bloodied nails and the abrasions on his palm. Perhaps I should have thought to use the levitation charm to assist you sooner. It's all right, upperclassman. A moment's rest will suffice. Thank you. Pelucia's voice was barely above a whisper as he tapped the stone statue at the entrance to the dungeon, uttering the password. Wishing to express gratitude to this benevolent Hufflepuff upperclassman, he found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening, but no sound emerging. Cedric Diggory. Just call me Cedric. You know the house. The charming boy gestured to his tie, emblematic of Hufflepuff, and smiled with his eyes crinkling in delight. Thank you. Perugia slowly opened his mouth, turning to step into the lounge. Now that he was back in the dormitory, he no longer needed to feign such weakness. He loosened his tie and removed his dust-laden outer robe, first casting a cleaning charm before settling into his chair. The state of his hands was inconsequential to him. After all, he had discovered in his youth that no matter how severe the injuries, they would eventually heal on their own. Just as the bruised nails and calloused palms were on the brink of recovery, the door to the dormitory was forcefully kicked open, and Draco's anxious voice shattered the silence, compelling him to deliberately halt his healing. Perugia, are you an idiot? I heard you nearly got pushed off the corridor by those three vile brutes. Are you all right? In the brief time they had been apart, he had overheard discussions among others regarding the events that transpired in the corridor. Word had spread that Perugia had been nearly thrown off, but fortunately, Professor Snape arrived just in time to rescue him, allowing Draco's heart to finally settle back into its rightful place. Discarding Goyle and Crabbe, Draco sprinted back to the dormitory, only to find, upon opening the door, that the very subject of his concern was nonchalantly seated in his chair, appearing ready to read. TSK. Draco thought to himself, reflecting on how, despite having been pampered by his parents throughout his life, he had never been burdened by such matters. Yet, ever since encountering Perugia, everything had changed. He began to question whether it was Perugia who had transformed or if it was he, Draco, who had altered. The platinum-haired boy swiftly approached, his pale hand seizing Perugia's hand. Observing the blood-engorged nails and the abrasions on his palm, Draco was filled with rage. In just a short span of time apart. And this is what happens to you. Humph. You still have the leisure to read? You ought to have tumbled down. The sharp-tongued young master shot a glare at Perugia, who appeared unfazed, then hurried to rummage through his cabinet for supplies. Watching the boy's busy silhouette, Perugia opened his mouth to utter a dry response, just a small injury. At that, Draco cast a piercing glance in his direction, his demeanor shifting to one of disinterest as he turned away. Found it. Draco sighed in relief. Grateful that he had brought some potions from home for emergencies, he hastened to Perugia's side, dramatically placing the bottle on the table with a thud. You should be grateful that the benevolent young Malfoy brought healing potions. They are of the highest quality. Hurry and apply it to your hand. The platinum-haired boy settled himself on the edge of the table, determined to witness Perugia apply the ointment before relinquishing his watch. His words often betrayed his true feelings. Perugia recognized Draco as one whom the books would label as tsundere. At the very least, his heart was not unkind. Without protest, he obediently applied the potion Draco had provided, finally feeling the intense gaze upon him shift away. Noticing this, Perugia surprisingly felt a sense of relief wash over him, leaving him puzzled. Chapter 38. Rumors abound. Parents to be informed. Hogwarts erupted into a frenzy as news of Perugia's ordeal spread like wildfire. Various versions of the tale emerged, making it difficult to discern the truth. Professors McGonagall and Snape were presently gathered in Dumbledore's office, both wearing grave expressions. It was hard to fathom that fellow students from their own house could commit such acts. I believe they must be expelled. Such a cruel deed cannot be remedied by mere punishment. McGonagall furrowed her brows, astonished when she first learned of the incident. The occurrence of such events at Hogwarts was unfathomable. If not addressed properly, it would incite unrest among the students and their parents. The current situation was that no matter what punishment was meted out, the fact that they attempted to harm a fellow student could not be overlooked. Calm down, Minerva. We shall handle this matter appropriately. Let us wait for their parents to arrive. Dumbledore attempted to soothe McGonagall's emotions before turning to the ever-silent Snape, who stood by. It's nothing. Young Malfoy is looking after him. Snape replied quickly, his lips barely moving. He was well aware of what Draco had ingested to compel him to seek healing potions from him, appearing determined to avenge Perugia. It was remarkable, considering that boy had never shown such concern for anyone or anything before. Humph, just look at that worried expression on young Malfoy's face. Snape thought to himself with a mix of exasperation and absurdity, unable to comprehend how two individuals with such contrasting personalities could share a bond so profound. That's good. Dumbledore nodded, relieved. A few knocks echoed on the office door, and several adults with varied expressions entered, led by a professor. Oh, I am pleased to see you all here as promised. This incident is no trivial matter. I hope you will regard it with the seriousness it deserves and maintain a rational perspective on the ensuing outcomes. Dumbledore gently invited the newcomers to take a seat, while Professors McGonagall and Snape settled beside him, both silent as they observed the parents of the three students seated across from them. Meanwhile, Perugia and Draco were dining in the cafeteria. Seemingly anxious, Draco checked his injuries once more. Indeed, the high-quality healing potion had left no trace behind. You truly have a remarkable tolerance for pain. The agony of nearly losing a nail is akin to a visceral connection to your heart. Draco exaggeratedly gestured, cringing at the mere thought of Perugia's nearly split nails. I've heard. Those three were utterly outrageous. Pansy, accompanied by Daphne, approached with serious and concerned expressions, inquiring if Perugia felt any better. With me around, how could he possibly get hurt? There's not a single mark left, Draco boasted, puffing out his chest as he raised Perugia's hand to showcase it to the two girls. Perugia, a warm, deep male voice resonated at the entrance of the cafeteria, capturing the attention of both Perugia and Draco, as well as the curious gazes of others present. They scrutinized the handsome adult man standing at the door, waving at Perugia. What brings you here? Perugia and Draco approached, his reaction subdued, which left Edmund feeling somewhat disheartened. Of course, I've come upon hearing about your situation. I cannot allow my son to be bullied like this, and I can hardly believe you did not retaliate against them. Edmund leaned in closer to Perugia, whispering his discontent. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. There was no way he would allow those three children to intimidate him. Do you think I can act freely here as I do at home, father? Perugia stared expressionlessly at Mr. Edmund. Oh, my mistake, Edmund remarked, tapping his forehead. Seeing you two getting along puts my mind at ease. Another platinum-haired figure turned the corner, and Draco's eyes lit up as he eagerly approached his father, who had just arrived. Father, you're here too. Lucius reached out a hand to stroke Draco's hair and then addressed Mr. Edmund beside him. The parents of those three students have already arrived at Dumbledore's office. We should join them. He nodded slightly at Perugia, then departed the dining hall with Mr. Edmund. Perugia and Draco returned to their previous table to collect their books, though Perugia appeared somewhat bewildered. How could they all come together? She pondered. Ahem, actually. I mentioned our encounter to my father, Draco explained. He is one of the Hogwarts governors, and with him here, those three certainly won't be able to remain at Hogwarts. Draco cleared his throat, having yet to inform Perugia that he had written to his father about the incident. Fortunately, the boy's reaction was subdued, and they decided to wait together in the corridor for their visit to the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, Harry observed the reunion between Perugia and her father from the dining hall, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. If only his own father were still alive, would he have rushed to the school to defend him when he was bullied? Shaking his head vigorously, Harry dismissed the troubling thoughts. What am I thinking? Perugia has faced such danger, and I haven't even checked on her well-being. However, from his earlier observation of Draco's expression, it seemed Perugia's injuries were not serious. I'll ask her later, he decided. Both he and Ron sighed heavily. Unlike Harry, Ron had yet to find the opportunity to apologize to Hermione, and he seemed mired in confusion about how to proceed. Relationships truly were an exceedingly complex subject, and Harry felt a twinge of fatigue. In the headmaster's office, the three students in detention stood silently behind their respective parents, their expressions weary and tinged with guilt and regret. They felt guilty for not applying themselves to their studies and for failing to bring honor to their families. Regretful for provoking Sarist, which had culminated in their expulsion. After such events, it seemed unlikely any school would wish to accept them. It could be said that their futures had been shattered by their own hands. Since you have no objections to this outcome, please take your children and leave Hogwarts. The headmaster stated, "As parents, I hope you will educate your children properly upon returning home. It is truly terrifying to wish harm upon one's weaker classmates." The handsome man with platinum hair held his head high, disdain evident in his demeanor as he regarded the group before him. His sharp words rendered the 3 students pale, while their parents, seething with anger, felt compelled to submit to the authority of the Malfoy family. Chapter 39. The Sarist family is not to be underrated. Initially, the 3 proud families had intended to plead with Mr. Sarist upon his arrival, hoping to spare their children from punishment. After all, they were newcomers to the magical realm, and establishing connections and resources was essential for a smooth reintegration. If Mr. Sarist were wise, he would recognize that their families were merely fledglings in the magical community. To establish a foothold and gain sufficient status and power, they would need to cultivate good relations with one another, even in light of the unfortunate incident involving their children. However, the arrogant families were caught off guard when the head of the Malfoy family accompanied Mr. Sarist. He made it clear that the Malfoys supported the Sarist family, leaving the 3 families feeling despondent. Just as the parents were about to leave the headmaster's office, their faces contorted in frustration, Mr. Sarist called out to them. Could it be? They wondered. Has Mr. Sarist finally realized the importance of networking and maintaining relations with us? The parents turned abruptly, but the smiles that had begun to form on their faces quickly froze. Mr. Sarist approached with a stern expression, towering over them with an icy demeanor. He first glanced at the 3 boys behind their parents, then spoke. "Perhaps you bullied my son because you looked down upon us, just as you saw me enter alone with that haughty demeanor." His words darkened the parents' expressions. They had not anticipated such a state of affairs in the current magical community. Not only was it murky, but even the children were caught in such turmoil. "However, you seem to have underestimated me. A family devoid of humanity like yours is not worthy of any engagement with the Sarist family. Should you dare to harm my son, be prepared for the consequences." The door to the headmaster's office swung shut once more, and Lucius glanced at Snape, nodding in acknowledgement. He spoke calmly to Dumbledore. "Yes, a fair and just ruling. I believe we may take our leave now, Edmund." Lucius held his head high, elegantly wielding his cane as he exited first. Mr. Sarist exchanged a few concise words with the professors and the headmaster before expressing his gratitude and departing. The head of the Malfoy family had come alongside Mr. Sarist. They appeared to share a close bond. Professor McGonagall watched their retreating figures, pondering aloud. "I just wonder if this is for better or worse. Isn't that a good thing?" Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his beard. "Perhaps Mr. Sarist and Malfoy might become good friends." He said nothing further, while the portraits of previous headmasters behind him began to grumble and bicker, creating a cacophony in the office. Snape, unable to endure the noise, swiftly exited, closely followed by Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore leisurely settled back into his chair, popping a sweet into his mouth. "Ah, this one has a flavor of mousetail grass." The portraits continued their fervent debate, not only over the 3 Slytherins who had plotted to harm their classmates, but also regarding the recent display of Malfoy aiding the Sarist family, each arguing their perspective. "That cunning Malfoy must surely have ulterior motives. I've heard that the Sarist family is a hidden lineage with considerable magical prowess. If that's the case, one can only imagine the upheaval their alliance could cause in the magical community. That fellow was once a Death Eater, Albus. Can we truly allow the Sarist to mingle with him? What Sarist? I have never heard of such a name. You must be deceived by some rogue dark wizard." In the midst of the heated exchange, the eldest portrait huffed, glaring at Dumbledore. Listening to their chatter, Dumbledore gazed serenely out the window, his gentle, loving eyes filled with an inscrutable wisdom. "None of this is of any consequence. It is indeed crucial that their choices follow this. I firmly believe that the emergence of the Sarist family will undoubtedly become a remarkable turning point in the future." His conviction was as strong as when he first visited the Sarist family for inquiries, encountering that composed yet taciturn boy. From the moment Draco spotted his father exiting the headmaster's office, he eagerly dashed towards him. The man, whose demeanor was typically cold and haughty, rarely displayed affection. Yet he tenderly ruffled his son's hair before addressing Perugia. "The matter is resolved. Your father will be here shortly. Should you require anything, feel free to confide in Draco. For I consider myself a friend of your father, am I not?" Lucius spoke in a tone that, while neutral, carried an undercurrent of warmth. Draco often mentioned Perugia's remarkable talent for curses and her astuteness in his letters to him. Lucius was quite pleased that they could coexist and become friends. "Very well, uncle. There is no need for embarrassment. After all, you have been quite a help to Draco." I hope you both continue to assist one another. Lucius gently patted Perusia's shoulder, and the group turned to see Mr. Edmund emerging behind them. Huh, it's over. Who would dare bully my son? The Searist family is not to be trifled with. Mr. Edmund's typically composed and aloof aura suddenly transformed into one of joviality as he waved his fist, feigning a fearsome demeanor. Perusia, study boldly at school. We'll cover for you if anything goes awry. He bent down earnestly to pat her on the back. Indeed, this is what I wish to convey to you. Lucius nodded, evidently in agreement with Mr. Edmund's sentiments. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two fathers prepared to depart together. Before leaving, Mr. Edmund discreetly informed Perusia, "From what I gather, Lucius intends to invite our family for a festive dinner during Christmas. He might also allow you to remain at Malfoy Manor to enjoy some time with your friends." You. Mr. Edmund hesitated, extending his words as he looked at the silent boy. "It's all right. If you wish to go, then go." Perusia quickly responded, her expression softening considerably. This subtle change brought Mr. Edmund much comfort. Indeed, interacting with peers would enable Perusia to learn so much more. "Very well then, we shall meet at Christmas. By the way, regarding Quidditch, do you enjoy flying lessons?" Suddenly recalling Lucius's earlier remarks, Mr. Edmund inquired earnestly. Perusia raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. "I heard that a first-year student from your school has joined some Quidditch team. I mean, if you wish to participate." Mr. Edmund blinked expectantly, awaiting her response. "I shall consider it." It appeared that Draco had shared something with his father, resulting in some communication between the two. Although Perusia did not feel particularly passionate about flying lessons, she would wait to see what Draco had to say about it. Chapter 40, Quidditch Team Selection 1. Mr. Edmund, noticing Perusia's nonchalant attitude, smiled helplessly. He straightened his posture, adjusted his attire, and returned to his usual composed and polished gentlemanly self. "Very well. As long as you are happy, I shall take my leave. See you at Christmas." They walked together to the castle's exterior, where a black carriage adorned with the Malfoy family crest awaited them. Lucius was already seated inside, waiting. "We must be vigilant regarding the estate in the near future." Just as Mr. Edmund was about to enter the carriage, Perusia suddenly spoke up. "Rest assured, no one can approach the estate, not even from that forest." Mr. Edmund's voice lowered ominously, a cold smirk crossing his face as he glanced back at Perusia, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. Yet this unsettling aura quickly dissipated, and he nonchalantly entered the carriage, waving goodbye to Perusia as they departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco beamed with a radiant smile, his presence seemingly radiating shimmering golden light. "What is the matter?" Having been under his intense gaze since entering, Perusia could no longer ignore it and looked up to inquire. "You finally asked me." Yay. Draco internally cheered, proudly striking a pose with his hands on his hips. "My father has already spoken to the headmaster about Quidditch. They will allow Potter to join under special circumstances. However, it necessitates that the other three houses also have the opportunity to participate, or else Potter cannot take part. This means we can also join Quidditch. In a few days, there will be a unified selection for the Quidditch reserve team, and we shall participate." The boy could barely contain his excitement as he envisioned himself soaring through the air valorously, determined to lead Slytherin to victory with utmost fervor. Naturally, he would insist that his good friend join him. Although Perusia displayed an indifferent attitude toward Quidditch, she had observed during previous flying lessons that she adeptly controlled her broom and flew remarkably steadily. What a splendid prospect. They would make the finest Quidditch duo. Roommates. Perusia paused in the midst of untying his tie and replied apathetically, "We? Oh, come on. I know you won't mind. Once you've experienced Quidditch, you'll understand how exhilarating it is. Don't you want to compete with me and earn honor?" Draco's eyes sparkled with an irresistible allure that made it difficult to refuse. Was he under some enchantment unknown to him? "But I am not particularly interested, nor do I possess your depth of knowledge regarding Quidditch, let alone the positions, rules, and techniques." Perusia neatly folded his tie and placed it atop his robe, making his way toward the bathroom. "Please, attending alone would be dreadfully dull. I want you to join me." The platinum-haired boy swiftly positioned himself in front of the bathroom door, but seeing that his persuasion had fallen flat, Perusia remained unmoved. He resorted to his ultimate tactic, playfully pouting with a mix of anticipation and reluctance. "All right, he has indeed begun to pout at me." Perusia stood frozen in place. The atmosphere remained quiet for about a minute before Perusia finally relented. "Do as you wish. I am indifferent." Draco's peculiar charm proved difficult to decline. Ultimately, he recognized the opportunity to engage with more people and experiences would be beneficial. As the boy leaped up, jubilantly shouting, Perusia stepped into the bathroom. Even amidst the cascading sound of water in the bathroom, enveloped by the soft white mist, he could still hear the exuberant voice of the boy outside. With slender fingers, he swept his black hair back, revealing his deep, dark eyes. His thick brows furrowed slightly as he gazed at the dark hue that emerged at his fingertips. Lost in thought, have I undergone a significant transformation? Listening to Edmund's words, Perugia exhaled deeply, and the darkness at his fingertips vanished. After washing his body, he changed into his sleepwear and stepped out of the bathroom. In the brief interval, he discovered Draco half sprawled on the bed, asleep, mumbling intermittently. Just wait and see. Quidditch, I'm coming for you. Potter, there's nothing I can't do. It's only fair that everyone capable participates. Ah, Perugia. As Perugia approached Draco's bedside, he suddenly heard his name called, mistakenly believing he had awakened. I'm here. It's a joy to encounter you. If only you could compete alongside me. However, Draco did not respond, continuing to murmur in his sleep. After listening for a while, the boy's breathing gradually became steady, and the smile gracing his face indicated that Draco was genuinely pleased at the prospect of participating. Standing silently behind him, Perugia observed the platinum-haired boy, parting his lips slightly as a soft sigh escaped. It seems you truly adore it. The boy's emotional expressions were always so direct, with feelings that surged swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Vibrant and soulful, akin to a platinum rose blooming in the night, it captivated his attention. Perugia bent down, lifted the boy onto the bed, removed his jacket and tie, and tucked him under the covers before returning to his own bed and extinguishing the light. Oh, I want to mention that the considerate Perugia also used magic to smooth out the boy's wrinkled jacket. As for why he didn't change his clothes. Perugia, because I deemed it an inappropriate act. Pointing at Perugia, see? Draco seemed to be dreaming, elated at the thought of participating in Quidditch. Holding the latest broom his father had bought him. Eager to find Perugia, he inexplicably wandered to the edge of the Black Lake. How did I end up here? Draco gazed bewilderedly at the vast, dark waters before him, feeling a sense of dread merely from looking, let alone the eerie, hazy familiarity of the dream. The surrounding silence unnerved him, and just as he intended to retrace his steps back to the castle, he heard the voices of others. Is it those three fools? Draco concealed himself behind a tree, spotting the expelled trio confronting someone by the lakeside. Who was that individual? He squinted, attempting to discern the person's features, but found them indistinct. Fortunately, one of the expelled trio called out the name. Sarah Vest. Is it Perugia? Draco stood astonished behind the tree until he caught sight of Perugia, with a creature emerging from the water behind him, chasing after the trio. He leaned against the tree trunk, shaken. What in the world is that creature? Chapter 41, Quidditch Team Selection 2. Terrified, Draco found the nightmare's fear palpable. He attempted to move his legs to flee, but discovered they would not obey. Even his broom slipping from his grasp. It was the sound of the broom hitting the ground that seemed to attract Perugia's attention, causing him to glance in Draco's direction. No way. Why is he coming this way? Is that really Perugia? Draco stole a side glance, only to be horrified to see Perugia approaching him. Damn it. Move. Draco pounded his legs, sweat trickling down his forehead. If this were a dream, why was it a nightmare? Curse you, Perugia. In his fright, he crouched down, clutching his head, tightly shutting his eyes, hoping he could awaken. The footsteps nearing him halted, but Draco dared not look. The figure of Perugia in the dream approached the tree, his dark, fearsome eyes suddenly blinking. With a soft sigh, his form vanished without a trace. Instantly, the surrounding scene transformed into Draco's home, a warm, secure place that allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing he was safe. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he opened his eyes and sat up. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to see Perugia standing nearby, getting dressed, and glared fiercely at his back. That insufferable guy, even in dreams. He has to scare me. The platinum-haired boy seemed to be throwing punches at Perugia. Not far off, the other boy seemed to sense this, turning in confusion to gaze at Draco, who was flailing at thin air. Ahem. The two exchanged silent glances. It was Draco who felt a tad embarrassed for being caught, clearing his throat and jumping out of bed to wash up. What are you looking at? It's your fault that you ruined my sweet dream and frightened me. Draco splashed cold water on his face, finally feeling more alert. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and chided the boy within. Hey, look at your foolish face. Wake up. Don't forget you're a Malfoy. With that, the boy took a few deep breaths, reaching up to pat his cheeks, his gray eyes sparkling. As they left the dormitory, Goyle and Crabbe were already waiting outside, although they appeared quite disheveled, as if they had hastily thrown on their clothes after sleeping in. Oh, you look positively scruffy. Perugia. Draco waved his hand in disdain, not bothering to turn his head as he directed the boy beside him. Just as Goyle and Crabbe stood there, perplexed about what Draco intended to do, Perugia raised his wand toward them. Silver points of light circled around the two, neatly arranging their tousled clothing, even transforming their messy hair into a slick style. Cool. Crabbe gaped in admiration at Perugia, running his fingers through his now smooth hair. You two better keep your mouths shut, understood? The noble and elegant Draco held his head high, casting a glance at the two before looking away. Hogwarts forbade students from using magic indiscriminately. It was only because they were all acquainted and together that Draco could not bear to let Perugia assist them. As long as they understood, they would surely keep quiet. Yes, yes, we understand. The two sturdy boys nodded in unison, thrilled to have such a formidable companion. Perhaps due to the announcement that first years could also participate in the Quidditch selection trials, the atmosphere in the dining hall was electrified. The first-year students were animatedly discussing their thoughts on Quidditch in small groups. As Harry and his companions arrived at the dining hall, they soon realized that their participation in Quidditch had been completely exposed. To ensure fairness, all first-year students from every house were allowed to compete in the selection process. Oh no, Ron lamented, cradling his head in disappointment. How had they been discovered? Otherwise, during the Quidditch match, his dear friend Harry would have made a spectacular entrance amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, which would have been such a delightful surprise. He glanced over at a few individuals striding towards them with an air of arrogance, and immediately grasped the situation. It must be that overly cunning Malfoy behind this. Ron slumped into his seat, disheartened as he poked at the steak on his plate. Sigh. On one hand, there was Harry's Quidditch predicament, and on the other, the unresolved matter with Hermione. His two brothers had been mocking him for days after he had inadvertently made her cry. The crux of the issue was his inexplicable pride, which prevented him from apologizing, and Hermione was entirely unwilling to give him the chance to communicate. Life could be such a challenging affair. Ron choked up JPG. Oh, has the great philosopher Ron begun to exert himself? Perhaps you should don a bald wig. That would be more fitting. Ha! The laughter of the twins echoed past him, causing Ron's face to flush crimson. Harry shook his head, helplessly patting his friend on the shoulder. Then, for figures obscured their view. Potter, consider yourself fortunate not to have been expelled, but shouldn't your little stroke of luck be shared with the other houses as well? It is not a privilege meant solely for you. The platinum-haired boy's cheeks were slightly flushed, clearly in high spirits. Goyle and Crabbe beside him let out mocking laughter, seemingly ridiculing Harry's overconfidence. The wooden companion remained as unresponsive as ever, a role Draco and his cohorts had grown accustomed to. Indeed, it was your doing. What? Did you go begging your father? Truly, you are a clingy creature who cannot exist without his father. Ron jabbed his fork into the steak, thumping the table as he stood up, glaring defiantly at Draco. And what of it? Can your father accomplish what you cannot? Speaking of which, perhaps you should first consider replacing that tattered robe that has been passed down for generations. Draco raised an eyebrow, deliberately shifting the topic to Ron's shabby outerwear. This was undoubtedly Ron's sore spot. He gritted his teeth in frustration. You can participate if you wish, but why come here just to provoke, Malfoy? Does that make you feel superior? Let us not forget the last time I sent you flying with a broom. Harry extended his hand to push Ron back, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stared at Draco, who was equally provoked. Oh, sharp-tongued Potter, it seems you are truly unafraid. Likewise, a spark ignited between their gazes, neither willing to concede defeat. Chapter 42, Quidditch Team Selection 3. If there was one matter Draco was most reluctant to discuss, it was the incident during their last flying lesson when Harry Potter had knocked him off his broom. Had it not been for Pansy, he might have broken his arm. A flash of anger flitted across the boy's refined features as he glanced at the teacher's table, relieved to find no teacher paying them heed. Then, like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, he bared his teeth and jabbed a finger fiercely at Harry's chest. Potter, you will pay for this. No matter how sharp your tongue, it cannot change the fact that you are merely a fatherless boy. Draco pondered for a moment, concocting the most venomous words he could muster, but before he could finish, Pansy seized his arm. The boy subtly shook his head, and in that instant, Draco understood the message she wished to convey. Those are not words you should utter, Draco. You can express yourself differently. If those words were spoken, it would be a truly vile and hurtful dagger, irrevocably severing their ties. Truth be told, Pansy did not wish for Draco to ruin his relationships, especially with Harry Potter, who evoked such a peculiar feeling within her. Fortunately, Draco's mutterings had not been entirely audible to Harry and the others, who looked on with mild confusion. Is Pansy helping me? Harry felt a flicker of joy, though his expression remained unchanged. Last time, I was careless and got knocked down by you. I am willing to engage in a rematch anytime. If you have no objections, let us simply set it for tonight. The platinum-haired boy ultimately swallowed the word he had intended to say, heeding Pansy's warning. His fingers cracked ominously, but he was determined to redeem himself. Oh, very well. I am ready whenever. Ron perked up at this, stepping forward with fierce determination glinting in his eyes. Harry was left bewildered. Splendid. Let us settle this with a wizarding duel tonight, using only wands and forbidding any physical contact. Draco nodded, bemused by these two fools. Yet, in terms of physicality, he knew he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. He was not foolish enough to overlook such critical stipulations. With that, Draco raised an eyebrow, eyeing Harry, who appeared utterly perplexed. What? You do know what a wizard duel is, don't you, Potter? Of course he did. Ron clung tightly to his friend's shoulder, unhesitatingly adding, I am his assistant. Who is your assistant? Just wait and see, Malfoy. Watch me pummel you into submission without lifting a finger. Interestingly, neither party intended to adhere to the agreed-upon rules. Draco glanced back at Goyle and Crabbe standing in tandem, his gaze slowly shifting to Pansy. Sensing his intention, Ron immediately interjected, You cannot choose Slytherin. Everyone knows he knows far too many spells. Do you wish to cheat? If Pansy accompanied him, he could guarantee that he and Harry would undoubtedly be turned into ice sculptures standing at the castle's entrance. TSK, how perceptive, Weasley. Draco rolled his eyes, feigning indifference as he shrugged. Let us just pick Crabbe. At midnight, the location was set in the trophy room. With that, Draco and his entourage grandly departed from the Gryffindor table. If I didn't know better, I would think he had friends here, muttered Seamus as he returned to his seat beside Harry and Ron. Who is his friend? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, recalling something simultaneously, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Truly spine-chilling. But what is a wizard duel? How did you agree on my behalf? Harry forced a bitter smile. Ron, you truly are a good brother. Ahem, to put it simply, it's a magical confrontation, and as for the assistant, if, by unfortunate fate, you were to perish, your assistant would be compelled to take your place. Thus, you can understand why I have thwarted that Malfoy fellow from selecting Sirius. Ron, brimming with energy, stuffed his mouth with steak from his plate, followed by a hearty gulp of juice. If that bloke became Malfoy's assistant, we would undoubtedly be sent to accompany Malfoy in the afterlife. I have heard it said that Sirius possesses more magic than even a second year, and with that physique, merely poking them with a wand could turn them into a sieve. Is it truly that terrifying? Harry swallowed hard at Ron's exaggerated description. Yet he could not deny that Perluvia was indeed remarkable. Just wait and see. Sirius is not one to be trifled with. Did you not witness those 3 expelled Slytherins? You should have seen it. His father came here alongside Malfoy's family head, clearly indicating a deep connection. Ron whispered conspiratorially into Harry's ear. They got what they deserved. It had nothing to do with the Perluvia family. Harry frowned. He firmly believed those 3 Slytherins had earned their fate, having nearly harmed Perluvia. On their way back to class, Crabbe could no longer contain his curiosity and queried Draco, Are we really going to keep our appointment tonight? In truth, he was somewhat apprehensive about being caught by that fearsome caretaker, Filch. Appointment? Are you daft? Nighttime excursions are strictly prohibited. Getting caught would cost us a significant number of points. Draco chuckled wickedly, clearly not inclined to honor the appointment. Let those 2 fools wait there. No. Perhaps he should add a bit of spice to the situation. A glint of mischief flickered in Draco's eyes as he grinned. In the afternoon, Hogwarts promptly held a tryout for the first-year Quidditch reserve team. Draco, brimming with excitement, brought Perluvia along to the selection event. As each house was responsible for selecting its own players, they were swiftly summoned by a senior Slytherin upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch. The captain, a burly lad named Marcus, had a particularly notable overbite that drew attention. After conducting some basic tests on the grass, he concluded the evaluations, seemingly having made his selections beforehand. Ignoring the gazes of others, he directly called out Draco and Perluvia's names. The rest of you can go back. Only these 2 have been selected. He brusquely dismissed the others, glaring fiercely at those who dared to complain, which effectively silenced any objections. If a decision had already been made, why even bother with the trials? Very well, young Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Sirius. Your abilities and talents are evident, and I trust you will bring glory to the Slytherin team. He prefaced his words, then leaned in close to whisper to them. But let me be clear. This is not merely due to your flying broomsticks. After stating this, Marcus quickly glanced around before speaking softly to the 2 of them. Draco smiled knowingly, and after arranging a training schedule with Marcus, they parted ways. It was then that Perluvia realized that the flying broomsticks Marcus referred to were the latest models sponsored by Mr. Malfoy for the entire Slytherin team. No wonder they had been so secretive. Nonetheless, Draco's prowess was undeniable. This was irrefutable. Otherwise, even with the gift of broomsticks, the captain would not have easily permitted Draco to compete. Chapter 43, An Appointment? Impossible. The matter of the first-year Quidditch selection was swiftly resolved during the day. At dinner, Draco exchanged knowing glances with Harry across the table. See you at midnight. If the collision of their gazes could manifest as tangible sparks, Perluvia surmised that every glance exchanged between Draco and Harry would ignite a brilliant flash. Furthermore, each time she beheld Draco's agile eyebrows, she found it utterly fascinating. After dinner, Draco and Perluvia returned to their dormitory. The boy reclined languidly on his bed, as if entirely unperturbed by the impending duel at midnight. Oh dear, I almost forgot, he exclaimed before darting into the bathroom for a shower. Perluvia, momentarily taken aback by his sudden movement, nearly believed he had remembered their duel. As midnight approached, Draco lay lazily on his bed, showing no inclination to depart. His demeanor suggested he was ready to yawn and drift off to sleep. Suddenly, he recalled the dream from the previous night, which had connections to those three individuals. It was difficult not to wonder if the dream was merely a coincidence. Parluvia, he began, I have a question for you. The boy blinked his misty eyes and smacked his lips sleepily. What is it? Why do you think those three ruffians were so intent on pushing you down? I heard them say that a few nights ago, when you ventured out at night, they followed you. Did they flee in terror from some creature you summoned? Draco inquired thoughtfully, blending what he had heard with what he had dreamt. Most importantly, those three had approached Professor Snape for a witness perspective, asking whether Parluvia had been in the dormitory that night. Thus, Draco began to suspect that the situation those three encountered was indeed genuine. But who was he? He was Parluvia's roommate and friend. How could he possibly answer those fools? We didn't go out. We practiced spells all night, Draco lied, maintaining his composure under the furious glares of the trio, even in the face of his godfather's stern scrutiny. He was merely stating the facts, so what was there to be anxious about? Do you really believe what they said? Parluvia responded after a brief silence, his tone devoid of emotion, though only to those outside. Draco, however, could detect a hint of grievance in his voice. Of course, I don't believe them. But I think they must have exaggerated. If you truly did bully them, just tell me, and I would share that too. Do you not trust me? Cleverly, Draco tilted his head, immediately positioning himself at the moral high ground, questioning Parluvia in return. He feigned a wounded expression, clutching his chest dramatically. At this, Parluvia visibly flinched, quickly turning away. No, I trust you. The platinum-haired boy instantly became alert, hopping onto Parluvia's bed and sitting beside him, pressing for answers. Then please, tell me what actually happened. I genuinely want to know. And you have no idea, last time your godfather brought those three to ask if you were in the dormitory. I assured them that you were. He implored, you cannot treat me like this. The platinum-haired boy widened his gray eyes, round and shimmering with a lively glimmer. He reached out, grasping Purusha's sleeve, exhibiting no intention of letting go. What captivated Draco most was the faint, delightful scent of iris wafting from Purusha, presumably the fragrance of his bath products. Purusha paused momentarily. Had those three actually brought the professor to verify their claims with Draco? It would be one thing if no one was inclined to believe the trio. But their decision to seek confirmation alongside their professor implied that Professor Snape indeed believed a portion of their narrative. That astute and stern professor was indeed formidable. Had it not been for Draco, he might have faced the professor's direct interrogation. Well, I did visit the Black Lake, and those three intended to assault me with their wands. However, I employed an illusion spell, causing them to perceive that I summoned a monstrous creature to pursue them. When confronted by individuals harboring aggressive intentions, I do not show leniency. Purusha recounted some events from that fateful night, subtly altering the details. After all, he had genuinely dreamt of that night. Had he not sensed something, he might have remained oblivious to Draco's unique talent. Indeed, attacking a fellow student with a wand was utterly despicable. Draco nodded in agreement with Purusha's actions. As the clock struck midnight, it signified the arrival of their agreed-upon time. Purusha rose, donned his outer robe, and appeared ready to venture out. Hey, where are you going? Did I not say I wouldn't truly go? As for Potter and his friends, they can await capture by the caretaker. Draco hastily grabbed the boy, astonished by his determination. Once a commitment was made, one ought to fulfill it, should they not? Rest assured, I will serve as your assistant. Consider this a reluctant, spur-of-the-moment decision. To Draco's surprise, Purusha revealed a somewhat mischievous smile. Was he dreaming? He rubbed his eyes, suspecting fatigue might have led to hallucinations. All right, just admit you wish to witness the spectacle. Draco had come to understand Purusha's character. His insistence on going out was undoubtedly driven by a desire for amusement. This fellow was truly a handful. He also donned his outer robe and stealthily followed Purusha out of the dormitory. However, as soon as they stepped outside, Purusha encountered Theodore, who emerged to fetch water. Theodore, cup in hand, silently regarded the two figures clad in robes, wandering the halls at such an hour. Good night. Purusha greeted him as if nothing were amiss and continued on his way. You. Draco attempted to call out to Purusha, but the boy had already reached the common room entrance. Good night, Theodore replied calmly, abandoning his quest for water and turning back to his dorm. Closing the door behind him, everything felt as though it had transpired without incident, leaving Draco feeling somewhat abashed. What in the world was happening? Fortunately, Theodore was not one to meddle. He merely found the atmosphere awkward. After all, this was his first daring nocturnal escapade. Indeed, if caught, it would result in point deductions. And both his father and godfather would surely punish him. Draco shared his concerns with Purusha, who seized his hand and led him toward the trophy room. Don't worry, nothing will happen. This will be your first thrilling experience, won't it? Purusha's voice was steady and reassuring, instilling a sense of confidence in Draco, who promptly followed him. Chapter 44. Nocturnal Adventures. The torches along the castle corridors had all been extinguished, rendering the midnight castle shrouded in darkness and trepidation. Yet, he found no fear in such an ambience. Clearing his throat, Draco recalled the dream he had experienced. It was merely a dream, and he had no reason to be afraid. He and Purusha treaded quietly down the corridor, moonlight streaming through the high windows and casting beams upon the floor, enhancing their visibility. They successfully arrived at the 4th floor, where the trophy room was located, yet Harry and his companions were conspicuously absent. Phew, we made it without incident. Who knows why I ventured out with you at such a late hour? I say we should have waited for the news of Potter and his friends getting caught during their nocturnal escapade, which would result in point deductions. Draco pouted, yearning only for the comfort of his soft bed. Yet, who could resist indulging this clearly curious Purusha? His gaze swept over the trophy room, devoid of any shadows. And they were already late. How dare Potter be tardy? Look, they were supposed to wait for us. Yet here we are, waiting for them. The boy punched the wall beside him, his expression shifting slightly. Just then, a gray ghost suddenly descended from the ceiling, hovering in front of Draco. What do I hear? Students out at night. He. You shall be caught. Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, chuckled, ready to inform them of their impending capture by Filch, only to notice the platinum-haired boy standing beside Purusha. You, initially intending to prank the students. Peeves screeched and fled. Night prowlers? Suit yourselves. I shan't concern myself with you. What was this? Was he afraid of you? Draco, who had thought he was doomed, observed Peeves' panicked retreat with raised eyebrows directed at Purusha. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The panic exhibited by the ghosts during the sorting ceremony was connected to Purusha. Draco's inquisitive mind ignited, and he scrutinized the indifferent Purusha standing beside him. Perhaps, from a young age, he had never feared ghosts. Rather, they instinctively distanced themselves from him. I have never feared ghosts, Purusha murmured, his tone suggesting that it was not he who instigated their fear, but rather the ghosts who deliberately avoided him. Draco had inexplicably sensed this notion earlier. No wonder. The boy yawned, and after a half-hour's wait, glimpsed Harry and his companions hurriedly approaching. Purusha noted their disheveled hair and sleepy expressions, clearly having nearly forgotten about the duel. Overslept. They have finally arrived. Draco watched as Harry and Ron stealthily entered the trophy room with another person, and he instinctively moved to follow. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He hesitated, drawing back his foot, and cautiously addressed Purusha. I can't be mistaken, can I? Did they bring an extra accomplice? Though he could not discern who it was, their tardiness was one thing. Yet to think they would bring someone else to confront him was utterly outrageous. How rude. No wonder Wesley readily accepted the duel at that time. He had long since resolved to resort to a fistfight when magic failed him. Draco clenched his fists in frustration. If that is the case, I see no reason to stay any longer. Let us go. He turned to lead Purusha back, only to lower his gaze and find a scruffy, dirty cat staring back at them. Its golden eyes were fixed on the two of them, while its tail swayed languidly behind it. It was Filch's cat. The platinum-haired boy quickly positioned himself behind Purusha, his heart racing with anxiety. He nudged the still figure of Purusha. What are you waiting for? We must leave before Filch arrives. The cat, known as Mrs. Norris, was fixated on the two students before her, preparing to call for her owner. Suddenly, she felt a chilling gaze that filled her with dread. Mrs. Norris's pupils dilated, and the moment she locked eyes with Purusha, every hair on her body bristled. With her tail tightly tucked, she darted away from the corridor. Filch, who was leisurely patrolling the 4th floor, quickened his pace upon hearing the cries of his beloved Mrs. Norris. Purusha grasped Draco's hand and pressed against the wall, brandishing her wand. In an instant, their forms melded seamlessly into the wall. They watched as Filch called out for Mrs. Norris, making his way toward the trophy room. Wow, you even know the disillusionment charm. Draco exhaled in relief, then looked up at Purusha with delight. Why didn't you mention it earlier? This way, he could roam about freely at night and witness Potter and the others being caught. Having a friend skilled in such magic was truly splendid. The boy immediately tugged Purusha toward the trophy room, but unfortunately, apart from the absent Filch and the seemingly startled cat, there was no sign of anyone else. Where could they be? In such a large room, how could they have escaped? Draco surveyed the surroundings in disbelief, stamping his foot in frustration. It seemed that there would be no show tonight. What rotten luck. How could Potter and his friends have such fortune to slip away? Unless someone else was aiding them. Yes, as they hurried out of the trophy room and turned down the corridor, they encountered a rather emo Hermione in the dead of night. She seemed astonished, her mouth agape as she beheld the three unexpected figures, Harry, Ron, and Neville. Oh, and Neville had bandages wrapped around his arm. You guys? But soon, She heard Filch's voice outside, rubbed her slightly reddened eyes, and stood up to cast a spell that opened a door, allowing the four of them to slip inside together. Just as Ron was about to seize the opportunity to apologize, all four of them gasped in horror. Their mouths agape like they could fit a quail egg, as they stared at the three pairs of wide eyes belonging to the magical creature before them. Realizing the show was over, Draco's enthusiasm waned. Perugia glanced at the door at the end of the corridor and then stroked her chin. Shall we go see the stars together? Upon hearing this proposal, Draco pondered briefly before accepting with enthusiasm. Absolutely. He genuinely enjoyed stargazing, especially keen on finding his constellation, Draco. I shall take this rare opportunity for a night adventure to tell you all about my zodiac. The boy hurriedly led Perugia to the school's astronomy tower, where they gazed at the stars for quite some time until Draco, clearly fatigued, could no longer keep his eyes open. Under the safety of the disillusionment charm, they returned to the Slytherin dormitory. It was an unforgettable night adventure. Good night, Perugia. Draco and Perugia exchanged their good nights, contentedly drifting off to sleep. Chapter 45, Professor Snape's Appointment 1. Upon waking in the morning, Draco was particularly proactive in feeding Curl. He also greeted Perugia with unusual warmth, fetching his outer robe. This treatment left Perugia somewhat puzzled as he looked down at the boy who seemed to have something to say. Perugia, do you think we will have a chance to roam the castle at night again? I just wanted to see the stars once more. Draco cleared his throat, blinking his eyes with a hopeful expression. Heaven knows how exhilarating it was to break school rules while outside. As he lay in bed in the dormitory, his mind was filled with their escapades. So thrilling. This was Draco's genuine sentiment, and it exhilarated him. Truth be told, under the esteemed education of the Malfoy family, he had never engaged in such rebellious behavior. If his father were to find out, he would undoubtedly receive a scolding. But Draco chuckled to himself. That was not his concern. It was Perugia who had led him into this. Perugia donned the outer robe, and, after a moment of contemplation, agreed. Very well. The two then joined Goyle and Crabbe outside, and headed toward the dining hall. On the way, they encountered Theodore, and they all tacitly avoided mentioning last night's events. Good morning. To Draco's surprise, Perugia took the initiative to greet Theodore. A flicker of astonishment crossed the usually aloof boy's face, and he nodded before drifting away with the crowd. Although they were acquainted, Draco had mentioned that Theodore preferred solitude for his studies, and thus, they had no intention of disturbing him. Hey, not bad, taking the initiative to greet someone. But could you maybe make it a habit to greet me first every day? Draco nudged Perugia with his elbow, somewhat dissatisfied, offering a suggestion. Indeed. Why not greet the person you see every day upon opening your eyes? Perugia seemed puzzled, as if he did not grasp the significance of the order in which greetings were exchanged. The platinum-haired boy appeared to care about these matters he had mentioned. Perhaps he would take notice next time. You really make it impossible for me to be angry, Draco sighed, feeling rather helpless. Yet this was already quite commendable, wasn't it? Keep it up, Draco. Of course, there was a difference. Since it was a greeting, one ought to start with the person closest to them. For example, me. A confident smile adorned the boy's face, and as he looked up, sunlight streamed through the dome above, casting a ray of light upon his fair complexion. In the moment of closing his eyes, Perugia noticed the long lashes that, under the light, resembled fluttering butterfly wings. Perugia gazed, somewhat entranced, and unconsciously nodded. Very well. At the dining table, Draco provocatively raised an eyebrow toward the Gryffindor table, anticipating Professor McGonagall to announce their capture during last night's escapade. However, something felt amiss. Potter and Weasley merely shot him a furious glare before whispering amongst themselves about something that appeared quite significant. Could it be that they really had been caught? But why hadn't Professor McGonagall approached them? Perugia, do you think they managed to evade Filch's grasp? Draco turned to speak to Perugia, but the next moment, he froze in place. Professor Snape? Unbeknownst to them, Professor Snape stood ominously behind, his dark and serious presence silencing everyone around. The man's somewhat greasy hair glistened under the light, and a faint scent of herbs wafted from him. Malfoy, what were you just saying about Filch catching someone? Professor Snape squinted at Draco, who appeared visibly uneasy. Clearly, he had not been mistaken about what transpired last night. Potter and his friends had ventured out for a nocturnal escapade, and to his astonishment, Draco had accompanied Perugia on this escapade as well. He had come specifically to address them about this matter, only to overhear Draco's inadvertent revelation. Heaven knows how many times his eyelids had twitched upon hearing those words. And nothing. I was merely stating that Filch would catch every student who ventures out at night. As Draco stammered, he realized that the professor's increasingly piercing gaze indicated he was already aware of the situation. Perugia silently lifted his head to glance at the composed Perugia. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Slytherin, please report to my office immediately after your meal. This is a clear instruction, do you understand? Professor Snape's inscrutable eyes bore into the two boys. and with a huff, he swept away in his voluminous robes, leaving the dining hall. You two have been seen by the professor. Theodore, seated not far away, suddenly spoke up. Though it was a simple statement, it carried a hint of curiosity. It's fine. Perugia remained unruffled. He had sensed another presence in the corridor last night, but refrained from mentioning it, fearing it would alarm Draco. Then it must have been Professor Snape. Well, the professor's demeanor certainly suggests he knows about our nocturnal activities. Draco shuddered at the thought, realizing that while Potter had escaped punishment, he and Perugia were the ones summoned for a discussion. With this in mind, Draco trembled slightly, noting that the professor seemed quite angry. Was Perugia truly unconcerned? He recalled a phrase from an ancient Eastern text. Since we have arrived, let us make ourselves comfortable. Perhaps he should refrain from overthinking it. Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side, Harry and his friends had navigated a thrilling night without incident, and when no professors approached them during dinner, they finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness we weren't caught. Ron lay sprawled on the table, his previously anxious heart now at ease. But did you see the Slytherin side? That bat-like professor seems to be seeking a word with Malfoy and Slytherin. Look at Malfoy's terrified face. It's gone completely pale. Ron exclaimed, recalling something amusing. Much to Harry's confusion. Could it be that Malfoy and Perugia didn't show up for their rendezvous because their professor caught them? Harry's expression shifted at the thought, especially since Perugia had been involved. If they had clashed, with Perugia present, they might have been eliminated long ago. Was this some sort of unspoken understanding? The parties who had agreed to duel last night had both failed to adhere to their arrangement. Harry felt a twinge of guilt, his ears tinged with red. Hey Ron, even if Malfoy is quite loathsome, don't speak so ill of Perugia. He is actually a decent person. Ron's eyes widened at his words. Brother, do you genuinely believe there are good people in Slytherin? Well, I mean, okay, I respect your opinion. Ron patted his good friend's shoulder, acknowledging his fairness and kindness, which allowed him to extend some semblance of goodwill towards Slytherin. Yet, Malfoy would forever remain on his blacklist. Forever. Ron emphatically marked a large cross on the page of his mind dedicated to Malfoy. Chapter 46, Professor Snape's Consultation. Despite having classes in the morning, they had no choice but to seek out Professor Snape to discern his intentions. On their way to the professor's office, Draco was unusually silent, biting his lip. His complexion pale, fingers nervously entwined as he trailed closely behind Perugia. As they traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, brushing past other students, Draco reflected that he had visited the professor's office many times before, yet never had the journey felt so painfully protracted. In stark contrast, Perugia walked ahead with an air of nonchalance, as if Snape were inviting him for tea. Fool, do you not realize we may be punished? If we lose points, it would be utterly embarrassing. Ultimately, it was his failure to notice the professor behind him that had led to their exposure. Draco, in a moment of frustration, raked his platinum hair with his fingers, shoulders slumping in defeat. It's fine. If we lose points, I can always find a way to make up for it. Perugia expressed nonchalantly, viewing the situation as a minor issue. Hearing this, Draco couldn't help but smirk, were it not for his knowledge of Perugia's humble nature. One might perceive his words as excessively arrogant. The two stood before the wooden door, and Draco nudged Perugia, signaling him to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Perugia rapped on the door, and Snape's deep, cold voice emanated from within. Enter. Draco anxiously followed Perugia into the office. The dimly lit space was nearly devoid of light, the sole illumination coming from a lamp on the large desk. As they opened the door, a strong scent of herbs and potions enveloped them. Once inside, Perugia surveyed the office's layout. The walls were lined with shelves overflowing with densely packed books, various potion vials, and peculiar biological specimens suspended in unknown liquids cluttered the shelves. It was dark, cramped, and rich with the scent of herbs, exactly as he had envisioned Snape's domain. Very much in keeping with his style, Perugia mused internally. Professor Snape, who had summoned them, sat at the desk, engrossed in writing. Soon, he set down his quill and raised his head, fixing his sharp gaze upon the two boys. Good evening, Professor. Perugia's voice was calm and respectful as he slightly bowed before straightening his posture to meet Snape's eyes. Good evening, Professor. Draco stepped forward as well. Standing alongside Perugia, his head bowed. Humph. Snape's gaze lingered on Perugia for a moment, seemingly imbued with an icy chill, before shifting to Draco, his brow furrowing. Should I commend you both for your remarkable composure? As for why I have called you here, I trust one need not elaborate further? The man slid his chair back a few inches, one leg crossed, as he adjusted his black outer robe with an air of nonchalance. His jet-black eyes, imbued with an uncanny clarity that seemed to penetrate all pretense, awaited the responses of the two before him. Do not tell me you are sleepwalking, Seerest, you remarked, lowering your voice and allowing a knowing chuckle to escape your throat. I am not sleepwalking. It's simply that I wish to behold the castle by night, and Draco, ever the worrywart, insisted on accompanying me. This matter is of no concern to him. The tall boy who had just entered seemed to meld effortlessly into the room's ambience. Beside him, the platinum-haired boy suddenly lifted his gaze towards Perugia. Humph. You certainly know how to take on responsibility. In my view, you are indeed the mastermind. But you, Draco, I wish to hear your explanation. Professor Snape's scrutinizing gaze bored down upon Draco. As he listened to Perugia's earlier declaration of accountability, Draco inhaled deeply and stepped forward. It was actually my godfather who arranged for the duel to take place there. Perugia was merely my assistant. Even in the face of reprimand, he could not allow Perugia to shoulder the blame alone. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Snape's lips twitched in exasperation. TSK, two fledgling little imps, well versed in mutual favoritism. A duel? With Potter? The grim, austere man quickly deduced Draco's opponent. Indeed, the boy's countenance faltered, and he nodded silently in acknowledgement. Humph. Are you so intent on causing trouble for Potter instead of focusing on your studies, Draco? I shall not pursue the matter of your nocturnal escapades, but, Mr. Searist, it appears you possess quite the repertoire of spells, do you not? The disillusionment charm? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that a first-year student could wield such magic. Snape abruptly rose from his chair and strode swiftly to Perugia. Lowering his gaze upon the typically reticent and gifted boy, he bore an aura reminiscent of Snape's own past, yet he was not to be trifled with. The freezing charm in potions class, and now the disillusionment charm. Mr. Searist, do you consider yourself exceptionally talented? Is there any spell you do not know? Should I arrange for you to skip a year? A glint of sharpness flashed in Snape's eyes, recognizing the potential of such a magically adept student. Could it be that the three expelled fools had spoken the truth? Contemplating the possibility that Perugia might possess a wealth of obscure spells, he began to ponder. Professor. Draco intended to convey that Perugia had refrained from using magic indiscriminately before others, but a mere glance from his godfather silenced him. Skip a year? No. That would detract from my complete experience as a student. However, I have read many books on magic since childhood and indeed know a great deal. Would you like me to demonstrate? Perugia, oblivious to the insinuations within Snape's words, genuinely contemplated the notion of skipping a year before ultimately declining. Draco smacked his forehead in frustration. Oh no, Perugia completely missed the implication. His frantic expression implored Perugia to say less, but to his dismay, Perugia seemed intent on showcasing his abilities to his godfather. Very well, Snape replied, as if struck by a punch landing in soft cotton, momentarily taken aback. Granted permission. Perugia brandished his wand and waved it towards Snape, sending a shimmering cascade of gold and silver light towards him. The lights circled Snape from head to toe, gradually dissipating under Draco's incredulous gaze and Snape's darkening expression. By Merlin's beard, Perugia had audaciously cast the cleaning charm and the refreshing charm upon his godfather. Draco found himself yearning to flee the scene. He would have preferred to remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Watching as Snape's greasy hair transformed into a lustrous and voluminous mane, his once dusty and aged cloak became strikingly pristine, and the pallor of his complexion brightened. Perugia lowered his wand, nodding in satisfaction. This is perhaps my strongest magic. Oddly, Perugia noted Snape's peculiar expression, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Chapter 47, Mr. Searist. Are you implying something? Draco had never felt such an overwhelming urge to escape the office, and not alongside Perugia. No. What are you doing, Perugia? The platinum-haired imp within him writhed in terror. However, Perugia remained blissfully unaware of the underlying tension. After a brief moment of panic, Draco assessed his godfather anew. Well, how shall I put it? This version of my godfather is undeniably more refreshed and clean than usual. His rosy, fair complexion seems to have reverted to the youthful glow of his earlier days. He had to admit that Perugia's application of those two spells surpassed even his mother's visits to magical beauty parlors. At the very least, his godfather appeared more handsome, his hair now soft and voluminous. In short, he looked quite dapper. Draco, feeling a pang of guilt, diverted his gaze. He could hardly reveal that he had once questioned why his godfather's hair was so oily. Such a confession would surely lead to him becoming a test subject for various potions. Ahem. Indeed. This is much more agreeable. Why would my godfather choose to present himself in such a disheveled and grim manner? Perugia, you are truly remarkable. You accomplished something I have long dared not attempt. Thumbs up. While Draco reveled in the complexity of his inner thoughts, Perugia stood bewildered, gazing at the now handsome professor. As you can see, this is my forte. In truth, he was proficient in many spells, but to avoid arousing suspicion from the faculty, he had to downplay his abilities. Moreover, I do not use magic in crowded settings. At least, I only do so in Draco's presence. Perugia, too, felt that this refreshed version of Professor Snape was far more agreeable. The refreshing charm had transformed the usual herbal scents that clung to the professor into a subtle floral fragrance. Yes, a delicate floral aroma reminiscent of lilies. In a rare moment of synchronicity, both Perugia and Draco simultaneously conjured the same floral image in their minds. Snape's expression darkened in an instant. His onyx eyes seemingly ignited with flames. Mr. Searist, you must realize that your humor in handling matters is rather lacking. Especially in this instance. Are you insinuating something? He had never cared much for his outward appearance, particularly after the death of the love buried deep within his heart. Such an appearance served to remind him of his despicable origins while preserving the memory of when he first met her. Snape could not deny his neglect of hygiene and appearance, but to have this pointed out so bluntly by Searist, where was he to hide his face? Oh, you truly do possess a remarkable array of spells. Indeed, you are exceptional, he retorted with a hint of disdain. Severus Snape transformed once more into a sinister serpent, glaring fiercely at the boy, casting a cleaning charm and a rejuvenation spell directly at your professor. Do you dare to insinuate? At this thought, Snape's expression faltered momentarily as he recalled that Polynesia had not grasped the implications of his words just moments before. In other words, this fellow might genuinely be oblivious to the subtleties of insinuation and simply wish to present himself while cleansing his appearance. He fell into a heavy silence. Surely, the godfather must have noticed that he bore no ill intent. Draco could no longer stand idly by, swiftly positioning himself in front of Polynesia to clarify to his godfather. What do you mean? Polynesia keenly picked up on the last 4 words of his statement, lowering his gaze to Draco, seeking his assistance in elucidating. See, he truly doesn't understand, godfather. Draco forced a smile, exchanging glances with Professor Snape. Silence. You insolent little brat. Snape shot a glare at Draco. It is indeed a perplexing predicament, Mr. Searist. Perhaps you are truly a creature of low emotional intelligence, utterly devoid of sentiment. He pondered briefly before opting for the less hurtful term creature. Never mind, it was not such a grave matter after all. Professor Snape inhaled deeply, expelling the turbulent waves within his heart with several breaths. A cold snort escaped his nostrils, and he settled back into his chair. He crossed his long legs and cast a glance at the two. The night escapade ends here. Do not let me catch you two scurrying about the castle like mindless beasts again. Do not forget the rules of Hogwarts. Should there be a next time, points will be deducted. At this, Draco's face lit up with joy. Splendid. He knew his godfather would not pursue the matter. Absolutely not. Godfather, you have no idea how many spells Polynesia knows. I can learn so much from him. How wonderful. The platinum-haired boy clasped his hands, his eyes sparkling as he praised his genius brother to his godfather. So what? Are you truly learning magic from him? Or are you merely devising ways to confront Potter all day long? The man's deep voice carried a questioning tone, his fingers tapping on the table. Ahem. Draco felt a flush rise to his cheeks as he sheepishly scratched his head. He was utterly at the mercy of his godfather. Enough. I am quite busy. Do not linger here like an eyesore. Be off with you. Professor Snape waved his hand, redirecting his attention to the array of spellbooks spread across the table. His long fingers grasped a quill, swiftly inscribing vital information onto the parchment. Draco, feeling a sense of relief, urged Polynesia toward the door. Just as he opened it, Snape's voice resonated once more. Searist, you are not associated with those 3 fools from before, are you? Draco glanced at Polynesia, then at his godfather, who had not even lifted his gaze. Why is he asking this all of a sudden? No, Professor. Polynesia turned to face Professor Snape, his expression serene, his tone devoid of any tremor. That is for the best. Professor Snape grunted, gesturing for them to leave, gently closing the office door behind them. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief. See, it is indeed my godfather. However, Polynesia, your behavior is truly alarming. I was sweating bullets for you. Heed my words. Do not act like that again. The platinum-haired boy placed a hand on his chest, as if still shaken, then rested his hand on Polynesia's shoulder. Darn it. At this height, every time he wanted to place his hand on his shoulder, he felt like an ornament. The boy glared at Polynesia, now wanting nothing more than to stomp on this fellow. After the 2 boys exited the office, within the dimly lit room, Snape gradually halted his writing. He paused, as if recalling something, and rose to approach a mirror in the corner, gazing at the reflection of himself, so different in demeanor from the past. A familiar voice seemed to echo in his ears. Severus, you truly would look handsome if you dressed up a bit. Smile more. A sudden jolt seemed to seize his hollow heart, and Snape extended a hand, gently placing it over his heart's position. You do not understand. It is only in that way that I can remember from which filthy, spider-infested alley I emerged. Perhaps it is that very self that would earn your attention and companionship. Chapter 48. Potter, do not be too disappointed. In astronomy class, the professor was in the midst of a lecture when 2 figures appeared at the door. It was none other than Draco and Polyasia, hurrying back from the office. "Apologies, Professor. We are late," Draco said apologetically to the somewhat stunned professor at the podium. And in an instant, all eyes turned toward them. Fortunately, just before their departure, Professor Snape had provided them with a note, which would spare them from point deductions even if they were tardy. Polyasia handed the note to Professor Aurora at the front. The dark-skinned, black-haired professor initially thought nothing of it and intended to let them take their seats. After all, these two students had consistently performed excellently in her class, leaving her with a favorable impression. Yet, since they wished to explain the circumstances, she decided to listen. "Oh, Professor Snape sent you to his office to assist him, huh? No worries, you can return to your seats and continue listening to the lecture. Today as content isn't particularly crucial." Professor Aurora smiled gently, indicating her indifference. "Splendid." Draco's lips curved upward, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Polyasia, subtly indicating, "See? This is the privilege of having a professor as a godfather." "Hey, did you get called to Professor Snape's office?" "I just found out. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you." The girl Pansy, sitting behind them, quietly turned to speak with Draco. "Indeed, we merely went to assist him," Draco replied somewhat haughtily, lifting his chin in an extremely proud manner. If one were unaware, they might genuinely think helping in Professor Snape's office was something to boast about. In reality, the two had been caught for their late-night escapade. Fortunately, the professor had chosen not to dwell on the matter and had let them go. Polyasia bent down to sketch the constellations that Professor Aurora had drawn on the blackboard, labeling them with their names. Reflecting on the events of the past few days and the experience in the office, he unconsciously smiled. The quill glided smoothly across the paper, and soon, he had drawn a new constellation, Draco. "How did I not notice that you were so skilled at drawing? Is that Draco?" The platinum-haired boy leaned over from the side, his eyes wide with astonishment at the beautiful constellations that seemed to leap off the page. Most importantly, Draco was quite fond of the recently drawn Draco constellation. "I can gradually teach you many things. If you wish to learn to draw, I can teach you as well." Polyasia spoke softly. However, judging by his intuition, Draco likely would not harbor an interest in drawing. Sure enough, the boy unhesitatingly declined. No. I have no desire to learn this. It would be far more beneficial if you taught me a few practical spells instead." Draco hastily waved his hand in rejection, casting furtive glances around him. "Then, when I face Potter, I could give him a taste of his own medicine." Alas, his focus had once again shifted back to Potter. Polyasia let out a resigned sigh, realizing that Draco's interest in learning magic stemmed solely from his desire to confront Potter. A hint of disappointment tinged his voice, evoking an inexplicable sense of guilt within Draco. When had Polyasia developed such a sardonic wit? No matter how he interpreted those words, something felt distinctly amiss. Ahem. How could that be? "My ambition is to surpass everyone and emerge as the most formidable among us. Learning in advance poses no issue. And it is not merely about punishing Potter." Draco, somewhat flustered, hurried to clarify. "Just look at him and that Weasley, towering over me. Indeed, that's what I mean. Should they ever take a disliking to me, and you are not by my side, what would become of me? Thus, I require an exceptional opportunity, one that involves employing the spells you impart for self-defense. After all, Polyasia, you possess an impressive repertoire of spells. You could practically serve as my little tutor." Professor Little Sarist?" The platinum-haired boy leaned in close, whispering into the ear of the boy who remained silent. His head bowed, seemingly despondent yet irked. The last phrase, Professor Little Sarist, evidently lightened the boy's mood. Polyasia found Draco's predicament rather amusing, suppressing a smile as he pretended to forgive him. "Well then, if that is the case. However, I do not believe Potter is the type to actively provoke you. Of course, if you..." Observing Draco's expression stiffen and shift, Polyasia hesitated to continue, for he knew all too well that Draco would undoubtedly become irate. "Quick, retract what you just intended to say." Draco swiftly reached out, giving Polyasia's waist a playful twist. "Merlin, why is Polyasia so unyieldingly fair and just? Huh. It truly complicates matters for him, considering the very notions he has been exposed to differ greatly from those of this wooden figure." The boy's platinum locks seemed to lose some of their luster, appearing somewhat dulled. He rested his hands on his forehead, exuding an air of helplessness and a reluctance to engage with Polyasia further. All right, Polyasia knew he shouldn't have said those things. Draco is upset again. Probably. As they made their way to the dining hall, Polyasia self-awarely trailed behind Draco, observing the boy's silhouette ahead. He inexplicably recalled tales from the Muggle books he had once perused about princesses. Oh, if it weren't for the boy, he might truly resemble a delicate and beautiful princess. Yet, the reality was that Draco embodied the essence of a pampered little prince. "Hey, good student Malfoy, what summoned you to the professor's office?" A melodious voice rang out from the nearby crowd. "Weasley? Humph, he truly lives up to his name." Your behavior is a disgrace to pure-blood lineage. Draco arched an eyebrow, turning to face the trouble-seeking redhead with a cold smirk, speaking leisurely. Ron's face flushed crimson. Harry tugged at Ron's sleeve. They could have simply passed by. Yet no one anticipated Ron would seek confrontation. Ron, don't engage with him. Let us go? He would have to devise a way to curb Ron's behavior in the future, provided he could manage to do so. Nevertheless, Malfoy was undeniably rather irksome, and he himself could hardly guarantee he would maintain such a calm demeanor. Potter, I hope you keep a close eye on your friend. Don't be foolish enough to provoke me, or do you simply enjoy chatting with me? Draco smirked, scanning the two before turning to leave with his entourage. Chapter 49. The revitalized Professor Snape turns into Medusa. The minor altercation on the way to the dining hall swiftly resolved as both parties departed. Pelucia silently followed Draco to the dining hall, and upon sitting down, he felt a piercing gaze emanating from the staff table. Raising his head, he locked eyes with Professor Snape. The latter shot a venomous glare at Pelucia before downing a hefty gulp of red wine. How infuriating. This is unprecedented. Snape seethed internally, having anticipated that this first-year brat's dual spell would wear off quickly. Who could have predicted that, even by mealtime, its effects still lingered? Bang! Professor Flitwick, dining nearby, jumped in surprise as the morsel he had just speared with his fork plummeted back onto his plate. Flitwick turned to Snape, his expression akin to a startled hamster. Is everything all right, Professor Snape? It's nothing. I merely find it exceedingly embarrassing, a blemish upon my usual reputation. He slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Oh, very well. However, you do appear to be in much better spirits today. Flitwick smiled amiably, his heartfelt compliment only exacerbating Snape's irritation. This transformation had garnered far too much attention. Pelucia, how long will the effects of your spell endure? It's exceedingly glaring. Draco could no longer ignore the incessantly sharp glances directed their way. Why does it seem like the Godfather is even more enraged? It has been an entire morning, and he still appears so dazzlingly pristine and composed. Despite repeatedly telling himself to disregard Pelucia, Draco could not help but succumb to curiosity. I'm not certain. Perhaps a day, or maybe a week, or even a month. Pelucia answered honestly, noting Draco's face pale in disbelief. What? A month? Draco could already envision the daily spectacle of being targeted by his godfather during this time. He understood that the ordinarily composed godfather, suddenly transformed by magic into such a pristine figure, would undoubtedly seek vengeance once subjected to the scrutiny of familiar faces and fellow students. Is there no way to cease it? Please, I implore you, do not claim the magic cannot be halted. The platinum-haired boy began to lose his composure. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Pelucia finally spoke. However, do you not find this version of the professor far more visually appealing? Pelucia believed that Snape's fresh, vibrant demeanor suited him well. The professor exuded an aura burdened by profound emotions. The profound emotions seemed to torment his soul in reverse, yet he remained resilient. Draco stole a glance towards his godfather. Although his head was bowed, the cascade of soft black hair and the distinctly different complexion were unmistakable. It must be said, he found this version of his godfather to be the most fitting. Gone was the menacing aura, replaced instead by a hint of gentleness. The boy's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Ahem, indeed. Well, he decided to let his godfather acclimate to this appearance for a while longer. If only his godfather could maintain this demeanor indefinitely. Surely, his father would be equally astonished. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Draco chuckled softly. But as he sensed that piercing gaze directed at him, he instantly straightened his posture. Tension coursed through him as he lowered his head, fiddling with the food on his plate, mentally replaying all his sorrowful, angered thoughts. He struggled to suppress his laughter. Pelucia rested his chin on one hand, observing Draco, whose body trembled slightly, his expression shifting dramatically. Are you unwell? He pondered aloud, voicing his concern. A delicate, cool hand swiftly covered Pelucia's mouth. Draco, his composure taut, suppressed a laugh while gritting his teeth to lower his voice. Please, do be quiet, Pelucia. You are such an oblivious oaf. Why do you learn so quickly in places where you ought not, yet remain so slow in matters that truly require learning? What on earth is your study plan? Pelucia blinked, surrendering to the inevitable. Severus, your current state is undoubtedly the finest I have witnessed since our acquaintance. Quite splendid, is it not? It suits you well. Professor Dumbledore unexpectedly approached Professor Snape from behind, his tone playfully light despite Snape's rigid demeanor. While speaking, he deliberately reached out to tousle Snape's hair. Oh, so smooth yet not greasy. Dumbledore chuckled, evading the intense glare of Snape, who was brimming with an urge to retaliate. Professor McGonagall, glancing back inadvertently, widened her eyes in astonishment at the scene. A cat's wide-eyed stare, indeed. Today, Severus appeared remarkably refreshed, his complexion flush with vitality. It was a rare sight, nay, the first of its kind. Perhaps he had finally realized the importance of maintaining cleanliness and tidiness? Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment before nodding. Various little dramas unfolded throughout the dining hall, and Purusha, after Draco's hand was lowered, noticed a flock of owls soaring through the entrance. Among them, 6 owls stood out, gracefully descending before Harry, bearing a long package. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Harry accepted the parcel, eagerly unsealing the accompanying envelope. If I am not mistaken, that is a flying broomstick. Draco squinted, his eyebrows arching in surprise. Where did that pauper Potter acquire the funds to purchase such a broom? Just look at the envious expression on the Weasley beside him, practically drooling. Perhaps it was an inheritance? Knowing that Hagrid had taken Harry to Diagon Alley for shopping, Purusha chose to remain silent this time. There was no helping it. This platinum-haired prince was far too easily provoked. Chapter 50, Quidditch Practice. The savior of Gryffindor, Potter, had acquired a brand new flying broom, reputed to be the latest trend. Harry felt somewhat helpless. Although the letter advised him not to hastily unwrap the parcel to avoid drawing attention from his classmates, he glanced at the already buzzing students and then at the package in his hands. Professor McGonagall, I'm not the one who let it slip. The package's appearance was such that anyone with eyes could deduce its contents. Harry slumped his shoulders, letting out a silent sigh. He looked up at Professor McGonagall, who wore an encouraging smile. This was where she had miscalculated. The owl should have delivered it to Harry's dormitory. At least then it wouldn't have drawn so many gazes. No matter. McGonagall slightly parted her lips to reassure the somewhat anxious Harry, indicating that he should not be concerned. All right. Harry exhaled in relief, happily stroking the broom that the professor had gifted him. It was truly puzzling. Where did Potter find the money to purchase the latest Nimbus 2000? Regardless, my father has already equipped the entire Slytherin team with the latest brooms. Even if he had acquired this new broom, it wouldn't change anything. Draco allowed himself a brief moment of discontent before dismissing Harry from his thoughts. If he continued to dwell on Potter, this fair-minded seerist beside him would likely unleash his icy tongue against him. Humph. The boy pouted, glancing at Purusha, who was nibbling on a snack. Purusha lowered his head slightly to look at Draco, who couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really that delicious? You look quite the sight while eating, he pointed out, gesturing toward the boy's mouth. Purusha, puzzled, reached up to touch the corner of his mouth, realizing he had a small dab of cream there, thus comprehending Draco's earlier remark. So, under Draco's watchful gaze, the dark-haired boy nodded and retrieved a small cake from the table, offering it to Draco. Quite delectable. Draco's gray eyes widened slightly as he opened his mouth, staring at the cake pushed before him. No way. Did he actually want to share this with me? He fixated on the red strawberry atop the cake, picked up a fork, and took a bite. The sweet cream, smooth texture, combined with the strawberry's fruity and tangy flavor, left Draco utterly astonished, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow, your recommendation is rather commendable. He begrudgingly offered a compliment before hastening to devour the cake. Truly delightful. Human food is worth exploring and savoring. A faint, not-so-obvious smile appeared on Purusha's face as he unconsciously voiced his thoughts. After speaking, he paused, glancing at Draco, who likely hadn't caught what he just said. A quick glance confirmed. Indeed, Draco's focus remained on the cake. He let out a sigh of relief. At the teacher's table, Professor Snape finished his meal and left with the swiftness of a gale. Students and teachers alike marveled at the transformation in Professor Snape's appearance, with even Hufflepuff students praising how handsome he appeared. In any case, observing him sweep away with his billowing robes, Purusha knew that Professor Snape had no desire to linger for even a moment longer. One professor, swathed in layers of headscarves, casually glanced towards Parousia after finishing his meal and wiping his mouth. Professor Chilo cautiously revealed a smile that appeared both shy and timid, his agile eyes concealing some unspoken thoughts. Why was he smiling at me? Parousia pondered, recalling that he had had no prior interaction with this professor. Perhaps it was merely a gesture of goodwill towards a student. As Parousia turned away, Professor Chilo stood up, greeting his fellow faculty members before departing the dining hall. However, once he rounded a corner, his previously timid demeanor transformed into a chilling coldness. Sericist. Although the origins of this family remained somewhat obscure, he had certainly heard numerous tales. The most pertinent, and the one that concerned him most, was the timing of their family's resurgence coinciding with his own defeat. Yet, despite extensive investigation, the sole conclusion remained one of pure coincidence. Contemplating the recent prominence of the Sericist family in the magical community, as well as their amicable relations with the Malfoy family, Professor Chilo allowed a smile to creep across his face, one that was starkly at odds with his usual demeanor. Very well then. It would be prudent to devise a way to take advantage of this situation. After all, that boy possesses an extraordinarily rare talent. Especially considering his friendship with that Malfoy brat, it certainly warrants some strategic planning. In the afternoon, with no classes scheduled, they received notification for training at the Quidditch pitch. Consequently, Draco eagerly pulled Parousia along as they dashed toward the field. Upon their arrival, they found that players from all 4 houses had already gathered, each occupying designated areas and training without interference. Have you arrived? Excellent. Grab your brooms and familiarize yourselves with the controls. Marcus strode over with the swiftness of the wind, gesturing briskly to the other players. If you wish to practice, feel free. He indicated a large box of spare equipment on the ground before hurrying away. Observing his impatient demeanor, Parousia remained silent, realizing that today's training involved all 4 houses. This was a rare occurrence, as they typically did not train in such large numbers. Draco shrugged in mild exasperation, more concerned with the prospect of commencing proper training. He crouched down to pat the large box and turned back to wave cheerfully at Parousia. Hey, how about we practice with this ball directly? I doubt I need to reacquaint myself with the flying broom. He added with a smirk, of course, with your exceptional talent, I assume you don't need to either. Before Parousia could respond, Draco had already opened the large box, beginning to showcase the various balls inside. You must recognize these, right? Should I enlighten you? He grinned, holding up a ball the size of a soccer ball. Parousia glanced at the assortment of balls within the open box before picking up a nearby broom. No need. I've done some preliminary reading on Quidditch, he stated. The largest ball you're holding is the bludger. Exactly. Draco's eyes sparkled with delight as he tossed the ball to Parousia. Chapter 51, Quidditch Training 2. The expansive Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was currently divided into 4 sections. Students clad in the distinct cloaks of their houses joyfully navigated the field. However, as of now, the only ones gracefully soaring through the air were the seasoned upperclassmen. The newly selected first-year players were, quite frankly, few and far between. Although opportunities for selection had been provided, uncovering genuinely talented and promising candidates proved to be quite the challenge. Consequently, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw envied Slytherin and Gryffindor for having discovered their respective prodigies. Draco donned protective gear on his knees and elbows before mounting his broom. He pointed to the makeshift goalposts designated for training. Very well. Since you've grasped the theoretical knowledge, let us move directly to practical application. This time, we'll use the bludger, nothing else. His eyes shimmered with excitement as he soared into the air like a golden bird reclaiming its rightful sky. Stop daydreaming. Get up here. Draco signaled for Parousia to fly to the same altitude as him. Although Parousia's movements were somewhat stiff and mechanical under Draco's tutelage and guidance, his textbook-style striking technique gradually became more fluid. The two practiced back and forth in the air until Draco suddenly noticed Harry Potter of Gryffindor rushing over, glasses askew. Parousia caught the bludger that had just been hit towards him but refrained from sending it back, having discerned Draco's intentions. He was about to trouble Potter again. Following Draco back to the ground, he landed steadily, stowing his broom away. Draco dismounted with equal grace, broom in hand, and approached. Potter, it seems you've grown rather complacent, haven't you? Or perhaps you're simply a bit too pleased with yourself, arriving so late? He observed Harry's disheveled appearance, clearly a result of his hurried dash. Panting, Harry clutched his broom, glancing between Draco and Parousia, momentarily at a loss for words. He had hurriedly retrieved his broom from the dormitory right after class, knowing that tardiness would surely diminish Wood's impression of him. Yet, the castle's stairways and throngs of people had conspired to delay him. Hey, Harry, over here. Wood, who had been waiting for Harry, turned to see the boy cornered by the 2 Slytherins. George and Fred exchanged glances, hovering on their brooms in midair, eager to witness the unfolding scene. This should be entertaining. Just watch. I reckon if it came to blows, that platinum-haired little squirt might not stand a chance against Harry Potter. Ha! The brothers soared side by side, laughing heartily. My apologies, Wood. I dashed over as quickly as I could after class, but still Harry offered an apologetic smile. And in response, the handsome senior placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, smiling gently. No worries, you'll get used to it. For now, just familiarize yourself with the team. It'll aid in future cooperation. Wood's understanding demeanor was evident, though his gaze drifted to the 2 individuals opposite Harry. The darkly enigmatic one must be Saracist, the same boy who had recently caused quite a stir, nearly harmed by 3 of his peers. He stood silently behind the platinum-haired boy, clearly not involved in the earlier squabble. Instead, this delicate young Malfoy, with his arms crossed and an air of arrogance, epitomizes the quintessential Slytherin. However, he had heard from his elders that all members of the Malfoy family exhibit such traits. Oh, Potter, your esteemed captain has come to escort you back. Off you go. Draco chuckled, dismissively waving his hand, his condescending tone causing Wood to furrow his brow in displeasure. What a sharp-tongued first year indeed. Wood, are you attempting to bully my 2 new teammates in my absence? A voice, somewhat gruff, echoed from behind. Marcus, clutching his broom, hastened towards them. The two captains, who were perpetually at odds, ignited the atmosphere with palpable tension upon meeting. Bully? You ought to open your eyes wide and see who was truly bullying whom just now. Wood huffed, defiantly locking eyes with Marcus. Have you been harassing this new Gryffindor player? Marcus chuckled, casually directing his question at Draco. No, I merely greeted him. Isn't that right, Potter? Draco maintained an air of calm, retorting, what of it? You have the backing of an upperclassman, but I have mine as well. Never mind, it was just a greeting. Senior, let us be off, Harry interjected, tugging at Wood, who was locked in a fierce standoff with the Slytherin captain. Initially, he had perceived Wood as a patient and composed individual, yet now it seemed he harbored a fierce side. Wood shot a venomous glare at the arrogant Marcus. But now was not the time for confrontation. The remainder of the matter would be settled on the field. Just you wait, Marcus. Come, let me introduce you to the others. Wood urged Harry away, pushing him gently. Humph, fool, Marcus scoffed, watching them depart with disdain. He then scrutinized Draco and Purusha, nodding slightly. I observed your training just now. It was quite acceptable. If you wish to teach that Gryffindor a lesson, let us see how it unfolds in the upcoming house match. Provided, of course, that you can bring honor to our team. Purusha, however, was not focused on his words, but was rather captivated by the occasional glimpse of his protruding teeth. I ought to cast a cleaning charm on him. The uneven teeth stirred within Purusha an urge to use magic, but he quickly dismissed the notion, mindful of Professor Snape's watchful gaze. Having said what he intended, Marcus proudly lifted his chin, one hand resting on his hip. If you cannot keep pace with the team, do not expect leniency. This is not merely about your father sponsoring a few flying brooms. If you falter, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. All right, your training ends here for today. Off you go. With a wave of his hand, Marcus dismissed them. Today was merely an assessment of their abilities. So far, they seemed competent, but their lack of experience remained a concern for their potential on the field. As Draco departed, he deliberately stuck out his tongue at Harry, who was training on the other side. Chapter 52. Ordinary Exchanges Between Roommates. Draco removed his training attire and robe, collapsing onto his bed, feeling both elated and fatigued. Oh, Purusha, my dear companion, you must understand. The sensation of soaring freely through the air, feeling the wind caress my face, akin to a bird gliding through the skies, is far more pleasurable than sitting in a classroom studying spells. Draco lay back on his bed, a contented smile gracing his lips. In his cheerful mood, even the canopy above seemed extraordinarily beautiful. Purusha meticulously folded his clothes, noticing Draco's garments carelessly strewn aside, and approached to assist in tidying them. The platinum-haired boy turned onto his side, propping his head on one hand. Goodness, mate, you are truly meticulous. It's evident you've grown accustomed to this. Why fold mine as well? Doesn't it seem bothersome? Well, thank you. How remarkable. Draco observed Purusha's nimble hands organizing the clothing and concluded that he must have been self-sufficient from a young age. Well, you are quite an excellent friend. Taking the initiative with everything. Not at all. It's no trouble. I simply saw the mess and helped out. Quidditch is your passion. The books say that engaging in one's favorite activities brings joy. Purusha sat at the desk, opening a book about Quidditch. Contemplating Draco's words, he replied, I have indeed always handled my own affairs, including tidying my room and folding clothes. Although Lady Eleanor prefers to delegate all household chores to the manor's servants, I prefer to manage my own belongings. In his recollection, Draco typically maintained a good standard of personal upkeep, only occasionally allowing himself to be a tad lazy. This was hardly a significant issue. Just thinking about the upcoming Quidditch match fills me with exhilaration. Champions, the House Cup. Woohoo. The boy hummed a tune, joyfully flailing on his bed. Purusha's fingers traced the pages of the book, captivated by an illustration depicting a team in action. Perhaps Marcus Flint would make a fine captain. At least he genuinely aims for the collective honor of the house in competition. Yet he is correct. Only those who bring victory possess true value. He hesitated on the word value, emphasizing it with a weighty tone. Indeed, since arriving at Hogwarts, the atmosphere surrounding him, especially among Slytherins, seemed predicated on value. The golden glow illuminated the room, and the two boys were suddenly engulfed in silence. After a brief pause, the platinum-haired boy chuckled lightly. He raised his hand to examine his fingers, then pretended to grasp at the air. You see through things quite clearly. Indeed, this is Slytherin. This is the tradition of the wizarding world today, isn't it? Value, interests, power, and bloodlines are all metrics we must consider. Draco suddenly lay down, cradling a soft pillow, his sparkling eyes fixed on Purusha. A smile played at the corners of his lips as he teasingly remarked, of course. If you wish to change the status quo, it is not impossible. Though I must say, it would be quite challenging. I can only say that for pure blood families like ours, Reform is a daunting endeavor. Draco shrugged, eager to gauge Purusha's reaction. Regrettably, Purusha's hair cast a shadow over his eyes, obscuring his expression. Seizing the opportunity while Purusha remained unresponsive, Draco rushed over and playfully tousled his bangs. Look at you. Doesn't this make you look much more spirited? Why cover it so? Indeed, this time, the subtle shifts in Purusha's gaze were far more discernible. Take, for instance, his expression of surprise at this very moment. I find it hard to believe that you embody the essence of a pure-blood lineage. Rather, I perceive you as someone more amenable to embracing novelty and transformation. Change serves as a means to adapt to the vicissitudes of time, as well as to enhance one's survival. Remaining stagnant inevitably leads to demise. Purusha did not chastise him for disheveling his hair. Instead, his attention was riveted on Draco's wide, crystalline gray eyes, which were momentarily taken aback. His remarks bore the weight of a professor's discourse, causing Draco to momentarily falter before responding. Pray tell. I am of the illustrious pure-blood Malfoy family. How could you possibly think I am capable of such a transformation? If that were the case, you might as well place your faith in that Potter fellow. Moreover, the boy with the platinum locks felt his smile dissipate in an instant, hesitating before continuing. Even if I could, my father and the others might not be supportive. You ought to observe those half-bloods and muggle-borns. They seem to navigate such changes with ease. Draco reclined back on his bed, remarking, well, this is quite cozy. Purusha, seated at the table, fell silent for a moment before resuming. Yet, I genuinely believe you can. The younger generation often finds it easier to embrace new ideas and concepts. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Draco's mind momentarily short-circuited. Goodness gracious. Purusha truly believes I desire to alter my circumstances? He continued, I can impart to you all the magic you require. Once you grow stronger, you will be able to pursue your aspirations independently. If you aim to transform the wizarding world or anything else, as a friend, I shall support you. By the way, if there is magic I do not know, I can learn it and then teach you. After this initial declaration, he added, very well, that's commendable of you, Purusha. Draco, albeit reluctantly, gave Purusha a thumbs up. Well, you certainly have grand aspirations. However, I believe such matters are better left for another day. I am not so ambitious at present. Perhaps we can revisit this when I am older. You should refrain from such fanciful thoughts and focus on your studies. I shall take my leave to rest. The boy promptly shut his eyes, dismissing the notion with a chuckle. Such endeavors were reserved for those of Voldemort's stature. If he were to pursue such a path, he would inevitably be labeled the next ill-timed dark wizard. Absolutely not. Chapter 53, The Mischievous Pumpkin Goblin of Halloween. On the day of Halloween, the entire castle was infused with the delightful aromas of sweet treats. Students strolled together, laughter filling the air, and even during lessons, the atmosphere seemed sweetened. The castle was adorned with decorations befitting the season, creating a vibrant festive environment. Although there was no holiday respite, an extravagant Halloween feast awaited them that evening. The sweet scent wafting through the air was a testament to the culinary preparations being made in the castle's kitchens. Even upon exiting their dormitory in the morning, a miniature pumpkin lantern hung from their door. Oh, what an adorable little pumpkin lantern, Draco remarked, poking at the lantern adorning the door. Had I known, we would have adorned our dormitory as well yesterday. He sighed, grateful that their entrance and common room had already been suitably decorated. Do you fancy that pumpkin? Purusha observed the decorations along their path. Ghosts, pumpkins, bats, candles, sweets, and fairies. Most notably the pumpkins, which were carved into an array of expressive faces, predominantly reflecting fear. The quintessential element of Halloween, the essence of fright, was unmistakably present. Yet, he found the carved pumpkins to possess a certain charm, a sentiment echoed by Draco. Indeed, particularly the tiny one hanging at the entrance. Draco had a penchant for such miniature, adorable objects, though his heart still belonged to dragons. Ah, I see, Purusha nodded, a thought forming in his mind. Given the festive nature of the occasion, it would be delightful to procure a gift that would bring joy to Draco. What have you disowned? Draco turned, puzzled, lifting his gaze to Purusha. Oh, nothing. It's best to maintain an air of mystery, Purusha mused. After the afternoon classes concluded, Purusha parted ways with Draco. Very well, remember to return before the feast commences, he advised. Draco, indifferent to Purusha's enigmatic demeanor, waved him off and departed with Goyle and the others. Purusha made his way to the underground classrooms, seeking an empty one devoid of students. He retrieved a small pumpkin from his pocket, one nearly the size of the lantern adorning the dormitory door, and it was already intricately carved. Its expression was both terrifying and endearing, encapsulating all the necessary elements. Purusha drew his wand, recalling a spell from the recesses of his mind, and directed it at the small pumpkin. Golden sparks flew towards it, causing the pumpkin's eyes to flicker with a fiery glow. Shortly thereafter, a transparent, doll-like figure emerged from beneath the pumpkin's top. With small arms and legs, it animatedly waved about, performing mock-frightening gestures. Boo! It emitted a spooky sound. Excellent, Parousia praised, gently patting the pumpkin's head. The little creature, sensing the warmth of his affection, nuzzled against Parousia's hand. Peep! It made an adorable sound. Come along now. You shall soon meet your master. Parousia tucked the little pumpkin goblin into his pocket and turned to exit the classroom. Time was of the essence. He needed to head to the hall for the feast. As he traversed the corridor leading to the underground classrooms, a girl-esque silhouette appeared around the upcoming corner. It was Hermione Granger, the exceptionally gifted and diligent girl from Gryffindor. She appeared to be hurrying as well, and upon encountering someone unexpectedly, she halted, taken aback. However, she quickly lowered her head, attempting to conceal her reddened eyes with her hair as she sought to pass by Parousia. She had assumed that all the students had already retreated to the hall for the feast, unaware that there were still others lingering in the serpentine halls. The tall boy exuded an aura of aloofness, yet unexpectedly, he stirred something within her. Parousia called out to Hermione. Has he not yet apologized to you? Naturally. Hermione understood precisely whom Parousia referred to. That foolish Ron Weasley. Who would listen to his apology? How could he utter such outrageous words? The corners of her eyes reddened further. And Parousia discerned the truth. It seemed that Harry's good friend Ron had yet to offer his contrition. Here, I hope this brightens your spirits, Miss Granger. With a flourish akin to magic, the boy produced a blue-violet iris from his sleeve, its petals still glistening with dew as if freshly picked. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flickering across her features, yet a glint of joy danced within her gaze. Goodness, where did you conjure that from? It felt like magic. Indeed, it was the kind of magic found in the Muggle world. The girl, fearing that her choice of words might evoke his disdain, hastily clarified her statement. She cautiously accepted the flowers that Parousia handed her, whispering a soft thank you. Though initially appearing aloof, Parousia's warmth elevated her spirits, and she felt somewhat comforted by his gesture. I understand. The magic of the Muggle world. I've seen it. This is a modified version after my studies. I hope it brings you joy. The banquet is about to commence, so I shall take my leave. Parousia nodded, aware of Hermione's Muggle origins. But he was genuinely knowledgeable about magic. Hermione felt a flicker of surprise upon hearing his admission. Had Parousia truly witnessed magic in the Muggle realm? Thank you, she exclaimed, cradling the blooming iris in her hands and inhaling its delicate fragrance, which instantly healed her slightly wounded heart. Perhaps she should not be so calculative, after all. Her usual demeanor might indeed evoke jealousy from that inattentive Weasley. With a long sigh, she rubbed her eyes and decided to make a quick trip to the restroom. As Parousia entered the Great Hall, he marveled at the vibrant Halloween decorations, impressed by the efficiency of the teachers. The hall's adornments exuded an enchanting atmosphere. Students were seated at 4 long tables, eagerly savoring the delectable dishes presented on golden plates. He observed countless black bats fluttering across the ceiling and walls, while low-hanging clouds simulated the ambience, occasionally punctuated by distant thunder. The flickering candle flames nestled within the pumpkins added to the grandeur of the feast. Parousia took a seat beside Draco. You finally made it. I noticed you seem quite fond of desserts, Draco remarked, gesturing toward the array of sweets and dishes adorning the table. Well, this is a gift for you, but you must keep a vigilant eye on it, for it is a mischievous little creature. That was the best he could convey without complicating matters. Parousia discreetly placed the drowsy little pumpkin ghost into Draco's hands. Initially puzzled about Parousia's intentions, Draco's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing the enchanting magical creature. Chapter 54. The Mischievous Little Pumpkin, Ghost Merlin's Beard. What is this? Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the small creature Parousia had handed him. Clearly, this pumpkin ghost had been conjured by Parousia's magic. The pumpkin's form was ethereal and translucent, yet it felt soft and fluffy like cotton. He gently squeezed its arm, his curiosity piqued. However, it had a time limit. After Halloween, it would vanish automatically. This is merely your Halloween gift, Parousia declared, giving the little pumpkin ghost a gentle tap to awaken it. In an instant, the little creature sprang to life, standing on Draco's palm. Fearing discovery, Draco carefully tucked the pumpkin into his clothing for concealment. What? Just for tonight? Draco asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Couldn't it stay for a few more days? This little pumpkin is so much fun. He was reluctant to part with it after only one night. No, it cannot. It will cause chaos, and it can be quite troublesome. After all, I've come to understand its nature once I brought it to life. Parousia firmly rejected Draco's request. You'll soon see what happens if you don't keep a close watch on it. Hey, how is this possible? Draco raised an eyebrow in confusion, instinctively reaching for the little pumpkin, only to discover it was no longer in his pocket. What happened? Wasn't it just in my pocket? He hurriedly searched Perugia's pockets. But they were empty. His expression turned anxious, while Perugia remained calm, his demeanor seemingly conveying, "See, I told you so. If you don't keep an eye on it, it will run off and create mischief. Hey, something just nipped me. Where did my pie go? Why are you tugging at my clothes? Who is throwing candy at my head?" Soon, shouts of surprise erupted from the surrounding students, and Perugia quickly spotted the little pumpkin ghost causing chaos all around. Hee, issuing a mischievous giggle. The little pumpkin was delighting in its antics, becoming increasingly adept at its mischief. The minor commotion at the dining table led the teachers to assume the students were merely playing, thus they paid little attention. Is it truly that adept at mischief? Draco sat back down, dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Well, now I understand why Perugia warned it could cause trouble. No wonder it only has one night's lifespan. Cough, cough. You should retrieve it quickly. If it continues, Snape will discover you have been using magic again, Draco urged, tugging at Perugia's sleeve to prompt him to summon the little pumpkin back. All right. Upon hearing Professor Snape's name, Perugia looked up to find Snape, still radiant with his usual intensity, glaring at him. With a snap of his fingers, the rambunctious little pumpkin ghost seemed to lose its spirit, transforming back into an ordinary pumpkin doll in his hands. This form is preferable. No need to worry about causing destruction. Furthermore, you can keep it by your side, Perugia said as he placed the now dormant pumpkin doll into Draco's hands, its soft texture eliciting several squeezes from Draco. This is much better. The previous lively version felt comparable to Peeves. I agree. This form is indeed more suitable, Draco chuckled, his laughter pure and innocent. Perugia sampled several oddly shaped confections, and he had to admit, their flavors were a delightful array of peculiarities. Fortunately, he did enjoy sweets. During this time, he glanced over at Gryffindor's table but did not spot Hermione, the girl he had seen in the underground classroom. She still hadn't returned? Just then, the great hall doors burst open with a resounding crash. Professor Quirrell, looking flustered and breathless, rushed through the aisle and collapsed against Dumbledore's table. Oh no, it's terrible. A troll has invaded the underground classroom. I thought you all were aware. He gasped, barely managing to prop himself up before his eyes rolled back. And he collapsed onto the floor. Quirrell's alarming announcement sent the hall into a frenzy, students leaping from their seats in a chaotic uproar. Even Draco, upon hearing about the troll, turned pale, clutching his head and preparing to flee. Silence. Remain calm. Children, Dumbledore commanded, having sent Professor Quirrell to the infirmary, and then stood in the center of the great hall, his voice steady and uplifting, calming everyone down. The frightened young wizards all turned their gazes towards Dumbledore, awaiting his words. The heads of houses immediately ushered the students back to their dormitories. Teachers, we shall proceed to the dungeons. With the headmaster's direction, the older students promptly organized the younger ones, leading them swiftly to their respective common rooms. Meanwhile, Draco walked beside Paulasia, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Are trolls really that terrifying? Why is everyone so panicked? Paulasia whispered. Well, in truth, those creatures are astonishingly dim-witted, towering in stature and grotesque in appearance. Trolls lack even the most basic capacity for thought, yet they can indeed prove quite troublesome. Regardless, I find their visage somewhat offensive to the eyes. Draco rubbed his arms, tightly clutching the plush pumpkin-headed doll. The evening banquet was clearly over, and they had no choice but to return to their beds. What an unfortunate turn of events. The boy's hair, once meticulously styled, now lay tousled. Paulasia thought that letting down his bangs made him look even better. His slick-back hairstyle seemed an intentional facade of maturity. How intriguing. I actually wish to witness a troll firsthand. I've never seen one before, Paulasia mused to himself, considering the opportunity. Suddenly, he recalled that Miss Hermione Granger was likely in the dungeons. Surely she would be all right. A fleeting shadow crossed Paulasia's dark eyes, but he said nothing, simply following the Slytherin line back to the common room. The common room was filled with a sweet aroma, and the young snakes were astonished to discover that the food from the Great Hall had magically appeared in their lounge. Oh, this is undoubtedly much safer, Draco cheered, rushing over to the table laden with food. The fireplace crackled, the sound of wood burning filling the air. Paulasia settled comfortably into a sofa near the hearth, reclining against the backrest. It seemed the headmaster had moved the food to the various common rooms to alleviate the young wizard's fears. He gently closed his eyes, suddenly overtaken by a desire to rest. In the common room, the young snakes appeared to have forgotten their earlier fright, focusing instead on the array of desserts before them. It must be said that confections significantly alleviate one's sense of panic, serving as a great comfort. Suddenly, the other end of the long sofa sank down, causing Paulasia to open his eyes in slight surprise. Apologies, did I disturb you? A gentle voice emerged from the boy beside him, Theodore Knott, who had just finished his tea and sought a quiet spot to read. The boy's expression held a hint of regret. No, it's quite all right. I wasn't sleeping, Palasia replied, finding himself fond of this quiet, reserved boy, who was often found with a book in hand. What are you reading? The Secrets of Potions? He recalled that Theodore had recently been engrossed in a tome related to potions. Do you have a particular fondness for potions? Theodore had intended to conclude their conversation, but was taken aback when Palasia initiated dialogue. He slightly curled his fingers around the book and turned a page, avoiding direct eye contact while responding in a subdued tone. Yes, I merely wish to learn more. Palasia set his hand down from supporting his head. Sitting upright against the sofa, he gazed over at Draco, who was chatting with other Slytherins, and nodded. You're quite similar to him. Theodore glanced over in confusion, following Palasia's gaze to understand whom he referred to. It seems you both have a deep appreciation for potions, not merely to fill your time with knowledge, but because it is something you truly love, something you wish to pursue, Palasia articulated. If one were to expand upon it, it resembles the dreams and ideals mentioned in books. Palasia tilted his head, extending a slender finger towards Theodore, his dark eyes briefly revealed as he shifted his bangs aside. His candid words and earnest gaze made Theodore feel as though his very soul had been laid bare. A rare smile flickered across Theodore's face. Haha, you see right through me. It's hard to counter your insight. He closed his book, opting not to continue reading, instead engaging with Palasia, a classmate who shared certain similarities with him. Dreams and ideals, as far as I know, are seldom mentioned in the literature of wizards. They seem more akin to the vocabulary found in Muggle literature. A glint of playful irony danced in Theodore's blue eyes, hinting at a deeper truth. This is something no pureblood wizard would dare to pursue. Yet, as expected, Palasia nodded in straightforward agreement. He openly confessed, indeed. One of my pastimes is to read a variety of books. Naturally, I also enjoy those from the Muggle world. They offer me insights into realms I have yet to experience. Palasia spoke with utmost sincerity, earning Theodore's admiration for his candor, even though this boy, whom Draco referred to as a blockhead, was often astonishingly forthright. You must know that no wizard willingly engages with Muggle affairs, especially among the students of our house. It is deemed a stain upon one's wizarding lineage and honor. Theodore sighed softly, placing his book aside, his blue eyes meeting Palasia's with equal seriousness. The boy before him remained unperturbed, tilting his head slightly. But I never claimed those were terms exclusive to Muggle literature. You have read them too, Theodore. In that moment, Theodore looked at him, surprised to see the corners of Palasia's mouth lifting. Palasia thought, is he actually smiling? How peculiar. You are much like Draco. Someone open to change and new ideas. What on earth has that pure-blood Malfoy shared with you? Theodore could hardly contain his exasperation. The boy, who had been steeped in traditional wizarding education since childhood, was now discussing transformation and new experiences. What a remarkable revelation. Theodore smirked. Palasia, I must say, I find your unvarnished manner of expression quite delightful. Thank you, Palasia replied succinctly, leaving Theodore momentarily speechless. He had come to understand why Draco's mood could sometimes be as unpredictable as the weather, fluctuating between joy and ire. If you fancy this genre of literature, you are welcome to visit my abode, where we have amassed a plethora of books of various kinds. Purusha felt it was time to extend invitations to a few friends for a tour of the Seerest Manor. Draco and Theodore were the individuals he currently wished to invite. Oh, if Professor Snape would not mind, he could also extend an invitation to Draco's godfather to join the visit. Given the extensive collection housed within their manor, he believed they would surely appreciate it. Thank you for the invitation. I shall give it some thought, Theodore replied, rubbing his eyes as he stood to leave. I feel rather fatigued. I shall return to rest now. Good night. Indeed, good night. Purusha mechanically waved his hand, offering a somewhat stiff yet amiable smile. Theodore recognized the effort he was putting into that smile. He remained silent, turning swiftly to depart. Hermione had initially intended to compose herself in the girls' restroom before freshening up, so as not to appear too disheveled when returning to the dining hall. However, when she splashed water on her face and prepared to exit, she was horrified to encounter the grotesque creature, its heavy footsteps shaking the very ground beneath her. Terrified, she quickly locked the restroom door and hid within a stall. Why is there a troll in this place? Having read descriptions of this creature in books, she was perplexed as to how it had materialized within Hogwarts. Help! Everyone is in the dining hall. How could they know there's a troll lurking in the dungeon classroom? The girl trembled in her hiding spot, listening to the troll's thunderous footsteps drawing nearer. Its enormous club easily shattered the frail restroom door, and it turned its small, ludicrous head to peer into the stalls one by one. When Hermione's gaze met that of the troll's hideous face, it let out a roar and swung its club down towards her stall. In her hand, she clutched the delicate and vibrant iris that Purusha had gifted her, squeezing her eyes shut in fear. Am I to perish here? Oh no. The girl felt on the verge of tears. Outside, Harry and Ron rushed in, bravely hurling objects at the troll, successfully diverting its attention. Hermione, her legs quaking, looked up in gratitude at the sudden appearance of Harry and Ron, while simultaneously glancing down at the rapidly wilting iris in her grasp. Just as the troll's club was about to strike, Hermione felt as if a barrier had repelled the troll's assault, shielding her from harm. Could it be Purusha? Chapter 56. The Protection of the Iris, a Close Call. The gathering in the common room had concluded, and Purusha kindly took Draco's outer robe, bidding farewell to the individuals outside as he returned to the dormitory. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, he seemed to sense something, pausing momentarily before opening the door without hesitation. I must say, had it not been for the troll incident, today's banquet was truly delightful. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he had naturally received flattering compliments and deliberate attempts at ingratiation from the Slytherin students. He had always welcomed such advances, for utilizing certain individuals to one's advantage was a lesson imparted by his father. This would prove pivotal for the future development of the Malfoy lineage. Reflecting on this, he could not help but think of the three imbeciles who had already been expelled from the school. He could discern their intentions to approach him. Yet they had the audacity to doubt Purusha's family, deeming them a ruse rather than an esteemed pure-blood lineage. They acted without contemplation. Such folly was simply absurd. Nonetheless, it was true that although their families boasted a long history, they had never been particularly intelligent, as Draco had heard from his father's accounts. Even without the need for alliances, it mattered not. Speaking of which, he wondered how the situation with the troll was unfolding. Purusha hung up his robe and opened the wardrobe to organize his clothing. With a hint of concern, he turned to Draco and said, "I wonder if I should go check." The platinum-haired boy raised an eyebrow, appearing to read his mind. "You wish to go, don't you? Hey, don't be foolish. It's a troll. Even if your magic is formidable, remember that your godfather forbids you from using magic within the castle." He sat seriously on the bed, removing his socks and tossing them aside, now barefoot. "But if you could take me along," the boy suggested with a playful raise of his eyebrows. "Well, that settles it. After all, it is a troll. I cannot risk taking you into danger." Purusha did not hesitate to firmly reject Draco's insinuation. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be fearless? Are you actually worried you can't protect me?" Humph. Though slightly miffed, Draco couldn't help but smile inwardly, clearing his throat. He certainly wouldn't appear foolish by laughing incessantly. "Magic is prohibited in the castle, but you can teach me in the dormitory. I think right now would be perfect." The platinum-haired boy, wide awake, leaped onto Purusha's bed, eagerly awaiting his response. "Very well, what would you like to learn?" Purusha observed the boy's enthusiasm, thinking he resembled a lively rabbit. "Let's start with the cleaning charm." Draco opted for something simple, beginning with what Purusha excelled at. Meanwhile, in the dungeon classroom, after a harrowing struggle, Harry and Ron successfully struck the clumsy troll with a levitation charm. The troll's body swayed momentarily before crashing face-first to the floor with a resounding thud that shook the entire ground. Harry scrambled to his feet, trembling, having exhausted himself climbing atop the troll's head, panting heavily. Ron stood nearby, mouth agape, staring at the fallen troll, his wand still clutched in hand. "Is it dead?" Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears. She had truly been terrified, her legs trembling beneath her. Harry and Ron hurried over to help her up from where she had slumped against the wall. "No, it should just be temporarily unconscious. We cannot linger here. Let us depart swiftly." As the trio prepared to exit the wreckage of the girls' restroom, several frantic figures rushed in. "Oh, what are you doing here? Weren't you instructed to return to your dormitory?" Professor McGonagall, leading the group, was taken aback to find the three young witches and wizards present. While the troll lay incapacitated on the ground, one could only imagine the tumultuous wave of emotions she had just experienced. It was truly terrifying. Had anything happened to them, she could scarcely bear to think of the consequences. With that thought, Professor McGonagall felt a mix of anger and concern welling within her. Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell, standing at the back, cast various expressions upon the three students and the giant troll on the floor. Their feelings were predominantly a mixture of shock and relief. Fortunately, Hermione timely diffused the tension, willingly shouldering the responsibility for the incident. Professor McGonagall deducted 5 points from Hermione, while also awarding 5 points to Harry and Ron for their brave act of rescuing their classmate. Overall, it was a relief that all was well. On their way back to the common room, Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Harry. Ron, I feel I owe you both an apology. My earlier behavior may have indeed made you uncomfortable." They stood at the entrance of the common room, and Hermione addressed her two brave companions. "Don't," Ron interjected, hastily extending his hand to stop her, his gaze dropping in embarrassment as he opened his mouth. He then looked up, scratching his head. "Actually, it was my fault for using such harsh words towards you. I've been wanting to apologize for days, but my shameful pride held me back. Hey, if it weren't for you guiding me with the levitation spell, I might not have succeeded. Your pronunciation is impeccable. Hermione, you truly are remarkable. The red-haired boy earnestly gave a thumbs up, his eyes sincere as he apologized and continued to praise the somewhat shy girl. In summary, the misunderstanding was resolved, and Harry finally felt at ease. The troll was escorted back to the castle's dungeons by Snape, who emerged from the stairway, visibly weary. Leaning against a wall, the man let out a faint sigh. At this hour, the panicked little rascals must have fallen asleep by now. He had truly had enough of Potter, who was just as reckless as that other fellow, always charging ahead without a thought. Truly, a Gryffindor's foolish lion. The day's unexpected events had caught him off guard, and he had even sustained an injury. Now he simply longed for a moment of solitude. Suddenly, the silence of the deserted corridor was pierced by the sound of footsteps. Snape abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp, his dark eyes swiftly honing in on the approaching figure. He had not misheard. The footsteps seemed deliberately crafted to draw his attention, unbeknownst to him. Chapter 57. What? Mr. Trelawney is out for a stroll again? The sudden arrival of an individual whose footsteps were intentionally meant to provoke a reaction from him. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. His hand, which had been resting behind him, now gripping the wand concealed within his sleeve. Only when he discerned the silhouette of the newcomer did he adopt a stern expression, lowering his wand with a look of exasperation. After being caught on your last nocturnal escapade, it seems you have not learned your lesson, Mr. Trelawney. What? Out for another stroll? Snape's voice dropped to a warning tone as he regarded the tall boy emerging from the inky shadows. It was truly unexpected that a Slytherin student would so relish the thrill of night wandering. Had he left Malfoy behind this time? He glanced behind Trelawney, but did not see his foolish protégé. He is asleep. I'm merely curious about many things and wish to explore. So, I am wandering about the castle. The cold and straightforward words bore no hint of deceit, and Snape frowned. It seemed that it was not others who had changed, but rather this boy genuinely wished to seek out what piqued his interest. However, to explore? And you found your way to the dungeons? If I recall correctly, this area is off limits to students, is it not? Mr. Trelawney, you are quite brave, indeed. One might mistake you for a Gryffindor. Snape's lips curled slightly, his words dripping with skepticism as he scrutinized the somber boy. Even in forbidden zones, my objectives must first be met. However, I did not bring Draco along due to rumors of danger. Trelawney stepped forward, and Snape's gaze fell upon his advancing feet. Indeed, they were nearly silent, indicating that he had intentionally revealed himself earlier. Humph. Now that I've caught you, there will be no escaping. Snape adjusted his ample robes, a derisive snort escaping his nostrils. Yet, the air carried a metallic scent. Professor, you are injured. Trelawney did not voice this as a question, but rather stated it with certainty. His gaze now fixed on Snape's inner thigh. Noticing the boy's keen scrutiny, Snape quickly tugged at his robe to cover the wound. That is not your concern, Mr. Trelawney. You would do well to return with me quietly. You presumptuous little brat, do you think you're so clever that you can see through everything? Snape's expression turned slightly irate as he glared at Trelawney. Perhaps I could offer something in exchange for my chance to wander at night? Observing Snape's resolute intent to escort him back, Trelawney casually stroked his chin, nonchalantly negotiating with the professor, evidently lacking any desire to return. The lingering essence of the power he had left behind in the flowers hinted that the troll was indeed lurking within these dungeons. Huh. Professor Snape fell into a profound silence. Mr. Trelawney, do you truly believe you can barter anything with me? How naive. I suggest you return to your slumber. Nonsense. You must be dreaming. Snape smirked, muttering to himself. Trelawney, feeling somewhat exasperated, noted Snape's impenetrable demeanor. He resolved that perhaps the best way to sway him would be with something truly exceptional. With that thought, he retrieved a finely crafted potion vial from his pocket, accompanied by a small note. Professor, you ought to take a look at this. He handed it to Snape, who hesitated as he accepted it under the man's scrutinizing gaze. What trickery is this? Are you trying to deceive me with your concoction? Snape received it with a hint of impatience. Inside the small vial was a liquid that was half filled, a mixture of ethereal blue and dreamlike purple. Upon opening the cap, a remarkable floral scent wafted forth, one that even he had never encountered before. Snape furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glare at Trelawney before shifting his attention to the note in his hand. It detailed the name of the potion and its intricate recipe. Dream Manifestation Potion? Dreamroot, Fantasia Flower, Luminescent Mushroom, a piece of Dreamcatcher. Mr. Trelawney, are you toying with your professor? Do you find this amusing? His expression darkened, for he had never heard of such an extraordinary recipe. It appeared that Trelawney was indeed attempting to deceive him. How suspicious you are, Trelawney remarked, pointing at the potion vial, his tone unruffled. I found that recipe in an ancient tome within my family. The potion in question is not one commonly found in the contemporary realm of magic. Due to its rarity and potency, it has become increasingly obscure. relegated merely to the annals of ancient texts. A single, deep inhalation is sufficient to ascertain its authenticity. Upon hearing this, and reflecting on the recipe inscribed on the parchment, Severus Snape would be lying if he claimed indifference. The existence of such a remarkable elixir is undeniable. Otherwise, given his extensive experience, he would certainly have encountered such an ancient brew before. Yet, observing the earnest demeanor of the young imp before him as he elaborated on its properties, Snape's grip on the vial momentarily faltered. He then proceeded to uncork it and inhale deeply. The enchanting floral fragrance seemed to seep into his consciousness, overwhelming him with an intense wave of fatigue. Oh no, he had been deceived. It appeared the lad had administered a potion of slumber. Just as this realization dawned upon him, his eyelids fluttered wearily, and when he reopened them, he was jolted into clarity. Lily? Snape rubbed his eyes. Disbelief etched across his typically stern visage. He cast a glance at the still-present Parvulus, then turned his gaze back to the girl who had materialized before him. Confusion knitting his brow, he reached out a hand, yet it hung suspended in midair. Her smile remained as radiant as ever. Parvulus strode confidently past Professor Snape, evidently believing their transaction was complete. This is the figure you have longed to see manifest in your dreams. Snape hastily sealed the effervescent magical vapors, for upon opening, the potion began to release inhalable gas, rather than being directly consumed. In no time, a third of the concoction had evaporated. Do as you wish, as long as you are not caught in the act. Furthermore, Draco is not permitted to wander the night. Professor Snape, seemingly cherishing the vial, prepared to depart, but then turned back as if struck by a thought. Mr. Searist, I fear that this single vial may prove insufficient. It is crucial to be aware that the ingredients required are exceedingly rare in today's magical world. Parvulus nodded, also recognizing the validity of this concern. Perhaps the professor could visit the Searist estate. My parents possess a vast collection, and I have my own acquisitions as well. With that, the issue is resolved. Humph. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Searist, in your nocturnal escapades. Snape swept his cloak dramatically and hastily exited, as though driven by an urgent purpose. Chapter 58. The Peculiar Professor Quirrell and His Dual Modes of Speech. Snape neglected to inform Parvulus that he had, in fact, accompanied Professor Quirrell in delivering the troll. His hurried departure, fueled by excitement, had evidently caused him to forget this detail. Perhaps Quirrell had already vacated the premises, he mused, clutching the vial tightly. He hastened back to his office, eager to scrutinize his collection of tomes and delve into the mysteries of the extraordinary, scarcely heard of potion Parvulus had provided. Meanwhile, Parvulus descended the basement stairs in silence, observing the ajar wooden door. He assumed Professor Snape had forgotten to close it in his haste. Yet, perhaps that was not the case. As he pushed the door open, he keenly sensed a fleeting, chilling gaze. There were others present. The boy maintained a composed demeanor, shutting the door behind him with deliberate calm. The troll remained in a stupor, drool trickling from its gaping maw. A foul odor wafted from its form. As if it were indulging in some delightful dream, the creature scratching its belly lazily. Parvulus approached the colossal beast with a stoic expression, meticulously observing its features. No wonder Draco had remarked on its repulsiveness. It was both clumsy and formidable. At that moment, he found himself in complete agreement with Draco's assessment, particularly when he noticed the two clear strands of mucus dangling from its nostrils. Even someone as composed as Parvulus could not help but feel a twinge of revulsion at the sight. Regarding other magical creatures mentioned in his studies, aside from the troll, many remained unseen to him. As a Slytherin student, venturing out at night was quite the audacious endeavor. It must be said, maintaining one's composure in the presence of a troll is no small feat. Well done. A cold, raspy voice interrupted Parvulus's thoughts from behind. The sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed sharply. The familiar miasma invaded his nostrils, more invigorating than that of the troll. Parvulus turned expressionlessly to meet the gaze of Professor Quirrell, who had either just arrived or had been lurking in the shadows all along. Good evening, Professor. His voice was calm and untroubled, entirely at odds with that of a student quaking in fear of transgressing school rules. Quirrell narrowed his eyes, seemingly appreciating Parvulus's demeanor. Nodding in approval, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossed his features, followed by a hint of a sinister smile. Good evening, my dear student. You are Parvulus Searist, are you not? I have heard that you hail from a long-hidden pureblood family, and moreover, ever since. Quirrell approached Parvulus slowly, his tone casual, yet laden with implication. The fearsome dark wizard, Voldemort, was vanquished, was he not? He appeared to be confirming something, or perhaps the connections therein. Parvulus regarded Quirrell with suspicion. The professor seemed akin to a walking garlic bulb, overly cautious despite his familiarity with the lore. The two stood face to face in the dimly lit basement, beside the snoring troll. Listening to Quirrell's noticeably altered manner of speech, paired with his cold, calculating gaze. Parvulus frowned lightly, puzzled. "Professor, your manner of speaking seems rather different from usual. Especially your eyes. There is an impression of another presence speaking to me. Perhaps beneath that large, wrapped turban lies a secret unknown to all." Noticing Parvulus's gaze linger on the turban, Quirrell chuckled softly. He clapped his hands together, a smile of admiration gracing his lips. "Ha ha ha. You are quite astute, my child. Moreover, as a member of a pure-blood family, you possess an extraordinary talent as a young wizard. You should be aware that I am not merely a professor. Perhaps, in another life, I could have been a professor at Hogwarts." Quirrell displayed a satisfied, appreciative smile, his demeanor markedly more refined and graceful than that of the clumsy educator he typically portrayed. He gazed up at the ceiling, as though reminiscing about a time long past. Parvulus nodded. "I understand you. You are the dark wizard known as Voldemort, the mysterious one." It was not a difficult conclusion to draw. He had perused many accounts and heard numerous tales, all leading to the consensus that he was no benevolent figure. Cruel, cold-blooded, and mad were the unanimous descriptors. Quirrell smirked. "Clever, composed, and possessed of a keen, observant nature. In a certain regard, you truly resemble the former version of myself. However, I fail to perceive your ambition." He squinted slightly, and an aura of coldness emanated from him, sending a shiver through the air. Were he an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly feel a chill and shudder. Yet, Perugia remained unperturbed, even allowing his thoughts to drift away as he contemplated how to research and deal with the giant creature before him. Would Draco suddenly awaken, realizing he had slipped away? If he were to blame himself for not bringing him along, that would indeed pose a problem. Ambition? Perugia diverted a sliver of his attention toward Chilo. "Such a concept is not presently required. I merely need to observe those around me. Observation is my greatest interest." The boy's voice was slightly low and cold, glancing at the giant creature beside him, then meeting Chilo's gaze. The soul concealed beneath Chilo's eyes sought to delve into the boy's thoughts, but was repelled, leaving his own essence with a sense of prickling discomfort. How could he not inform me? Has he mastered the art of mental shielding? No genius could possibly achieve such prowess in their first year. Within, Voldemort was taken aback, relinquishing his attempt to pry. He scrutinized the boy with a skeptical gaze. This little imp was far from the simplicity he appeared to embody. In fact, he sensed a lack of vitality emanating from him, as if approaching a dense expanse of darkness. Observation? Ah, that is rather intriguing. A mere bystander, I comprehend. Professor Chilo boldly positioned himself before Perugia, extending his hand, his tone laced with a hint of temptation. "I have a proposition for you, Perugia. Join us, and you shall acquire everything you desire, including the individuals, events, and objects you wish to observe. It is a simple matter, and you will become my most formidable confidant upon my return. What say you?" Chapter 59, An Invitation. Met with rejection. Voldemort mused that such an honor was exceedingly rare for anyone seeking to ingratiate themselves with him. If the boy comprehended this, he ought not to refuse. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck by an unexpected pang of disbelief, for Perugia resolutely declined his invitation. "I refuse. How delightful. You shall find yourself honored. No?" Voldemort instinctively began to express his discernment, only to be rendered speechless in the next breath. Had he misheard? "I beg your pardon?" The confident smile he had maintained faltered for a fleeting instant. His expression momentarily stiffened before he managed to recompose himself. "This is not a matter to be hastily addressed. I shall await your decision. One must understand, in this realm, within the magical community, it is imperative to seek out a reliable support as soon as possible." Voldemort smiled faintly, casting a meaningful glance at Perugia, for he was indeed a young man. He turned and departed, momentarily easing the tension of his lips as he exited the basement. However, the sensation of probing during their encounter compelled him to exercise caution. Truly, upon sensing the absence of his aura, in reality, the overpowering stench of garlic, Perugia redirected his attention to the giant creature. It appeared to be soundly asleep. No wonder it was deemed a creature of little intellect. The basement returned to its tranquil atmosphere, the only sound being the flickering candles upon the walls. Perugia's shadow twisted beneath the wavering flame, growing larger as he approached the giant creature. Indeed, as the shadow moved onto the wall, it genuinely enlarged. Should anyone have been able to see it, they would have recognized that the shadow was not Perugia's own. His deep, obsidian eyes fixated on the oblivious giant. He slowly extended a finger to point at its crown. The surrounding silence was abruptly shattered by a series of eerie rustling sounds, and the shadow upon the wall began to contort, expanding in size. Then, it emitted a distorted shriek, rapidly coalescing into the shadow beneath the giant. The black shadow seemed to come alive, enveloping the giant with an indescribable sense of dread. Finally sensing the impending danger, the giant awoke with a start, realizing its immobility, and began to thrash wildly. Its colossal form crashed against the ground in frantic attempts to escape, yet it could not break free, ultimately roaring in despair as it watched itself be consumed by the bizarre darkness. Perugia's furrowed brow relaxed, and tranquility finally enveloped his ears, the giant's body being thoroughly encased by the shadow. Even as it struggled like a chrysalis in its pupa state, it ultimately succumbed to stillness, appearing as if it had been entirely drained. The black shadow gathered at the spot where the giant had once existed, swiftly vanishing as if it had never been there at all. Perhaps it is best to secure this for later examination. Perugia estimated the passage of time before turning and leaving the basement. Shortly after his departure, Professor Chilo's figure reappeared around the corner of the dimly lit corridor. He seemed to tremble, watching Perugia leave with trepidation, then spoke. "Master, is he truly just a student? Must we really extend an invitation to him?" Chilo could hardly fathom the implications of a first-year student being exploited in such a manner. "Cast aside your futile thoughts, Chilo. Understand that I am in need of capable allies, and the Sealist family fits the bill perfectly. They could serve as a suitable replacement for the currently flourishing Malfoy. Could they not?" "Humph." Voldemort scoffed internally, recognizing that it was still too early. He possessed ample patience. Once he had spent sufficient time at Hogwarts, he would gain the knowledge he sought. For now, it would be prudent to focus on his initial plan. To allow this matter to affect the broader scheme would be rather regrettable. With that in mind, he cast one last discerning glance in the direction of the basement. Very well. He instructed Chilo to vacate the vicinity of the basement hastily, his form disappearing into the shadowy corridor. As November commenced, the outside temperature visibly dropped. The mountains surrounding Hogwarts were shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in pristine white snow. Even the lake's surface resembled steel, cold and hard. Each morning, as students traversed the grounds of Hogwarts, they observed a layer of frost upon the ground, treading carefully upon the slick, frosty surface. The students appeared somewhat comical in their cautiousness. In Draco's own words, "It's as if a herd of penguins is waddling across the Hogwarts ski slope." Perugia recalled the laughter that erupted from the surrounding students upon Draco's utterance. While he perceived Draco's own gait to be equally amusing, he refrained from voicing it. His intuition and recent observations had sharpened his analytical skills. If he were to express such thoughts, the young prince would undoubtedly be incensed. These observations, clearly, are more applicable to Draco. If Pansy were present, she would undoubtedly tease him. Professor Seraphis could certainly publish a tome titled The Analysis of Draco. Fortunately, the restaurant was warm and inviting, allowing the students to shed their fleecy outer robes and enjoy their dinner in a more relaxed manner. Perugia took a sip of the warmed ale, followed by a bite of blueberry pie. Seated nearby, Draco maintained an elegant demeanor while eating with remarkable speed. "For heaven's sake, Draco, where has your noble etiquette gone?" Pansy, sitting across from him, stared in disbelief. The fact that he hadn't licked his plate was already quite commendable. At least he still upheld the basic image of nobility, huh? The boy with the close-cropped dark skin, Blaise Zabini, sat beside Pansy, chuckling as he clearly sought to lighten the mood. This boy was a recent addition to their circle and was notably talkative. His words exuded confidence in his appearance. And when he mentioned Mrs. Zabini, it seemed that even the Slytherins, if not all wizards, had heard of her. Draco cast a sidelong glance at the two, adeptly accepting the warm milk that Perugia handed him. "You wouldn't understand. I must prepare thoroughly for the upcoming Quidditch match. I have training every day. Who has time to worry about appearances?" Maintaining even this minimal semblance of decorum was a testament to his elegance and good upbringing. With the Quidditch campus tournament drawing nearer, he and Perugia had been diligently squeezing in practice sessions with the team. He certainly wouldn't allow himself to fall behind, as he had no desire to lose to Potter. Chapter 60, The Quidditch Campus Tournament. The sun had dipped below the mountains, and on the Quidditch pitch, players from various houses were earnestly training for the upcoming match. Draco was among them, setting aside his penchant for mischief during classes and breaks. When engaged in something he loved, the boy was exceptionally serious and focused, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixated on the approaching ball. He deftly maneuvered his broomstick in the air, evading attacks with remarkable agility. "Excellent. That concludes today's practice. Disperse." They had trained until darkness enveloped the field, and it was Marcus Flint who finally descended from his broom, leading the others away. Perugia stood aside with a broom in hand, waiting for Draco to land gracefully. The platinum-haired boy was slick with sweat, his once neat hair now disheveled. He swiftly tossed the broom to Perugia and rubbed his frostbitten fingers together. So cold. It was unexpected that Marcus would impose such rigorous training on them, the upperclassmen. Had they not seen the Gryffindors on the other side, who seemed eager to squeeze every minute of class and mealtime into flying practice? They were oblivious to Marcus's true intentions. He was merely competing with Gryffindor's captain, Wood. Harry was also bustling about daily, his expression one of overwhelming concentration as he diligently trained alongside the older students. Thankfully, their talents were commendable, and they did not face much reprimand. Thus, aside from feeling fatigued and busy, they harbored no other sentiments. Draco cupped his hands to exhale warmth. Attempting to revive his frozen fingers, they hastily departed the Quidditch pitch, stealing a glance back at the Gryffindors still practicing in the dim light. And none spoke as they walked on. Goodness, Gryffindor's captain is quite the fanatic. Draco couldn't help but mutter, his sole desire being to warm his hands before the fireplace in the common room. Next time, I must remember to wear gloves, although that might hinder my grip. His pale fingertips were tinged with red as he flexed his hands, shaking his head, deciding it was best to endure. Perugia, carrying their brooms, walked beside him, listening to Draco's grumbling until he suddenly halted. The platinum-haired boy noticed the absence of footsteps beside him and turned sharply. Hey, why have you stopped? Your good roommate is going to freeze. He pouted slightly, confused about Perugia's intentions. They still had quite a distance to cover to reach the castle. Moreover, he was hungry. However, the next moment, Perugia produced his wand, smiling faintly. Have you forgotten what your godfather told you? Magic is not permitted at school. Draco realized what he intended, feeling somewhat helpless. If caught by his godfather, his wand would likely be confiscated. The professor was not present, and they were still some distance from the castle. Perugia's typically calm expression lifted slightly at the corners as he flicked his wrist. A warm breeze enveloped Draco, and in an instant, his frozen body began to feel warm again. His fingers no longer felt as cold, and the color returned to his flushed ears and cheeks. A warming charm will surely alleviate your chill. Perugia then stepped forward, one hand grasping both brooms while the other reached out to hold Draco's hand. Oh, the temperature has returned to normal. He confirmed whether Draco had warmed up sufficiently before releasing his grip. Wonderful, it really isn't cold anymore. After a brief silence, Draco redirected his attention to the magic Perugia had just performed. These are all quite practical household spells. I can lend you my book for reference. Wouldn't it be faster if you taught me directly? If I could understand it, wouldn't I be a genius? Draco pouted, somewhat reluctant. By the way, when we compete, could you cast this spell for me in advance? I have no other requests, I beg you. The boy clasped his hands, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Perugia. Oh, you lumbering oaf. Hurry and agree. Very well. Although it might be discovered by Professor Snape, given the previous exchange, he presumed the professor would be more lenient this time. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the Quidditch campus tournament arrived. Today marked our first match against Gryffindor. If Potter had been found out, we would have been utterly exasperated, green with envy as we watched him soar around the pitch. Early that morning, Draco had been recounting this to Perugia with a sense of relief. If that had been the case, it would have been terribly unfair. In fact, Perugia felt that being discovered was simply fate at work. Now it's different. I can openly defeat Potter with my skills. The boy excitedly pumped his fist, prompting Perugia to contemplate one particular scenario. You won't actually throw a punch at Harry on your broom, will you? That would be quite an unimaginable sight. How could you think that of me? Draco blinked, hands on his hips, indignantly regarding Perugia, who doubted his integrity. You should focus on guarding your goal, after all. For your father's sake. Captain Marcus has indeed replaced 2 team members to allow us to take the field. At this point, he appeared somewhat anxious. After all, maintaining our dignity is of utmost importance. I understand. Yes, Perugia has been assigned the position of a goalkeeper. As everyone unanimously believes, he is not the type to be overly active on the pitch. However, Marcus retains a personal interest. He is aware that this first-year boy possesses a plethora of magical skills, including an impressive grasp of nonverbal spells. These are mere whispers he has heard, yet still, he entrusted the goalkeeper's position to Perugia. Perugia, remember, you absolutely cannot allow any ball to pass your body, understood? Hey, if you find it necessary, of course, you can discreetly employ some of your magic. With us drawing the majority of the attention, a few subtle spells won't significantly alter the outcome. In Marcus's words, this Quidditch match can, under certain circumstances, bend a few less critical rules. He frequently adopts this approach and has instilled this mindset in his teammates, hoping they would do the same. For him, in the pursuit of honor, the methods employed to secure victory are inconsequential. This particular attitude irked Perugia somewhat, yet he refrained from expressing his discontent openly to Marcus. Chapter 61, Quidditch Campus Tournament 2. On the day of the match, we were fortunate to have splendid weather. Although the air was still somewhat brisk, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards who came to participate in and witness the event. The students wrapped themselves in soft, warm scarves, donned winter cloaks, and excitedly stood in the stands, adorned with hats and gloves, cheering fervently. The spectator area was indeed packed, and the vibrant atmosphere created by the faculty and students seemed to warm the otherwise chilly air. Observing the thickly clad crowd outside, Draco couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he stood in the preparation area, although they wore matching uniforms. A glance at the shivering students around him elicited a smug chuckle. Thankfully, he had Purusha cast a warming charm on him earlier. Oh, how wonderfully warm he felt now. A smile radiated from the boy's face as he puffed out his chest, ready for battle at any moment. Amid the cacophony outside, the Gryffindor commentator began an impassioned introduction. As her words echoed, the Gryffindor team made their entrance first. Marcus stood at the forefront, raising his hand in a decisive gesture. On our brooms, let us go. The 7 team members smoothly mounted their brooms and soared into the air amidst the cheers from the crowd. They circled above, greeting the spectators before aligning themselves in their respective positions. Purusha halted before the goalposts, his expression stoic as he cast a glance at the stands. At a glance, it was vividly apparent. The Gryffindor lions were clustered together, creating a sea of red, while the Slytherin snakes formed another wave of silver and green. They brandished long banners and waved their respective support flags. Slytherin always first. Glory belongs to Slytherin. The most prominent silver-green banner was held aloft by 2 towering boys, Goyle and Crabbe. Indeed, this was Draco's doing. However, he glanced towards Gryffindor, where Harry, Hermione, and Neville were also brandishing a large flag proclaiming, Potter for the win. In comparison, the lengthy banner on the Gryffindor side appeared rather modest. Madame Hooch blew the whistle to signal the start of the match, forcefully tossing the quaffle into the air. Both teams immediately sprang into action, and the fierce competition commenced. Purusha observed the unfolding situation, remaining stationary in his position. However, whenever a Gryffindor player sent the quaffle his way, he consistently responded with remarkable speed, deflecting the ball back into play and passing it to his fellow Slytherin teammates. Well done. Marcus laughed heartily, his fierce gaze joining the fray for the ball. Even if they managed to seize the ball and send it flying, it was evident that Gryffindor was growing increasingly anxious. They hadn't anticipated that this newly joined first year would possess such adept goalkeeping skills. Hovering above, Harry kept his eyes trained on the golden snitch, feeling a twinge of admiration for Purusha's abilities. Impressive. Gryffindor had yet to score and needed to devise a way to increase their points. Harry refocused his attention on the elusive golden ball, which darted about with remarkable speed. He had to find a way to catch it. Perhaps sensing fatigue, Purusha ultimately allowed Gryffindor to find an opportunity to score. As the match progressed into its middle phase, several unexpected incidents occurred. The Gryffindor players, particularly, suffered more falls at the hands of Slytherin's players, especially Marcus. Gasps erupted from the stands, with some spectators unable to bear the sight, opting to close their eyes. Huh, Potter, are you planning to hover here like a fly? Draco taunted Harry, noting that, at this moment, Slytherin seemed to hold the upper hand. Yet, Gryffindor refused to concede. They retaliated with even greater ferocity, leveling the score. Well done. Gryffindor has scored again. Even the previously lethargic Gryffindor commentator leaped up, letting out a resounding cheer that drew disapproving glances from the surrounding faculty. Purusha distinctly felt a piercing gaze fixated on him. Upon looking, he found it belonged to Professor Snape. The glow of vitality he once exuded seemed to have faded. His once smooth, lustrous black hair now appeared somewhat disheveled. He stood rigidly in the faculty box, clad in black, casting a cold glare in Purusha's direction, as if to say, dare to slack off in my presence? Focus and play seriously. Coughing lightly, Purusha acknowledged that it was prudent to impede Gryffindor's ball movement. However, from the onset of this match, he had harbored an inexplicable sensation, a feeling that he could not intervene in the outcome of the contest. This subtle intuition suggested to him he must not interfere with the victory, which was destined to belong to Harry's side. Purusha gazed at Harry's bright, spirited eyes above and recalled the prophecies of a destined savior. A flicker of understanding began to emerge within him. Although he did not particularly care for such matters, he thought it best to proceed cautiously and observe the unfolding events, genuinely curious about the results that could not be influenced. Very well, the quaffle is mine. Draco, too, fixated his gaze on the trajectory of the golden snitch, gripping his broom tightly in preparation to seize it. Just as Harry tensed his back to launch himself towards the snitch, his broom suddenly began to thrash wildly, as if determined to throw him off. Sensing something amiss, both teachers and students furrowed their brows in concern. What is happening? Harry, control your broom. Wood swiftly turned his gaze back to the boy who was being thrown about uncontrollably by the rogue broomstick, on the verge of being flung into the air. He initially believed that Harry's anxiety was the cause of his lack of control. I'm sorry, but it won't listen to me. Harry's voice trembled with the jarring motions as he clung desperately to the broom, fearing that a fall from this height could either kill him or leave him severely injured. He simply could not let go. Potter, you seem rather anxious. How unfortunate. The golden snitch is mine, Draco declared, though he was somewhat perplexed by the situation, before darting off to capture the elusive snitch. Oh no, A gasp arose from the audience, their hearts racing with fear that Harry might plummet to the ground. How terrifying. However, Hermione, armed with her binoculars, discerned the source of the disturbance. Drawing from her extensive reading on magical knowledge, she recalled that one could cast spells without a wand as long as they focused intently on the target. The only individual at the teacher's bench engaging in such behavior was evidently Professor Snape. Chapter 62, Quidditch Campus Match 3. Ron, take this. I'm going to help Harry, Hermione said, cautiously crouching as she made her way towards the teacher's area. Parvati also noticed something amiss with Harry and turned to Professor Snape, who was muttering incantations with unwavering focus. What are you still doing? Snape diverted a fraction of his attention towards Parvati, frowning and signaling with his eyes. His meaning was unmistakable. He wanted her to assist in stabilizing Harry's broom. Had it not been for her comprehension of his expression, Parvati might have suspected that Harry's predicament was the professor's doing. Well, it seemed even Professor Snape could not counteract this spell. Parvati swiftly used her broomstick to knock away the approaching bludger, then discreetly cast a glance towards the teacher's bench. It was evident that two individuals were fixated on Harry, Snape and the ever-watchful Professor Quirrell behind him. Since their last encounter in the dungeon, and learning of Voldemort's presence within Quirrell, Parvati realized that the latter was undoubtedly under Voldemort's control. They roamed Hogwarts, presumably with ulterior motives. As for the last invitation extended to her, she had no desire to join him. She would rather leisurely observe the world than serve a mad dark wizard. Being the master of one's own fate, as opposed to being subjugated by another, was a significant distinction. Nevertheless, given the level of this curse, it was undeniable that Voldemort was a formidable spellcaster. Directly counteracting it would pose complications, even with a professor's consent. Moreover, employing overly advanced spells could lead to unforeseen issues. Thus, Parvati devised a perfect solution. She would first use a simple spell to assist Harry, and on Quirrell's end. She had chosen a concealed position where no one would witness her casting, allowing her to manipulate the situation more freely. As Harry's body dangled precariously in midair, clutching the broomstick tightly, Parvati stealthily cast a levitation charm, alleviating Harry's burden and enabling him to hang more lightly on the broom. Meanwhile, at the teacher's bench, Quirrell stood in the corner, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, a barely perceptible sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'll just let you fall to your doom, Harry Potter, he mused malevolently. The stairs beneath him were hollow, providing Hermione with the opportunity to slip below and confront Snape. However, as she reached the base of the steps to ignite Snape's robes, a dark shadow caught her eye, seemingly darting past beneath the stairs. She rubbed her eyes, convinced she was imagining things. All right, watch this. She aimed her wand at the hem of the black robe and whispered, Incendio. Simultaneously, a shadow sprang to life, resembling a tendril that slithered up the stairs. Amidst the chaos of teachers exclaiming in alarm at the sudden fire, it swiftly ensnared Quirrell's leg, yanking him downward. Well done. He fell awkwardly, one leg wedged between the steps, and before he could react, he was jostled by the frenzied teachers, particularly a frantic Snape attempting to extinguish the flames. A flicker of darkness passed through Quirrell's eyes as he quickly glanced at the still-falling Harry, perhaps thinking this would suffice. That chilling gaze faded, replaced by a foolish, shrinking expression. Why was I suddenly pulled down and elbowed? Quirrell lamented as he extricated his leg from the staircase's crevice, rubbing his chin. Oh heavens! This is unbearable to witness. He dared not look at the poor boy, Harry, and shut his eyes tightly. The turmoil at the teacher's bench soon subsided, and Harry appeared to regain control of the broom, performing a flip and landing securely back on it. Oh! The audience erupted in cheers, fervently rallying for their team. With the crisis averted, Harry rejoined the fray. Draco remained fixated on the golden snitch, relentlessly pursuing it. Just as he reached out to seize it, a figure sped past him like a gust of wind, colliding forcefully. Hey! Draco was knocked several paces back, but quickly steadied himself and his broom. That infuriating Potter, how is he all right? Charging at me like a bull. He grimaced, rubbing his shoulder, his teeth gritted as he chased after Harry. Potter, you're finished. Is that so? Don't get ahead of yourself, Malfoy. Remember to hold on to your broom, Harry retorted, his gaze sharp and filled with defiance as he shot a confident smile back at Draco. Who's afraid of you? Come on, Draco scoffed, and, refusing to back down, accelerated in pursuit, the two of them colliding in midair as they battled for dominance. Meanwhile, the golden snitch remained firmly within their line of sight until it suddenly plummeted straight towards the ground. This was not good. If they continued the chase, they might lose control of their brooms and fall. Draco gritted his teeth in disappointment, ultimately halting just a meter from the ground. The audience collectively gasped, watching Harry recklessly dive towards the earth. He is really risking it, Parvati mused, observing Harry's perilous maneuver, a smirk playing on her lips. But, commendable courage. Draco glared at Harry, who had seemingly tumbled from his broom, yet managed to rise, clutching the golden snitch in his hand. Cunning, he muttered, somewhat disdainfully, as he regarded the snitch that had emerged from Potter's mouth. Gryffindor. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. The match is over. Gryffindor wins. The announcer jubilantly proclaimed, and the entire Gryffindor pride erupted in excitement, waving their flags with fervor. After the match concluded, Marcus shot a furious glare at Wood, his face a mask of displeasure, before leading his team from the pitch. The jubilant cheers of Gryffindor echoed behind them, proclaiming the victors of this contest. Draco, it seems you faltered in your final confrontation with Potter. Otherwise, you would not have allowed them to seize the golden snitch. The Slytherin captain was evidently incensed by his team's defeat, attributing the loss to the two new recruits. You started off so well in defense. Why then did you permit Gryffindor to score later on? Parousia, you are also culpable. Why was it that during practice, you appeared competent, yet faltered in the match? Marcus's expression twisted into a grimace, his disdain palpable as he harshly criticized the pair, violently hurling his broom to the ground. In Marcus's eyes, this was a victory that rightfully belonged to Slytherin, yet it had been utterly dashed by the inclusion of these two first years. The remaining team members, incited by Marcus's irate words, began to voice their grievances towards Draco and his companions. I warned against allowing first years to join. After all, it is Potter we are up against, and we lack players of that caliber. My word, I watched as Draco shrank back in the face of the golden snitch, relinquishing the opportunity to Harry Potter. They all witnessed Draco lifting off the ground, failing to pursue the snitch with determination, despite knowing that such a reckless chase could indeed result in a severe injury. Yet, because Harry succeeded, they believed Draco could have done the same, but chose to retreat instead. The platinum-haired boy lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly. Simultaneously, Parousia anticipated the onslaught of accusations directed at him. You started off as an excellent keeper, yet allowed them to exploit your weaknesses later on. Was it deliberate, Parousia? When Marcus noted Draco's silence, he turned his sharp ire towards Parousia. The gazes of the others sliced through him like daggers. No, as a first year, fatigue is only to be expected. I did put forth my utmost effort in the first half, Parousia replied, his countenance unwavering, devoid of any excess emotion. To the other team members, it appeared as though he bore no guilt or desire to defend himself. Marcus found himself momentarily speechless at Parousia's indifference. The murderous glare in his eyes faltered for an instant. Moreover, an important question loomed. Did the upperclassmen merely cast blame upon their younger peers who had already exerted themselves? It seemed that while they struggled, the upperclassmen resorted to underhanded tactics. Parousia approached Draco's side, an icy aura enveloping him, instilling a chill in the hearts of those nearby. Everyone is striving. There is no such thing as intent here. Instead of impotently lashing out and blaming the younger players, we should contemplate how to secure victory next time. Marcus, our captain. He paused deliberately, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Marcus Flint. From previous training sessions, it was evident that this Slytherin captain was a scoundrel who would stop at nothing to achieve victory. He had little regard for the support Draco's father provided to the team in the form of brooms. Winning or losing was plainly etched in his eyes. Although Draco initially felt a mix of anger and disappointment, he found solace in Parousia's words. While they lacked combative force, they effectively doused Marcus's fury with cold water. He even entertained a secret smile at the opportunity presented by Draco's lowered head. Parousia led Draco away, leaving the others in a state of bewildered silence, unable to find the words to express their thoughts. TSK. They had better perform better next time. Marcus flung his broom into the broom cupboard and stormed out like a bear. The Quidditch match had come to an end, and the students within the academy buzzed with discussions surrounding the events. Upon seeing Draco, he could sense several mocking gazes directed his way. It was merely a single match. Draco muttered, stamping his foot in frustration, feeling a sense of injustice brewing within him. Even during dinner, he found his appetite diminished. Truth be told, the sight of Gryffindor's victory was irksome to him. Even Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw would have been preferable. Sighing, a nearby boy thumped the table in exasperation. Just then, a hand rested atop Draco's head. What now? He grumbled, popping a piece of steak into his mouth. Parousia did not withdraw his hand. Rather, he marveled at the softness of Draco's hair. Indeed, it is just a matter of winning or losing. Perhaps he has gained the match and the accolades. However, in my eyes, Draco, you possess far more than he ever could. This is not something worth fretting over, don't you think? The boy's voice exuded a steady strength, gradually calming Draco's restless spirit. He blinked in surprise, gazing at Parousia's earnest expression. Oh, I see. Draco's mouth opened slightly, caught in hesitation, unsure of how to respond. He knew he had more than Harry, yet his reluctance to admit defeat gnawed at him. Ah, Perhaps I should endeavor to appear magnanimous. However, goodness, Parousia, I can hardly believe those genuinely heartfelt words came from you. Oh, how far you have progressed. Draco grasped Parousia's hand, lowering it, and giving him a thumbs up. Noticing his visibly improved mood, Parousia offered a faint smile. Upon returning to their dormitory, as Draco sifted through the letters from his father, a card unexpectedly slipped out. He gazed at the drawing of a Christmas tree, suddenly reminded of the approaching holiday. Christmas. Parousia was just reading a letter from Mr. Edmund and Mrs. Eleanor, which mentioned recent intruders near the manor. While not surprising, he knew that the Slytherin Manor was not a place from which one could simply leave after entering. Allowing them into the forest was merely a tactic to lower their guard. Furthermore, he had informed them of Voldemort, advising them to be cautious of any unfamiliar correspondence. Suddenly, Draco, freshly bathed, draped his arm around Parousia's shoulders, leaning in curiously. Hey, what are you looking at? Parousia neatly folded the letters and placed them into the box. Oh, it's a letter from my parents discussing Christmas. Right. Almost forgot. Draco sprang to his feet, thumping his head. Parousia, will you be going home for Christmas? I mean, would you like to spend the holidays with me? My father and the others were inquiring whether you would like to join us. If it is indeed possible, he could take Parousia to tour his room and the Quidditch pitch together. Hee. Furthermore, they could exchange Christmas gifts. Hooray. Christmas, you say? I will return home first. However, my parents had previously mentioned that your father invited us to the Malfoy Manor for a Christmas feast. Rest assured, I shall attend. Parousia nodded, contemplating that people indeed place great importance on festivals, particularly this Christmas. This is beneficial, as it allows for the acquisition of more information. Excellent. I shall await your arrival at home. Remember to write to me before you come. Draco's face lit up with joy as he patted Parousia on the shoulder and swiftly dove into his cocoon. Parousia softly replied, sitting in the chair and watching Draco mumble something before falling asleep in excitement. Suddenly, a tentacled creature named Cole, submerged in water, reached out with a tentacle and plopped onto the table. It leisurely crawled over to Parousia. Chapter 64. Parousia, from the divine perspective, celebrates Christmas. Originally resting in the water, the little octopus Cole seemed to have noticed Draco's slumber. It gently extended a tentacle, clinging to the glass jar, and slowly emerged from within. Its small head glanced toward Draco's bed before hastily making its way toward Parousia, waving its tiny tentacles. It's all right, he is asleep. Parousia understood its concern and gently flicked its head with a finger. Cole quickly covered its head with 2 tentacles, while the others waved in apparent dissatisfaction. The entire dormitory was enveloped in silence, and Parousia spoke to Cole in a hushed tone, ensuring not to awaken the boy. Just then, the lake outside suddenly splashed with larger waves, as if something were swimming toward them. The little fish, usually roaming outside, scattered in fright. It is coming. Seeing Parousia rise, Cole hurriedly crawled onto his wrist, following him to the window. Outside, several terrifying black tentacles emerged from the green lake. Resembling a mass of inky lines rather than having a biological form, they slowly descended, revealing the monster's head, with its black base and white pupils now peering through the window at the dormitory. Be quiet. Parousia pointed at the tentacled creature outside, signaling it to be still, as it seemed quite eager to splash the lake and tap on the window, even if it was merely a gentle tapping. If Draco were to discover it accidentally, he would surely be frightened. Listening to his words, the tentacles outside obediently withdrew, remaining still outside the window. It seems you have been getting along quite well with the natives here. Through its words, Parousia learned about other creatures in the lake, including the giant squid that sleeps at the bottom year-round. He had specifically researched the school's records, discovering that the giant squid had been residing at Hogwarts for quite some time and had always coexisted amicably with humans. A rather friendly magical creature, though somewhat slothful, was Parousia's assessment of it. However, many of the creatures in the Black Lake possess offensive capabilities. Mermaids and Grindylows are no concern. They can be studied gradually in the future. By the way, there seems to be nothing left to explore in the lake. The Christmas holiday has arrived, and he was contemplating how to organize things with Cole. Cole was to be taken home with him. Parousia crossed his arms, glancing at the Cole perched on his wrist, then turned to gaze at the peacefully sleeping Draco. He recalled Draco mentioning wanting a pet. He said he liked dragons. Parousia fell into a moment of silence, feeling that if he were to conjure a magical dragon for him at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Perhaps then, he would be suspected of being possessed by an evil wizard. Most importantly, the Ministry of Magic would certainly take him away for questioning, which would pose a significant problem. Forget it. He would defer this matter for later. Perhaps when the time is more ripe, he would present Draco with a gift he would cherish. Time swiftly passed, and Christmas arrived. Hogwarts was graced by its first heavy snowfall, blanketing the entire castle in a thick layer of white. As Draco and Parousia packed their belongings and traversed the corridors, the boy was particularly delighted, leaning against the corridor window to admire the snowy landscape outside. Flakes of white snow fluttered down from the sky, resembling feathers settling on the tower tops and rooftops. The school grounds were also draped in a silvery veil, with a scattering of disordered footprints visible upon it. In truth, several students were out in the snow, frolicking joyously. Oh, it's Hagrid! Draco suddenly spotted the tall figure, dragging an exceptionally large pine tree toward the castle. He was covered in snow, and the tree behind him was similarly blanketed. He was preparing to decorate the castle with the pine tree. That truly suits his job, haha. The platinum-haired boy chuckled, turning to lead Perugia away from the corridor. Oh, you should know, my family selects the most beautiful and tallest pine trees each year for decoration. He proudly recounted the lavishness of his family's Christmas celebrations to his companions, reveling in their admiration and basking in the attention, his lips curling into a satisfied smirk. The boy relished such spotlight, as it made him feel as though he were bathed in golden light, rendering him unattainable in their eyes. Perugia smiled faintly, merely trailing behind. With the holiday approaching, students had a lengthy break to return home, so most were preparing to depart. The castle resonated with the cheerful laughter of the students, who cheerfully bustled through the corridors with their belongings, heading to the station. Perugia could still catch the faint aroma of pine mingled with the scent of baked treats wafting through the castle. Warm and sweet. This was the comforting ambience Hogwarts provided its students. As they passed the Great Hall, some students clad in colorful sweaters sat leisurely at the dining tables, enjoying meals and engaging in playful banter, all preparing to stay at school. Among them was, all right, I admit I have received more than he has. He had chosen to remain at school. Did he have nowhere to return? Draco chuckled lightly, clearly noticing Harry, seated at the Gryffindor table, playing wizard-esque chess with Ron. Oh, Perugia. A voice of surprise from a girl nearby interrupted Draco's amusement, causing him to halt his laughter and fix a stern gaze upon the unexpected visitor. Hermione approached, cheerfully tugging a large suitcase, greeting Perugia. Hey, are you going home too? Merry Christmas. She greeted Perugia warmly, effortlessly disregarding the piercing gaze from Draco beside her. Merry Christmas. Perugia nodded, somewhat astonished that such a petite girl could manage to drag such a large suitcase all on her own. He had to concede that Hermione was indeed an exceptional, tenacious, and self-reliant young lady. I'll take my leave now. I have a few matters to attend to with Harry and the others. Hermione stepped away with a brisk gait, her bright smile radiating warmth as she waved goodbye and dashed towards Gryffindor. She was lively and efficient. Why is she making such a fuss? Draco huffed, scrutinizing Perugia, the lumbering figure who had been quietly engaging with students from other houses behind his back. No, this boy had recently evolved into a more refined humanoid being. Chapter 65. The Christmas holidays commence. Unbeknownst to Perugia, Draco's assessment of him had shifted from lumbering to humanoid. Should Draco inform Perugia of this transformation, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude, for in Perugia's eyes, it was indeed a commendation, a silent acknowledgement of his subtle metamorphosis. Oh, if only Draco could hear such words. He would surely be seething with indignation. In response to Draco's skepticism, Perugia simply adjusted his silver and green scarf, ensuring it hung neatly around his neck. Although warmth was of little concern to him. After all, they were schoolmates. It was perfectly normal for them to be acquainted. Just a simple greeting, was it not? Perugia's expression conveyed this sentiment to Draco. How suspicious. One must remember that Granger is rather arrogant, merely because she possesses a brilliant mind? Please. Perugia's intellect far surpasses hers. She must be attempting to ingratiate herself with this humanoid in hopes of learning from him. Indeed, it must be so. Draco's eyes widened, as if he had uncovered a profound truth. He shot an angry glare towards Hermione and Harry, who were observing from the dining hall. Ron unabashedly gave Draco a universal hand gesture, the middle finger. I truly pity certain individuals. No one wishes to let him return home. So he must remain at school for Christmas. At least he has a penniless Weasley to keep him company. That should suffice. Draco scoffed, deliberately raising his voice to ensure Harry and the others in the dining hall could hear him clearly. Stupid Malfoy. Just go home already. Ron stood up, baring his teeth, ready to confront Draco should he speak out again. In contrast, Harry remained remarkably calm compared to before. He gathered the scattered wizard chess pieces on the table into their box before grasping Ron's hand. Forget about him, Ron. Malfoy just enjoys flaunting his wit. Harry believed he had deciphered Draco Malfoy's character, a proud, arrogant individual who relished in mockery. Yet, when it came to physical confrontation, this fellow would surely hesitate to engage them directly. After all, as a noble, he had far too many concerns to consider. Precisely, Harry. You need to maintain your composure in dealing with these individuals. This was a sentiment Harry had been repeatedly reminding himself, embodying a calm demeanor he had learned from Perugia. For Perugia truly inspired admiration in him. Though a peer, He possessed a wealth of magical knowledge and innate talent. Despite being a pure-blood wizard, he did not resort to the petty tactics employed by Draco and his ilk. Instead, he maintained a serene presence, often standing quietly in the background or alone in some corner, flaunting wit. I merely speak the truth. Tell me. I dare wager that Hogwarts dormitories are far more luxurious than your homes. Ha! Draco clenched his fists in indignation, outraged that anyone would dare suggest he merely engaged in banter. You, Ron, known for his fiery temper, could not remain composed like Harry. He stormed toward the dining hall, fists clenched. Hermione and Harry hurriedly followed, trying to restrain their impulsive friend. Oh, what are you children doing here? A wave of cold air swept over them as Hagrid's imposing figure materialized behind them. Draco instinctively recoiled, hissing as Hagrid brought the chill from outside with him. Behind him stood the massive pine tree they had seen earlier, both man and tree dusted with snow, though most of it had melted by now. Hagrid, what a magnificent tree. Do you require assistance? Ron's fist was raised in the air, feeling somewhat embarrassed as his earlier desire to confront Malfoy was overshadowed by the prospect of aiding Hagrid. His brain had forgotten about reprimanding anyone, yet his body remained poised for action. No, you don't need to. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. He would never allow children to assist him. After a brief exchange, he pointed to the group, inquiring, "It seems there has been a bit of a scuffle?" Hagrid met Harry's somewhat helpless gaze and instantly understood the situation. It appeared young Malfoy was once again seeking trouble, provoking Ron to the point of action. Just a minor altercation, nothing to be concerned about. Haha. Hermione chuckled awkwardly, quickly pulling Ron's hand down. Humph. Always the barbarian ready to throw a punch. Draco crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the theatrics of the trio. What are you standing there for? If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Weasley, it appears you wish to physically assault your classmate. A dark and ominous voice descended from the top of the staircase, causing Harry and Ron to freeze in apprehension. Professor Snape, with piercing eyes, descended the stairs, fixating his gaze upon the group. What, Professor? Malfoy was the one who insulted Harry's family first. Ron protested indignantly, locking eyes with Professor Snape, only to be met with a glare from those sharp, dark eyes. I believe this is merely a misunderstanding. Yes, when I arrived. They seem to be getting along rather well, Hagrid interjected, attempting to assist them in evading Snape's scrutiny. Regardless, Hogwarts forbade any physical altercations. Even the intent to engage was unacceptable, especially when they were caught in the act. Draco, standing behind Perugia, felt the weight of his godfather's penetrating gaze. Very well. He would think twice before speaking so freely again. Since Christmas is upon us, I shall bestow upon you a special Christmas gift. At Snape's words, Harry and Ron felt a wave of foreboding wash over them. Yet resistance was futile. As they had anticipated, the outcome was indeed unfavorable. Gryffindor, deduct 5 points. Now, disperse at once. Those who are to go home, do so, and everyone else, mind your own business and cease obstructing my view. Snape shot a cold glance at everyone present before sweeping away with a flourish of his robes. Great, more points deducted, Harry sighed, bidding farewell to Hermione as he followed Ron, his expression devoid of emotion. Aware that time was running short, Perugia too took his leave, parting ways with Hagrid as he continued to maneuver the tree and exited the castle alongside Draco. The platform of the Hogwarts Express lay blanketed in pristine snow, while the train itself, thanks to its steam, bore little accumulation of snow upon its body. The outside air was indeed frigid. Fortunately, a warming charm had been cast before departure. Draco crossed his arms, feeling his breath crystallize into white mist the moment it escaped his lips. How could it be this cold? Draco felt he could hardly stand it, and swiftly darted into the train. Paracelsus remained outside, extending his smooth hand to catch the falling snowflakes. Chapter 66. The Christmas holiday. Paracelsus did not immediately enter the carriage, but instead lingered outside. The delicate snowflakes floated into his palm, existing for but a fleeting moment before swiftly melting into glistening droplets. A transient beauty, a bloom that flourishes solely in winter. The boy lifted his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting the white blossoms descending from the heavens. Soon, his black hair was dusted with white snowflakes. Yet Paracelsus seemed indifferent to this. As the snowflakes swirled and danced in the sky, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloping the surrounding world. The train's whistle sounded, and a teacher on the platform began urging the lingering students to board quickly. Hey, what are you still doing out here? A platinum-haired head poked out from the train, looking at Paracelsus with a quizzical expression. Get in. You're covered in snow. I don't understand why you're out here in such cold. Draco pouted, bemused by Paracelsus's childlike wonder at the snowfall. Was he to commend him for his childlike innocence? Or perhaps for his artistic aura, standing amidst the snow like a brooding beauty, capturing the attention of the girls on the train? If it weren't for him waiting in the compartment for Paracelsus to come in, he would have remained oblivious to the whispers of several girls in the aisle discussing how handsome Sirius was looking. However, upon the sight of the scowling Draco Malfoy, they promptly dispersed. What is this? Why suddenly proclaim a humanoid as handsome? The boy stood by the window, gazing out, only to be taken aback by the striking figure clad in black against the white world. As he looked up at the falling snowflakes, Paracelsus's bangs fell to the sides, revealing his deep, dark eyes. Just then, a teacher urged them to board, prompting Draco to rush to the door and call him back. Perhaps this is indeed the first time I have seen snow, Paracelsus mused as he boarded the train. Draco, arms crossed and eyebrow raised, found this sudden display of profundity from the boy rather nonsensical. His father had mentioned visiting the Sirius estate, surrounded by ancient woods, with mountains perpetually cloaked in snow on the horizon. He chose not to argue against the boy's statement, but instead waved dismissively, saying, all right. Just shake off the snow from your clothes before entering the compartment. With that, Draco turned to head back inside, only to suddenly pivot and add, if you enjoy snow, we can play together during the holidays. Anytime. Paracelsus shook off the snow from his cloak, and upon hearing Draco's words, his expression seemed to brighten. All right. Just before the train was set to depart, Paracelsus caught sight of a head peeking out from the corner of the station. Disheveled hair crowned the head, its owner's ears tinged with red from the cold. However, the boy's eyes sparkled brightly when they met his gaze. Hey, Paracelsus. Goodbye. Harry waved cautiously, mouthing his farewell. A red-haired head appeared beside him, undoubtedly Ron, who had come along with him. Paracelsus sensed that this boy was particularly fond of being close to him, though he could not fathom why. He did not believe he had any particularly alluring qualities. Yet, Harry was undeniably a remarkable boy. He appeared so careful. Paracelsus nodded, pondering for a moment, and as the train began to move away from the platform, he waved in response. Their gazes parting, he sensed he was destined for a mysterious and unknown fate, imbued with a unique allure that drew others in. Recalling the sight of Harry's fingertips, slightly reddened from the cold, and his somewhat tattered robe, Paracelsus furrowed his brow. Oh, perhaps he should adhere to the Christmas tradition and prepare some gifts for them all. With this thought, he turned and made his way toward the compartment that Draco had indicated. Although he occasionally encountered one or two curious girls casting glances his way, Paracelsus's attention remained unperturbed by their scrutiny. TSK, your outer robe must be damp after the snow melts, right? You don't seem like the type to catch a cold out here, Draco remarked, elegantly perched on a plush seat with his legs crossed. Casting a glance at the tall boy. No worries, I won't fall ill. I mean, I'm quite healthy, yes. Realizing his reply sounded peculiar, Paracelsus opted for a different phrasing, yet it sounded even stranger. Do take a seat. Draco shrugged, and after Paracelsus settled across from him, he stood up again, swiftly reaching out to ruffle his hair. Oh, you still have snow in your hair. He pointed out the snowflakes that quickly transformed into droplets of water, confirming that he had indeed been brushing off the snow. It wasn't he merely a pretext to touch his hair, which looked delightfully tousled and unexpectedly soft to the touch. As Draco savored the texture in secret, he returned to his seat with a serious expression. Oh, thank you. Paracelsus replied with a grateful nod, and a sudden silence enveloped them until Pansy arrived with the group, igniting lively conversation and restoring the atmosphere to its former vibrancy. On the platform, Harry and Ron waited until the train had completely departed before emerging from behind the building. Achoo! Ron sneezed, rubbing his nose. Oh, this winter is truly cold. With that, he rubbed his arms and began stamping his feet to keep warm. They had initially intended to help Hermione with her luggage and see her off, which was why they had come here. However, Harry had happened to notice Paracelsus standing on the other side, gazing at the snow. He had planned to greet him, but Draco's reappearance at the door thwarted that thought. Thankfully, as they boarded, Paracelsus's gaze had turned towards him, allowing him to bid farewell. And he was delighted that Paracelsus had responded. I really don't understand why you would greet that Sirius fellow. Sometimes, I feel like he is a rather unremarkable yet conspicuous piece of wood. Ron shrugged, expressing his bewilderment, assuring that his earlier comment was devoid of malice. Fortunately, his manners were impeccable, and he knew how to respond to you. Otherwise, you would have stood there like a fool, waving aimlessly. Poor Harry, his brother. Chapter 67. The Christmas holidays ringing with joy. Why? Well, Harry did not hesitate in the slightest, almost blurting it out. It felt different from how Malfoy made him feel. For some reason, he always sensed that Perusha was a person worth befriending and trusting. Despite being a Slytherin, we are all classmates at Hogwarts, are we not? Harry's striking green eyes sparkled with vitality as he gazed at the departing train. Ah, so you are aware he is a Slytherin. All right then, my good brother. Let us return to the castle. I'm about to freeze my nose off. Achoo. See. Ron draped his arm around Harry's shoulder. and the two of them walked back to the castle side by side, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow that gradually disappeared under the swirling flurries. The train soon arrived at King's Cross Station, where students pushed large suitcases, reminiscent of their arrival before the term began. They rushed through the barrier into the outside world, seamlessly blending into the throngs of muggles, each departing their own way. Purusha and Draco bid farewell to Pansy and the others before stepping off the platform together. "Hey, little dragon. Over here." A gentle, radiant voice called from ahead. Draco looked up and dashed forward in delight. "Mother, father." The platinum-haired boy swiftly embraced his long-missed parents, nuzzling against them affectionately. Lucius and Narcissa, with an air of resigned fondness, ruffled Draco's hair and greeted Purusha, who followed behind. Their attire was unmistakably opulent and refined, making them stand out even amidst the bustling crowd. Passers-by glanced at them, but the couple remained unperturbed. Their expressions conveyed a noble indifference, yet upon seeing Draco, it softened immediately. "Welcome back," Narcissa said, pinching her son's cheek. You've put on a bit of weight. Little dragon, where's your luggage?" Lucius, impeccably groomed, finally noticed Draco's empty hands. The boy beamed as he clung to his mother's arm. "Purusha is carrying it for me." "How could you let Purusha carry your luggage?" Lucius paused, adopting a slightly stern demeanor as he looked at Draco, his sudden seriousness making Draco lower his gaze in embarrassment. "It's all right, uncle. His luggage isn't heavy. I can manage it." Purusha smiled gently, giving a slight flick of his wrist, and a suitcase appeared on the ground. Neither too large nor too small. It was Draco's luggage, yet the surrounding crowd remained oblivious to its sudden appearance. "Oh, so you used the shrinking charm to pack your luggage?" "Haha," Narcissa exclaimed, astonished by the boy's skill. No wonder her husband praised him. He truly possessed remarkable talent. She had wondered why the two boys had disembarked the train empty-handed. Ahem, to wield the shrinking charm with such proficiency is impressive. However, Purusha, it's best to refrain from using magic in front of muggles. Remember, not only are we restricted, but underage wizards are also bound by the same rules. Lucius nodded in approval, then spoke in a serious, lowered tone to Purusha. If certain individuals were to discover this, it would lead to trouble. "Understood, Uncle Lucius," Purusha nodded. "Here comes Lady Eleanor." A uniquely familiar voice rang out from the other side. They turned to see Lady Eleanor, adorned in lavish attire and draped in an exquisite shawl. Like Draco's parents, they had chosen to disguise themselves as muggles, arriving in a car to collect their child. "Mr. Edmund closed the car door and approached with a cheerful smile. "You all arrived quite early." Lady Eleanor engaged in lively conversation with Lady Narcissa, their laughter filling the air. "How was your time at school?" Mr. Edmund nodded at Lucius as a form of greeting before patting Purusha on the shoulder. "Well, it was quite good. He made significant progress and learned a great deal. Indeed, exposure to more people is essential for learning." Even Draco remarked on his noticeable changes. "All right then, let us head home. The estate is all decked out." Mr. Edmund's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the decorations. However, Purusha quickly realized he had been involved in the decorating festivities. It was hard to imagine what the estate must look like now, and Purusha couldn't help but smirk. "Well then, we'll see each other at the Christmas feast, Mr. Searist." Lucius prepared to take Draco home, turning to Mr. Edmund to offer his farewell. "Absolutely, Mr. Edmund gave an okay gesture, and the two families finally parted ways, returning to their respective vehicles. As Purusha sat in the car, he observed the festive decorations inside, feeling a sense of quietude wash over him. The vehicle was adorned with colorful flags and Christmas tree ornaments. Even the seat beside him held a teddy bear dressed in festive garb. Would Uncle Lucius not realize this was a genuine Muggle vehicle? If he discovered it, who knows how much disdain he would express, much like Draco. After all, they were identical, a large and small replica. Purebloods despised wizards using Muggle products. Yet they often employed such things themselves. Mr. Edmund, wearing a red Christmas hat, chuckled as he took the driver's seat. "Oh, it doesn't matter. Lucius has long known we don't shun Muggle things. Although he was a bit disdainful at first, wanting to criticize me. But you know how it is, haha." Regardless, Mr. Edmund seemed unconcerned, having been caught several times stealing a drive in a Muggle car by Lucius. Eventually, Lucius had given up trying to persuade him. It sufficed for him to be aware of it. He would feign ignorance for the sake of long-term cooperation and mutual benefit. Understood. Purusha thought as he picked up the teddy bear beside him, likely feeling as exasperated with Draco as he was. "All right, before we head home, let us take the chance to stroll through the streets." Lady Eleanor cheered from the front passenger seat, and the family began to wander through the city. Christmas decorations were abundant throughout the town, as the entire nation celebrated this special holiday with fervor. The lush, deep green pines sparkled with glimmering ornaments, the golden star atop shining the brightest. Even the streets were filled with people dressed in festive attire, resembling Santa Claus. The cheerful laughter and joyful chatter filled the air, creating a vibrant holiday atmosphere. Chapter 68. The terrifying decorations outside Searist Manor, Mr. Edmund's remarkable creation. After departing from King's Cross Station, they did not hastily return to the estate. Instead, they meandered through the bustling city of Muggles, acquiring an assortment of intriguing novelties and everyday necessities. Each time they entered a shop, Lady Eleanor was filled with such excitement that she could hardly restrain herself, insisting on purchasing something before she would leave. Consequently, Mr. Edmund and Perugia dutifully trailed behind, laden with their acquisitions. To the Muggle shopkeepers, they appeared to be a warm and affectionate family. However, while browsing in a clothing store, Perugia suddenly recalled Harry's tattered robes, along with the faded, frayed garments he wore underneath. Contemplating this, he requested the shop assistant to wrap up several items. "Oh, Perugia, are you selecting gifts for someone?" Lady Eleanor astutely observed that the style of the garments was not aligned with Perugia's personal taste, but rather seemed suited for a more spirited young boy. Indeed, it was evident that Perugia would not favor such styles. They were intended for someone else. How delightful. Clearly, a trip to Hogwarts was a splendid decision. Perugia had already made friends and was preparing gifts for them. Lady Eleanor joyfully rushed to share this news with Mr. Edmund, who was purchasing some sweets. "Really? How splendid. This is undoubtedly the finest choice. Hogwarts offers you countless opportunities, does it not?" Mr. Edmund chuckled heartily, his arms full of confections, as he exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Perugia. The boy's demeanor was now markedly more relaxed, shedding the rigidity he once exhibited. He nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, there had been a bountiful harvest. Thus, he needed to select appropriate gifts to bestow. Given that Harry was already accustomed to life in the Muggle world, he would surely appreciate these garments. As for the others, he had nearly finalized his choices. Though the concept of exchanging gifts during Christmas was merely something he had read about, the prospect of participating filled Perugia with a sense of anticipation. After completing their shopping, they parked the car in the garage of the suburban villa they had acquired in London, a precaution to avoid detection while using magic. "I trust your apparition skills have not dulled during your time at Hogwarts, Perugia?" Lady Eleanor chuckled lightly, as the items they had just purchased were already dispatched back to the estate by their servants. She held up her dark, somewhat crooked wand, resembling a gnarled branch, and with a wink, it vanished from sight. "Not at all. The anti-apparition charms at Hogwarts are quite secure. Student safety is assured. However, the Ministry does not permit underage wizards to use magic indiscriminately in public," Perugia mused, gazing at the ordinary yet profoundly mysterious wand in his grasp. In truth, all the wands in their family bore a similar appearance, save for Mr. Edmund's, which was of a lighter hue. "Ah, this is merely a facade we must adhere to. Is it not? Worry not. Even if they were aware, what would it matter?" Mr. Edmund smiled faintly, locking eyes with Perugia for a brief moment before vanishing from the room. Indeed, knowing would serve no purpose. Perugia wore a similarly enigmatic smile, echoing Mr. Edmund's demeanor, and without uttering a spell, he deftly waved his wand, a flash of light illuminating the room as he too disappeared. The forest surrounding Searist Manor was blanketed in a rare and heavy snowfall, transforming it into a dazzling expanse of white upon their arrival. Even the distant mountains appeared unified with the forest, cloaked in pristine white. Flakes of snow drifted down from the sky in large clusters, resembling soft, white feathers. Perugia stood at the manor's entrance, his expression as cold as ice. Snow settled upon his dark cloak as he surveyed the spectacle of Searist Manor's entrance, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. No wonder Mr. Edmund claimed to have participated in the manor's decorations, brimming with enthusiasm. "Just look at this. It is utterly unforgettable, unmistakably reflecting the owner's unique taste." At the entrance stood two grotesque snow sculptures, resembling fearsome beasts that seemed to roar in silent fury. Their twisted forms and exaggerated expressions gave the impression that they might spring to life and attack at any moment, evoking a sense of unease. Even the high walls flanking the entrance were adorned with various chilling snow sculptures, two-headed wolves, tentacled monsters, and terrifying bats. "Oh, this is truly lifelike and horrifying." Thankfully, he didn't decorate the interior. From the outside, it might pass for Halloween, Lady Eleanor remarked, her crimson lips unable to conceal her amusement as she elegantly strode into the manor. Perugia silently cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Edmund, who wore a sheepish grin. At the very least, he could have removed the decorations from the walls. The adornments flanking the entrance were somewhat tolerable. With a stoic expression, the boy entered the castle, greeted by the servants. "If only I had thought to hang a few Santa Claus decorations on the walls," he sighed. "At least we retained the two Christmas bears at the entrance." Mr. Edmund, using magic to remove the decorations from the surrounding walls, glanced with satisfaction at his Christmas bears, which were, in truth, grotesque monsters. Inside the castle, The decorations were far more aligned with human aesthetics. At the center of the grand hall stood a towering Christmas tree, adorned with silver and gold bells, along with handcrafted ornaments. Lady Eleanor was beneath the tree, selecting from their recently acquired decorations, hanging Christmas stockings, candies, and miniature gifts upon its branches. The crackling flames in the fireplace filled the castle with warmth, creating an atmosphere of opulence and festive cheer. Perugia ascended the stairs, clutching his purchases, and returned to his room. He divided his newly acquired items into several portions, preparing various wrappings, ribbons, and greeting cards. Tomorrow marked the official celebration of Christmas, necessitating that the gifts be ready for presentation. Recalling Draco's incessant reminders about the invitation to the Christmas feast, Perugia turned toward his bookshelf, overflowing with tomes. He retrieved a jewel-toned green velvet box and opened it, revealing an exquisite brooch adorned with a lifelike platinum rose. Its petals edged with silver and embellished with tiny diamonds that sparkled like stars. The reverse side bore an elegant inscription, Draco. Chapter 69. Merry Christmas, Mr. Serious. Perugia gazed at the brooch, its silver edges perfectly suited to Draco, particularly the platinum rose at its center. Yet, would this singular gift be sufficient? Contemplating this, he carefully placed the brooch in a gift box, enveloped it in silver-green wrapping paper, and tied it with a platinum ribbon. Next, he turned his attention to Harry and Hermione's gifts. Regardless of the circumstances, Hogwarts certainly harbors a few individuals who leave a lasting impression on him. He glanced up at the manor, where snow continued to cascade gently from the heavens, and felt a wave of contentment wash over him. How delightful it would be if the snow could fall perpetually. Perhaps he might implement such a charm. On this very day of Christmas, the castle was suffused with the sweet aroma of freshly baked pastries, while the melodies of festive music reverberated through the grand hall. Merry Christmas, Perugia. Lady Eleanor and Mr. Edmund stood in the hall below, and upon seeing Perugia descend the stairs, they eagerly tore open the Muggle World streamers they had purchased. Colorful confetti fluttered down, interspersed with glimmering gold and silver sequins. It created a dreamy, ethereal beauty. One cannot help but admire the boundless creativity of humanity in such designs. Hooray! Lady Eleanor clearly delighted in the festive poppers. After the family exchanged Christmas greetings, she dashed to the Christmas tree to unleash the remaining poppers, reveling in the merriment. Perugia stepped onto the soft carpet of the hall and approached the Christmas tree, which was heaped with a plethora of gifts, both large and small. Some were exquisitely wrapped, exuding elegance, while others were simply adorned with plain brown paper and wrapping, easily distinguishable. He knelt to inspect the gifts. After all, they represented a token of affection. Did they not? Oh, there are so many gifts for you, Perugia. Take your time unwrapping them. Mr. Edmund leaned in curiously, and upon a quick glance, he noted that nearly all the parcels were intended for Perugia. It appears he has indeed made quite a few friends at Hogwarts. Yet they both understood that many of these gifts came from families they did not recognize. Knowing Perugia would not be interested in those presents, Mr. Edmund instructed a servant to select them and move them to his study. Ha ha ha, at least he should experience the joy of unwrapping, he mused, directing the servant to place them on the coffee table in the sitting room. Perugia commanded the maid who stood nearby and turned to settle onto the sofa beside the hall as fireplace. The deep green sofa appeared exceedingly plush, yielding slightly as he sat down. The boy crossed his legs and extracted the most striking and unique gift from the pile. Indeed, it was a box wrapped in luxurious silver paper, topped with a dark green bow and ribbon. Most notably, the silver exterior bore the embossed crest of the Malfoy family. How distinctly Draco. Perugia opened the box and smiled. Inside lay a finely crafted silver brooch, adorned with a lifelike carving of an iris. The blue-violet petals were breathtaking, complemented by verdant leaves. Perugia paused, captivated by the beauty of the iris brooch. Dear Draco Malfoy, hey, Merry Christmas, Perugia. After much contemplation, I deemed this the most suitable gift for you. I was instantly drawn to it. I hope you wear it when you attend my family's Christmas dinner. Oh my, I can hardly wait for you to visit my home. I absolutely must show you my collection room. We can discuss everything this evening. The boy's elegant calligraphy on the card conveyed his excitement and joy. Perugia held the card for a moment before tucking it into the pocket of his robe. He then picked up another rectangular gift and carefully unwrapped it, setting the paper and ribbon aside neatly. Revealed before him was a hefty tome titled The History of Ancient Magic. It was indeed a splendid gift. He acknowledged that Hermione had put a great deal of thought into it. Hermione, Merry Christmas, Perugia. Although you may not lack for books, I stumbled upon this one by chance, and I hope you enjoy it. The succinct yet heartfelt message made Perugia hope that Hermione would also appreciate the gift he had chosen for her. On the table, there lay a sizable gift without a box, encased in a colorful bag tied with a red ribbon. It was signed by Harry Potter. Harry, hi. Merry Christmas, Perusia. I'm relieved that you don't harbor any resentment towards me due to our houses. That is more than enough. To be honest, I was quite worried that my approach might trouble you. I'll be more cautious in the future. I noticed you enjoy sweets. So I hope you will like this gift. Perusia weighed the bag and heard the delightful rustle within. Upon opening it, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, it was a large assortment of sweets from Honeydukes, featuring an array of colors and flavors, nearly encompassing every popular confection. Oh, I hope this doesn't cause him too much expense. His gaze then fell upon another soft package on the table. Upon opening it, he found a soft, deep green sweater. Although the yarn appeared somewhat inferior, it was evident that it had been woven with care. Unexpectedly, Ron had also given him a gift. Ron, Merry Christmas. I hope you don't mind, but my mother learned about my pleasant interactions with you and Harry O'No. I actually mentioned in passing that you are quite a remarkable Slytherin. So, my mother knitted this for you. I hope you like it. No, thank you for occasionally helping Harry with conversation. Ron's words seemed somewhat bashful and awkward, but upon learning that it was his mother's handiwork, Perusia raised his hand to summon a maid. Select some lovely accessories to send to the Weasley family. Yes, sir, the maid replied respectfully before departing. With a sudden thud, a gift accidentally tumbled from the table. He picked it up, surprised to find it was from Theodore. Upon opening it, he discovered a carefully wrapped vial. Its neck tied with a silver ribbon and adorned with a small tag indicating the potion's name, Serenity Elixir. The deep blue potion swayed gently within the bottle, reminiscent of a tranquil, profound ocean. Theodore, thank you for the gift, and Merry Christmas. This is the finest potion I have brewed. Perhaps it may prove useful to you in truth. When Theodore gave Perusia this gift, his underlying thought was, the potion might not be of use to Perusia, but surely someone would find it valuable someday. Chapter 70. Merry Christmas, Mr. Searist. One cannot help but acknowledge that, despite his generally low profile and cool demeanor, Theodore Knott is remarkably observant, and his gifts are indeed practical. The remaining gifts came from Pansy Parkinson. Additionally, there were gifts from Blaise Zabini, Goyle, and Crabbe, as well as Daphne. At last, his gaze settled upon a rather somber-looking package. The card attached bore no signature, yet upon unwrapping it, Perusia immediately discerned its origin. I hope you can utilize your brilliant mind to acquire more useful knowledge, rather than spending your days wandering the castle at night. Merely reading the words conjured the writer's tone and expression in his imagination. This was Professor Snape's Christmas gift to him, holding aloft the pass signed by the professor. Perusia couldn't help but smile. It must be said that Professor Snape was quite a good person. He had gifted him a permit to access the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. The professor must have been aware that if he wished to visit, he could do so without a permit. Perhaps it was a precautionary measure, providing him with ample justification should he be caught. He hadn't initially intended to rush off to peruse the restricted texts. Perusia tucked the pass away and ascended the stairs to his room, bringing along the unwrapped gifts. He placed the candies from Harry directly upon his desk, while the potion from Theodore found its place on the shelf designated for potions. As for the brooch from Draco, he cast a glance at the neatly folded formal attire resting on his bedside and decided to keep it close for later. He would wear it when he visited his home shortly. The remaining gifts were all neatly stored in a compartment of his wardrobe. After donning his formal attire and preparing himself, they were ready to depart. Lady Eleanor's voice floated up from downstairs, and upon glancing at the time, he realized the dinner was about to commence. He removed his clothing, only to feel the card he had almost forgotten tucked away in his pocket. Perusia slipped Draco's card between the pages of a book on the shelf. The professor's pass was carefully placed in a drawer. The elegant black formal wear prepared by Lady Eleanor was both fitting and tasteful, exuding simplicity and grandeur. The cuffs were embroidered with silver patterns, harmonizing beautifully with his silver green tie. He pinned the iris brooch to his chest, which elevated his overall elegance. "Oh, that brooch suits you splendidly," Lady Eleanor exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands, watching Perusia descend the stairs. "One must say, Draco has quite the discerning eye." Mr. Edmund chuckled, though he soon noticed something amiss with Perusia's appearance. "No, perhaps you should take the opportunity to attend to your hairstyle. Allow me." Upon hearing this, Lady Eleanor's eyes lit up as she rushed over, summoning a servant to bring the necessary tools. With deft hands, she set to work on the silent Perusia. "There we go. Now you look dashing." Lady Eleanor nodded in satisfaction after styling Perusia's hair, sweeping the fringe that had obscured his eyes back, allowing only a few strands to fall gracefully across his forehead, revealing his striking eyebrows and deep-set eyes. "Oh, you look absolutely handsome," Mr. Edmund applauded, marveling at how Perusia appeared transformed. His entire demeanor had taken on a distinctive charm. They proceeded into the estate's courtyard, and with a flash of silver light, the trio found themselves before a resplendent manor, aglow with illumination. The grandeur and opulence of Malfoy Manor were vividly apparent against the backdrop of night, the towering castle appearing even more imposing under the moonlight. One glance at the entrance revealed the Malfoy family's considerable wealth and aesthetic sensibility. This was Perugia's first visit to Malfoy Manor, and upon seeing the exterior decoration, he felt it perfectly matched the essence of Draco's family. Ha! It seems quite a number of guests have been invited. Mr. Edmund chuckled, his attention drawn to the carriages parked at the entrance and the other wizards making their way into the manor, all adorned in splendid formal wear and wizarding robes. Engaged in lively conversation. Among the crowd, it was evident that some had noticed the family entering, with one individual promptly approaching Mr. Edmund with a drink in hand. Long time no see, Mr. Teresist. Merry Christmas, Mr. Teresist. Perugia, with a cold expression, stepped away from Mr. Edmund and Lady Eleanor, striding toward the castle. Along the way, he spotted a few familiar faces from Slytherin. Hey, Merry Christmas, Perugia. You made it. Pansy Parkinson was animatedly chatting with her companions about the gifts they had received when she turned and caught sight of the boy entering through the door, instantly captivated. Oh, I must say, you look absolutely stunning compared to your usual self, she exclaimed, her admiration evident. Merry Christmas, Pansy. Perugia nodded, bemused at how a mere hairstyle could elicit such astonishment. To be honest, I absolutely adore the gift you gave me. Thank you, Pansy said, waving her delicate wrist adorned with a beautiful gemstone bracelet. The cerulean gems sparkled under the light, especially with a striking obsidian bead strung in between. Heaven knows how thrilled Pansy was to flaunt the bracelet to her friends a moment ago. What are you two talking about? Who is this? Perugia? Draco's voice echoed from behind them, having overheard Pansy's enthusiastic tone. The tall figure speaking to her back looked familiar, prompting him to step closer for confirmation. Upon raising his head, he was taken aback, mouth agape. Goodness, you finally decided to change your hairstyle. Look at you, you look marvelous. Draco was genuinely surprised by how different the boy before him appeared from the Perugia he knew. His eyes, now visible, were undeniably more striking, exuding a subtle air of assertiveness. So what do you think of that brooch? Isn't it lovely? However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze falling upon the brooch adorning Perugia's chest. He pointed to the platinum rose brooch pinned to his own attire. I wore one too. While you may lack taste in personal adornment, your eye for selection is commendable. Draco playfully tapped Perugia's arm with his fist, beaming with delight. Chapter 71. Christmas Eve. From another's perspective, Perugia's gaze similarly fell upon the brooch. He had known instantly that it suited Draco perfectly. Pansy and Daphne exchanged glances, astonished at the matching brooches worn by the two. Wow, you both received brooches? Pansy exclaimed. Well, I also gifted a brooch, but it's clear Draco favors yours. The young girl feigned a sense of melancholy with a sigh, only to lift her head moments later and burst into laughter. As long as the gift was given, what did it matter who chose to wear it? Gazing at the gemstone bracelet adorning her wrist, she couldn't help but concede that Perugia, despite her understated demeanor, possessed an impressive eye for beauty. Oh my, she truly adored this bracelet. Additionally, her dear friend Daphne had received a pair of earrings from Perugia as well, which now sparkled in Daphne's ears, radiating brilliance and showcasing a design that was perfectly suited for young ladies, bestowing upon her an air of uniqueness. They both contemplated whether, in future shopping excursions, they should invite Perugia, whose aesthetic sensibilities were undoubtedly remarkable. Draco was indeed fortunate to have such a splendid roommate and friend. Naturally, as it was a gift from my good brother, I must wear it with pride. The boy raised his head with a look of pride, his platinum hair meticulously styled as always. What do you think? He nudged the silent Perugia. I like it very much, Perugia replied, nodding. Earlier in their dormitory, Draco had often mentioned that he could detect a faint scent of iris, even leaning in to confirm that it was indeed his own fragrance. As for the scent of iris, he was uncertain, but did Draco truly believe that such a flower suited him? Nonetheless, he certainly had an affinity for the blue-purple bloom. Let us not concern ourselves with the adults. Allow me to show you my collection, Draco exclaimed excitedly, his eyes twinkling as he led Perugia on a tour of his family estate. He showcased his private Quidditch pitch and his collection of flying brooms. It was no wonder he claimed to have loved them since childhood. Indeed, there were several broom storage rooms. This clearly illustrated the Malfoy family's affection for Draco. By the way, I've mastered the art of rejuvenation. The boy, dusting off his broom, grinned proudly, brandishing his wand and waving it at himself. Golden specks of light encircled him before dissipating, leaving him looking remarkably refreshed. Excellent. Perhaps you will learn the other spells from your notes even more swiftly, Perugia remarked, her eyes widening slightly before she applauded. Aside from the brooch, he had meticulously organized various life spells he had utilized in his notebook, detailing the spell names, functions, precautions, pronunciation, and movements with great precision. It was noteworthy that Draco had clutched this book so tightly that he had hardly left his room until Lucius pretended to be angry and dragged him out. Oh yes, once I've mastered all of these, Draco chuckled confidently, leading Pelucia to another location. In the Gryffindor common room at Hogwarts, Harry lay with his arms propped up, gazing at the ceiling of his dormitory. A faint smile graced his lips as he pondered how many Christmases he had celebrated thus far. However, this year felt different, for he was fortunate to have his good friend Ron by his side. Additionally, he was no longer confined to the dark, cramped stairwell, enviously watching his relatives celebrate the holiday. In short, everything had taken a positive turn, hadn't it? Harry, you can change your destiny, he murmured to himself, a determined smile illuminating his face. Harry, come quickly. Ron's boisterous voice echoed from outside the dormitory, prompting Harry to scramble out of bed and peer down towards the common room. Hey, I have your present. Ron gestured to the parcel in his hand. Alongside a pile of other sizable packages on the floor, Harry dashed downstairs, elated to discover that he too had received a gift. Who could it be from? There's no signature, but there are quite a few words written on it. Ron handed Harry the card, and after reading it, Harry eagerly unwrapped the parcel. What is this? The two boys exchanged puzzled looks as they unfolded what resembled a cloak, its soft, smooth texture indicating high-quality fabric. Harry draped it over himself, and to Ron's astonishment, his entire form vanished beneath the cloak. Merlin's socks, this is an invisibility cloak, Ron exclaimed, marveling at the extraordinary gift and speculating about its mysterious sender. From the message, it's clear this person knows my father. Harry gazed fondly at the cloak, realizing it had once belonged to his father. Collecting his thoughts, he then picked up a conspicuous, bulging parcel. What is this? Ahem, I know this one, Ron said, his face flushing. It's a sweater knitted by my mom. Unique to the Weasley family. It looks much more thoughtful than ours, Ron observed as Harry unhesitatingly slipped into the green sweater, momentarily taken aback. Thank you. Please be sure to tell your mom I said thanks. I love it. Harry beamed, caressing the soft, warm garment. It was far superior to the solitary coin given to him by his relatives, and Harry felt tears welling in his eyes. They also unwrapped the gifts from Hermione, each receiving a box of delicious candies that they promptly devoured. Hey, but the package at your feet is clearly the main event. It's the largest, and the wrapping looks exquisite, Ron remarked, his mouth full of sweet confection. Together, they eagerly opened the largest parcel, and Harry's initial confusion transformed into shock upon discovering neatly stacked, brand new clothes, tags still attached. Oh, they're all new clothes. Wow, they look fantastic, Ron exclaimed, holding up one of the garments in admiration. Yes, all new clothes, plus a brand new cloak. Both boys' jaws dropped at the sight of at least 5 new outfits, along with the necessary Hogwarts uniform and outer robe. What a generous gift. Ron shook his head in disbelief, marveling at the opulence of the gift giver. Furthermore, it was evident that these garments were from the shops in their own town, referring to Muggle clothing. Could it possibly be from your miserly relatives? No way. Ron quickly dismissed the idea, and they then noticed the less conspicuous signature on the wrapping, Sarist. It was indeed from Pelucia. Oh, he truly is, Ron said, his tone dry, as the reality of the situation settled in. Chapter 72, Mr. Sarist's Return Gift, from Another's Perspective. The two Gryffindor boys exchanged incredulous yet complex glances, then looked down at the thoughtfully prepared gifts laid out before them. Oh, Pelucia really has put in a great deal of effort. I must concede your point, Harry. He is indeed a different kind of Slytherin, at the very least. He appears to treat everyone equally, and is notably kind. Ron opened his mouth, somewhat awkwardly yet earnestly stating, just these gifts alone must have cost a considerable sum. And he even sent Harry several outfits from the Muggle world. This indicates that Paracelsus is aware that Harry is more accustomed to wearing clothes from that realm. Looking at these new house uniforms, I believe he must have noticed that your attire was rather worn out. What a benevolent soul. Goodness. Were it not for the fact that he is a Slytherin, I reckon I would have rushed over to give him a grand hug and exclaim, oh, let us become the best of brothers. Harry gazed at the garments with sheer delight, removing his glasses to wipe his eyes. He nodded emphatically. Indeed. Thus, I trust my instincts. It seems he will also appreciate the Christmas gift I am bestowing upon him. Ron gently patted his deeply moved friend, offering reassurance. He will certainly like it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such care in his reciprocation, would he? However, I find myself slightly anxious about whether he will appreciate my gift. Feeling a bit awkward, Ron scratched his head. After a moment of hesitation under Harry's inquisitive gaze, he spoke. Actually, I mentioned to my mother that Paracelsus is quite a nice person. She even knitted him a sweater for me to deliver. Oh dear, I can only imagine that Paracelsus wouldn't be in need of such a quaint garment. He ruffled his hair, resembling a mane of a red lion. I believe Paracelsus will sincerely respond to every gift he receives. Harry contemplated for a moment, then turned to comfort his brother Ron. From his reciprocation, one can already discern that Paracelsus will thoughtfully reply to everyone who gifts him something. Yes, that is what I believe. Suddenly, Harry sprang to his feet and dashed to the Christmas tree. Indeed, he spotted what appeared to be a gift for Ron. Ron, come here. There's actually another gift for you. However, like his, the gift giver had not signed their name clearly, making it somewhat difficult to discern. Really? Let me see. Ron hurriedly approached, taking the exquisitely wrapped gift box from Harry's hands. Beneath the silver ribbon lay a subtly affixed card inscribed with the name Cerestus. No way. Paracelsus has also sent me a gift in return, Ron exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment as he opened the box to reveal a brand new wizard's chess set, crafted from remarkably expensive materials. He picked up the card inside, which bore beautifully neat handwriting. To Ron Weasley, the gift has been received. Thank you, and Merry Christmas. Please extend my gratitude to Mrs. Weasley for her kindness. It is a lovely sweater, and I shall treasure it. Thank you for the gift. If possible, I hope you won't mind some of the unkind remarks made by Draco. You see, perhaps he harbors no ill intent. Oh, I believe this chess set will be passed down through generations in my family. It is simply too exquisite. Ron blinked at the card's courteous greeting, letting out a sigh. Well, for his sake, I suppose I shall endure, provided Draco does not overstep. It was quite unexpected that he would advocate for Draco. Harry shook his head, carefully placing all the gifts he received into his wardrobe. Meanwhile, Ron was eager to try out the chess set, yet felt reluctant to do so. To be honest, it is too exquisite for me to dare play with. This will undoubtedly become a cherished heirloom in my family. Ron lamented internally as he slumped his shoulders, conflicted as he sat on the sofa before the fireplace. Then let us stick to the old set. The two reached a unanimous agreement, and Ron cautiously stored away the new chess set, joining Harry on the sofa to play with the older one. On another side, Hermione, who was happily seated on the sofa with her family watching television, suddenly heard the sound of her owl. What is that noise? Hermione, is that your owl? Hermione's mother exclaimed, gazing at the owl tapping against the living room window. Oh, it truly is. What brings it here at this hour? Hermione hurried over to open the window for her owl, petting the obedient creature and offering it some meat strips before placing it on the designated perch. Thank you for your hard work. Rest a bit before heading back. Is it a notice from school? Hermione's father inquired curiously, as they were quite open-minded about their daughter's magical education and particularly enjoyed hearing her share the wondrous experiences upon her return home. It's not a Christmas gift. Hermione assessed the beautifully wrapped box as she walked back to her parents, seated beside them while unwrapping it. Is it from your classmates? Perhaps. But I have already received gifts from Harry and Ron. Who, then, is this from? Just the sight of the packaging indicated that it contained something of considerable value. The moment she opened the box, her family was taken aback by its contents. Resting on the black velvet inside was an exquisitely crafted set of jewelry, earrings, and a necklace, designed with delicate charm, shimmering silver. The orange-yellow gemstones were set amidst tiny diamonds, exuding understated luxury and elegance. My goodness, Hermione, this gift must surely be from a boy, right? Hermione's mother exclaimed in surprise before teasingly glancing at her daughter. Hermione picked up the card bearing a signature, managing a wry smile. It's a lovely classmate from Slytherin. His name is Paracelsus Cerestus. Oh, weren't you saying that the students from Slytherin are all haughty nobles? Hermione's father questioned, puzzled. Yes, but he is different. I never expected him to gift me such a thing. Hermione carefully set the box aside, recalling how he had saved her and now presented her with such a precious gift. Thank you so much, Paracelsus. Chapter 73, The Night Adventures of Cerestus. Even outside of school, the Christmas banquet at Malfoy Manor was graced by numerous aristocrats from the wizarding world. However, such a scene of clinking glasses and mingling was of little interest to Paracelsus. Fortunately, Draco guided him through the manor, exploring its various wonders. Under Draco's lead, he even participated in a small broomstick race with other young wizards, albeit a simple speed contest. Naturally, Draco emerged victorious, earning him the admiration and envy of a throng of children. Paracelsus observed Draco as he effortlessly navigated the crowd, excelling in social interactions. He possessed a remarkable skill for engaging with others and adeptly maintained the noble elegance associated with the Malfoy family. Here, Draco displays the traits he possesses during this period to Perugia. Indeed, during their school days, he appears to be more childlike, preoccupied with devising schemes to vex Harry Potter. Most notably, Perugia observes Draco, who is laughing and chatting with a group of children not far away, and then glances down at the resplendent peacock standing by his feet with an air of elegance. It is curious how even this peacock embodies the haughty demeanor typically associated with the Malfoy lineage. Speaking of which, their estate truly harbors peacocks. It is no wonder that Ron Weasley once teased Draco by mentioning them. The Peacock of the Malfoys. This was the moniker Ron had humorously ascribed to Draco. If it weren't tinged with mockery, Perugia would have thought the resemblance rather fitting. As Perugia crouches down to stroke the peacock, which holds its head high and seems reluctant to leave his side, it becomes evident that the creature does not despise him. When his dark eyes meet those of the peacock, there is an unmistakable absence of fear. It almost feels reminiscent of the way Draco had once approached him with a similar affinity. Chuckling softly, Perugia caresses the peacock's head, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he savors the emotion that has unexpectedly welled up within him. What on earth are you doing squatting here? It actually allows you to touch it? Draco's incredulous voice calls out from behind, his tone escalating in disbelief as he gazes at Perugia, who is engaged with his family's peacock. Merlin, if only he knew how notoriously standoffish this peacock is, its temperament being notoriously unwelcoming. Moreover, it is clear that it had approached Perugia of its own volition. The platinum-haired boy quickly deduces the situation. It is quite docile, Perugia asserts, fully aware of the truth but playfully exaggerating the peacock's amiability. In an instant, Draco discerns a sense of pride emanating from the peacock's eyes. Has it become sentient? This insufferable creature. Get away from me, Draco exclaims, dismissively shooing the peacock away while placing his hands on his hips. Humph. He turns to face Perugia, who wears an expression that hints at amusement. What are you staring at? It's all an act. Usually, it pecks at anyone who approaches. I'm doing this for your own good. Ask Parkinson if you don't believe me. What expression is that? Draco mutters, his annoyance evident as he gestures towards Pansy, who is approaching. Me? Oh. Pansy glances at the peacock that has hastily fled and immediately grasps the situation. Indeed, during her previous visits to the Malfoy estate, she had once admired the peacock, only to be met with a fierce peck when she attempted to stroke it. That's true, Pansy smirks, adding silently in her mind. She had initially thought Draco was raising his voice for no reason, but now it was clear it was due to that mischievous peacock. So, has Perugia been pecked because he touched it? Pansy gazes at Draco, perplexed. Can you really believe it approached him willingly? Draco sidles up to Pansy, speaking in a hushed tone. How astonishing. Pansy gasps, her disbelief palpable. The incident with the peacock soon fades into memory, and as the Christmas banquet approaches its conclusion, Perugia bids farewell to Draco and departs the Malfoy estate with his family. Although Draco is reluctant to see Perugia leave, his spirits lift upon hearing his father, Lucius, mention that they could visit Slytherin Manor in a few days. He waves goodbye, a smile brightening his face as he sees Perugia off. That night, at Hogwarts, Harry clutches a lantern, carefully navigating the castle corridors beneath his invisibility cloak. Yes, he is once again out for a nocturnal adventure. With such an invaluable tool at his disposal, he is determined to uncover the identity of Nicholas Flamel, whose name Hagrid had inadvertently revealed, and the connection he has with the three-headed dog, Fluffy. He is desperate for answers. With cautious steps, he enters the library, guided by Hermione's suggestion that books regarding Flamel are likely hidden in the restricted section. The library is eerily silent. The only sound accompanying him is the rhythmic beating of his own heart. The lantern's light sweeps across the shelves as he meticulously searches for any mention of Flamel. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow lurks behind the bookshelves, observing his every move. Indeed, he is out once more for a midnight escapade. Through the eyes of the shadow, Perugia, seated in his room, lets out a resigned sigh. Yet, a question lingers in his mind. Why has Harry sneaked into the restricted section? And that magical artifact he possesses? That invisibility cloak? Oh, how it is of no use to him. Could it be a Christmas gift? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shatters the library's tranquility. Startled, Harry hastily slams shut the book that had revealed a human face. My goodness, it screamed. Even after closing the book, the shrill cries continue to echo in a high-pitched, relentless, and deafening manner. He stumbles back, frantically returning the book to its place, inadvertently knocking over the lantern, extinguishing its light. Plunged into darkness, he can almost hear Filch's hurried footsteps approaching. Who's there? You better not let me catch you. Filch's voice soon reaches the entrance to the restricted section, his lantern illuminating the shadows as he steps inside. Harry presses his hand tightly over his mouth, momentarily at a loss for what to do, striving to steady his breath. Suddenly, a chilling sensation grips his ankle as something yanks him, pulling him to the other side of the bookshelf. Chapter 74, The Mysterious Mirror in the Castle. Harry finds himself unexpectedly pulled behind the very bookshelf where he had been standing. He holds his breath, nervously covering his mouth, attempting to minimize the space he occupies. Filch's sinister voice hovers nearby, each of his steps echoing like a drumbeat against Harry's heart. How is he to escape this predicament? The invisibility cloak conceals his figure but cannot mask his physical presence. Meanwhile, the ever-determined Filch continues to search meticulously between the shelves, lantern in hand. Stop hiding. You can't escape. Huh. Dare to violate school rules, and if I catch you, just wait for your expulsion. Filch's eyes widen, his face illuminated by the lantern, rendering him more monstrous in the darkened library. Harry stealthily inches toward the exit, but as he rounds a corner, he collides face to face with Filch, causing him to gasp in horror. Harry stood frozen, his body tense as he composed himself and slowly retreated, making way for Filch. As long as there was no contact, he would be fine. Filch was merely a mundane without magic, and Harry needed to be cautious as he edged towards the door. At that moment, a sudden clatter echoed from the innermost depths of the restricted section. Got you, Filch exclaimed excitedly as he hurried deeper inside, giving Harry the perfect opportunity to swiftly open the door and dash into the corridor. Overall, Harry's composure was commendable. He managed to remain calm in such a predicament. Perusia nodded in appreciation, satisfied with Harry's mindset. However, the book he had just opened had indeed made quite a noise. Upon entering the innermost shelves of the restricted section, Filch found only a few scattered books on the floor and no sign of a person. How peculiar. He collected the fallen books, carefully replacing each one back on the shelf. You can't escape. If that individual was indeed here, yet he could not locate them, it must mean they had employed magic. Suddenly, Filch's acute ears caught the sound of a door opening and closing. Had someone fled? He quickly limped after the sound, soon spotting his cat, Mrs. Norris, hissing in the direction of the corridor. Oh, my dear, have you seen that fellow? Shall we go capture him together? He scooped up Mrs. Norris, excitement evident on his face as he pursued the fleeing figure. Perusia leaned back in his chair, tapping the table. Hogwarts' caretaker was an ordinary muggle, yet he possessed remarkable courage. It took a certain audacity to serve as the caretaker of Hogwarts. Though Filch had never encountered magic himself, he instilled fear in every young wizard who dared to roam the night. He lingered in the restricted section, perusing the books while his shadow, concerned about Harry's whereabouts, set out to find him. Meanwhile, Harry happened upon a heated exchange between Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape. They were embroiled in a disagreement, and judging by Snape's tone, it seemed to be an issue of his own making. Perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination, but as Snape, gripping Quirrell by the collar, suddenly glanced up with piercing eyes in Harry's direction, he seemed to sense someone there and reached out with a swift hand. Had Harry not been quick on his feet, he might have been caught. Curiously, he cast a glance back at Snape, who was now engaged in conversation with the approaching Filch. Why did Snape believe he was there? Both of you are present. Have you seen anyone run past here? Filch inquired, glancing at Quirrell and Snape while petting Mrs. Norris. Indeed. I discovered someone wandering in the restricted section, but they fled too quickly. Upon hearing Filch's words and recalling the sensation of being watched, Snape's expression darkened momentarily before he shot a glare at Quirrell and followed Filch to search for the intruder. Quirrell let out a sigh of relief as he watched Snape depart. Master, I believe he has already caught on to our involvement. What is there to worry about? Even if he knows, it changes nothing. He is merely a dog on my leash. Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on a shadowy corner not illuminated by moonlight. There, an inky blackness loomed. Frowning, he felt a familiar sensation of being watched from that very spot. Approaching the dark corner, Voldemort scrutinized it carefully, finding no traces of magic. Yet, that unsettling feeling of being observed lingered. Just as he turned to leave, a peculiar white eye suddenly appeared on the dark wall, blinking once before vanishing. Quirrell, witnessing this scene within himself, was equally terrified. What was that? Am I seeing things? It seemed as though an eye was watching us. Voldemort rubbed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. That fleeting glimpse of an eye had instilled within him a profound sense of eerie dread. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. He needed to devise a plan to secure the Philosopher's Stone swiftly. This may be a residual effect of his fractured soul. He hurriedly exited the corridor, appearing quite anxious. Perusia chuckled at the success of his little prank, amused that the infamous Dark Lord Voldemort could also be frightened. It was indeed comical. He admitted to delighting in the playful torment of the two. The thrill of a successful jest certainly lifted one's spirits, and Perusia smiled broadly. Simultaneously, he found himself curious about the relationship between Professor Snape and Quirrell. Did he know of Voldemort's existence? Moreover, the earlier incident where he nearly caught Harry was worth observing further. The shadow trailed Harry to an inconspicuous room at the end of a corridor. Bathed in the bright light of the moon, the room's interior was clearly visible, empty save for a scattering of moonlight. As Harry stepped inside, his gaze fell upon a magnificent and ornate mirror leaning against the wall. Oh, perhaps I should call Ron to see this. Chapter 75. Seeing What You Desire. Drowning in Dreams. This was an imposing and seemingly ancient mirror, nearly reaching the ceiling, bordered by an elaborate golden frame. Inscribed at the top were the words, Eris stra eru oit ube kafir oidon woser. Perusia pondered the inscription with curiosity, soon grasping its meaning. I show not your face, but your desires. The Mirror of Erist? That must be its name. As Harry approached the mirror, he appeared to see something that thrilled him, placing his hand on its surface with a tender touch. His expression was filled with longing and reluctance. It seemed he caught a glimpse of someone he dearly wished to see. "Mom, Dad? Oh, how I miss you." Indeed, Harry rested his forehead against the mirror, softly murmuring. This mirror allowed him to behold his family. Perugia consulted the information on the bookshelf. The mirror of Ariste posed no threat and could be deemed harmless. Perhaps the school had simply placed it there, inadvertently allowing Harry to discover it. Curious, he leaned closer, allowing the shadow to graze the edge in an attempt to glimpse what Harry saw, yet found nothing. Only the person gazing into the mirror could perceive its reflections. Others would remain oblivious. Let him have his moment with his parents, Perugia decided, dispersing the shadow and refraining from observing Harry any longer. "I show not your face, but your desires," Perugia murmured, raising his gaze to the snow-laden forest outside the window. The entire estate lay cloaked in a pristine blanket of white snow, and the cold wind swept into the room, yet the boy stood up, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. He had to admit that he was quite eager to gaze into the heiress mirror, for he yearned to discover what he most deeply desired. Unable to provide himself with a definitive answer, he felt compelled to seek the insights of the heiress mirror. The following day, Pelusius swiftly made his way to the chamber housing the heiress mirror, utilizing shadows to shield his presence. Uncertain of Harry's reflections after his previous encounter, he had taken care to arrive early, positioning himself before the ancient mirror. However, after standing there for quite some time, Pelusius saw nothing within the mirror's depths. It was peculiar that it revealed nothing at all. Was it possible that only in the dead of night could its secrets be unveiled? Casting a glance at the time, he hesitated, studying the mirror's placid surface. The absence of any reflection seemed to suggest that he desired nothing at all. Approaching the mirror, he extended his hand to touch its surface. The heiress mirror was somewhat disappointing. His deep, dark eyes fixated on the mirror, and as if responding to his presence, ripples began to dance across the glass. When the image within the mirror finally settled, Pelusia observed his own figure gradually merging into the surrounding darkness. His body seemed to transform into an indescribable mass of blackness, as a multitude of eyes, varying in size yet exuding an eerie aura, emerged from the dense shadows behind him. Had Pelusia's reflection melded into the darkness? No, it was more accurate to say he had reverted to the darkness itself. Maintaining an impassive expression, he gazed at the pitch-black void reflected in the mirror. Even if an image were to materialize, what would it reveal as his true desire? A minuscule crack appeared where his fingertip touched, and from this fissure, a golden point of light flickered momentarily amidst the thick darkness. Pelusia took note of this anomaly. Falling into silence, he heard Harry and Ron's excited voices from outside, and instinctively pressed himself into the shadows, vanishing once more. Harry had returned with Ron to view the mirror, and after stealing a glance, Pelusia departed. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore cheerfully hummed a tune while holding a record, when suddenly he paused, a knowing smile crossing his lips. It seemed that a mysterious guest had arrived at the school. Though it was not a case of apparition, the sudden appearance and disappearance of the individual piqued Dumbledore's keen senses. He settled back in his chair, popping a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. Fawkes the Phoenix tilted his head in confusion from his perch, observing Dumbledore. "It's quite all right, my friend. I am aware of who it is. That familiar aura poses no threat to Hogwarts, so there is no need for undue concern." Dumbledore resumed his focus on the woolen sock he was knitting, uttering no further words. Another day passed. Pelusia lounged on the sofa downstairs, savoring a dessert when he received a letter from Harry. Had something gone awry? He recalled that just a few days prior, Harry had excitedly taken Ron for a midnight adventure to see the heiress mirror. Slowly unfolding the letter, Pelusia soon discerned the situation. Troubled by confusion and hollow hopes, Harry had recently become infatuated with the mirror. Despite Ron's counsel, he found it difficult to part from its allure. Thus, the distressed Harry felt compelled to pen a letter, seeking the wisdom of the seemingly composed and knowledgeable Pelusia. "My apologies for the intrusion, Pelusia. How was your Christmas? Oh, there is something I wish to discuss with you. How can one avoid being tethered to the past? I find myself longing for my parents, whom I have never met, and even a mere glimpse of them haunts my thoughts. This feeling is truly agonizing. I hope you can assist me in unraveling my confusion." Was he still gazing into that mirror, entranced by the visage of his family? Pelusia's hand faltered momentarily, acknowledging that for Harry, such a connection was indeed difficult to relinquish. "Rest assured, I have received your letter. I do not know what challenges you face at school, but if you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Regarding your dilemma, I believe it is essential to focus on the tangible aspects of life rather than becoming enmeshed in a sweet illusion. Perhaps they would prefer to witness your growth and efforts in the real world. Dreams may shatter, but reality is a palpable truth. Try not to dwell excessively on it. Perhaps indulge in a dessert to lighten your spirits. Harry sat in the empty classroom that had once housed the mirror, contemplating Policia's letter and the candy that had accompanied it. With a chuckle, he unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth. Its sweetness, tinged with a hint of tartness, imparted many realizations. Just as Dumbledore had previously advised him, it was time to awaken from this reverie. A dream too exquisite was not meant for indulgence.